The following is a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Creativity and ingenuity are king at the Champions Showdown Chess 9LX in St. Louis. The ultimate chess variant has returned to the capital of chess in America for an epic battle royale in the fan-favorite format. Newly minted U.S. champ Fabiano Caruana looked great after winning 2 games, but faced his biggest test in world's number 3 Hikaru Nakamura, and the matchup didn't disappoint, with Caruana jumping out to clear first with a victory. Be prepared for anything as the best of the best battle it out in the most unpredictable style there is. Day 2 of action-packed chess coming up next.
Hello and welcome to day 2 of exciting action of Chess 9LX at the World Chess Hall of Fame here in St. Louis. Well, we've had 3 exciting rounds so far, but no matter how well you've done, the positions are different, fresh, and new, and will prove to be extremely challenging even for some of the world's best players. Well, let's get this started as we jump to the studio and get the show rolling.
Chess 9LX from the St. Louis Chess Club always promises some excitement. As we enter day 2, one player has taken over the lead, but everyone still has chances. Day 2 starts right now. Hello and welcome everyone. I'm your host, Nazi Paikidze, and I'm here with my wonderful co-host, Grandmasters Yasser Seirawan and Maurice Ashley.
Nazi, Maurice, what it is. Hello, everyone. Welcome to our live coverage of the Fischer Random tournament. I gotta tell you, day 1 was amazing. Of the 15 games that were played, 10 were decisive, and even those games that were drawn were wonderful to cover. One player stands on the top. Nasi, standings, please.
Let's have a look. As I mentioned earlier, we have one player with a perfect score, that's Fabiano Caruana. Then a full point behind are 3 players, Hikaru Nakamura, Wesley So, and Sevian. And the legendary Garry Kasparov doing quite well with 50%.
Along with Leinier, that win by Fabi over Hikaru is absolutely huge, and the format for this event.
We have a 10-player round-robin tournament. Time control is 20 minutes with 10-second increments. Players are not allowed to offer draws, which promises exciting chess.
Fast. Tell us about the schedule.
We have 2 more days of Chess 9LX. We'll have 3 games today and the last 3 rounds tomorrow.
Thank you, Nasi. And boy, I gotta tell you, it's fabulous. Fabiano, he's just been amazing.
He really has been fabulous indeed. And he has shown that he is the boss of American chess. Well, even world chess, well, there's one guy ahead of him because he's number 2 on the planet, but he has had such a fantastic last couple of years. And yesterday, he showed it just in absolute style. As we take a look at his results, a quick win against Oparin, who is his coach and trainer, then a win against Shankland. But it was round 3 when he absolutely dominated the number 3 player in the world and former world Fischer Random champion Hikaru Nakamura in what was just a runaway performance. By move 11 or 12, it was just over. It was incredible how he showed his stuff, and he is just looking as if he's in his finest form right now. And as I mentioned, he's had these great accomplishments so far. Last year, he won the Grand Chess Tour and the U.S. Championship. This year, he won a couple of GCT events in Romania and Croatia, and also his 4th U.S. Championship. Make that 3 in a row. This guy is playing like an absolute demon. Can he keep that up today? He will have 2 difficult opponents to play against in Aronian and Wesley So, his Olympiad teammates. But he is looking so calm, so cool, just so collected. It's the Fabi show.
Yeah, he snuck up on me with that 3 in a row wins at the U.S. Championship. Wow, he's doing great. My pleasure to introduce the 4th member of our broadcasting team, Begim. Over to you.
Hello everyone, it was an exciting day at the playing hall yesterday. Honestly, for me, seeing Garry Kasparov back at the board and starting his tournament with a victory against Leinier Dominguez was the highlight of the day. And also seeing all other chess players enjoying their time, competing, but at the same time discussing what to play after the positions are revealed and talking in such a friendly way, helping each other, and at the same time coming back when it's time to play, focus and fight. It was wonderful to see such a spirit. It's definitely different, and Chess 9 Alex brings this all, and I'm happy to be here for another day. And let's go back to the studio and start the day.
Thank you, Begim. Friendly combat indeed. Tell us about the friendly combat that's about to take place. Round 4 pairings.
Let's have a look. In round 4, we have Wesley So playing Robson.
Nice.
Grigoriy Oparin playing. We just saw Garry Kasparov. He was in good spirits.
He looked happy.
Shankland playing Leinier Dominguez. Then a very important match, Hikaru Nakamura against Sevian.
The defending champion, Sevian. That's huge. Both players needing a win.
And Levon Aronian playing the tournament leader, Fabiano Caruana.
Can Levon spoil the show? The players are fighting hard. What are they fighting for?
They're fighting for a lot of money. The total prize fund for this event is $150,000. First place, $30,000. Second place, $25,000. Third, $20,000. Just great prizes for everybody.
And a winner's bonus, win clear first and get $7,500 additional to your first place of $30,000. As we go to the World Chess Hall of Fame, we are waiting for the reveal. What that means is each round starts with a new position. So all the players are waiting to see what that new position will be. As Bobby said in this interview, it's so chill. You don't have to prepare. You know, you're
It's
only
every
going to
chess player's dream.
Exactly.
Not having to prepare.
Not having to prepare.
We can see Hikaru arrived early today, or on time.
Yes, he was a little bit late on day 1.
Didn't hurt him.
Didn't hurt him. He started 2-0.
No, he did not hurt him. He went, and I believe it was Wesley he played in round 1 and won that game. But he is obviously just an extreme talent. And, you know, as much as we're saying that Fabiano is 3-0, it's only one day. And man, fortunes, as we know, could change just like that. One loss, and that just blows up the storyline of the runaway victory. So Fabi has to be careful. He's got 2 powerhouse players to play today. Aronian, ever dangerous. On a good day, Aronian beats any player on the planet, including Magnus. And of course, he will then have to play against Wesley So. And again, 2 tough games ahead to start the day. This will really cement whether or not Fabi is the one that we're just going to start saying, just do the coronation now, as he seems to be in fine form. But you can never, ever count your victory before the last pawn is pushed.
Not with this group of players. I mean, no easy games whatsoever. I look at Garry at the chessboard, and he seems to be suffering, Maurice. You and I have called his action from the Deep Blue match to the Vichy Anand match, the Anatoly Karpov match in New York, and I never really.
I didn't call Anatoly Karpov. You're going
in 1990.
Yeah, I didn't call that one. No, you've gone a little bit too far back for me.
You're too young. But you know what I mean.
But yes.
I mean, you've seen him over the years, but here he seems to be really, I don't know.
Well, obviously he's past his glory days as champion. He's 61 years young. The players still respect him tremendously. Whenever he comes into a room, you can feel the energy. That Beast of Baku still shows that he has a lot of fighting spirit and even his willingness to play. I mean, how many players at 61, not playing every week, every month, every 6 months even,
Right.
coming out once a year to play against seasoned gangsters,
Right.
people who are playing regularly, looking at theory regularly, to come out not even, okay, there's no theory here, but still, you have to be in fighting form. And to come out and put maybe what's your legacy somewhat on the line, okay, it's nothing serious. We're not going to take away all those incredible victories that he's had over those 20 years. But still, you could look bad. You could end up in last place, for example, and you say, well, Garry, why are you playing? As a matter of fact, his wife has said to him, his wife said, honey, why are you playing?
I think
just leave it alone. But he continues to be a wonderful ambassador for our sport. And it's great. All of us love to see him punching and showing what he's got. And by the way, he's at 50%. He's not in last place right now.
No, I believe the players just got the reveal. And let's reveal to our audience now. See, shake them up. Shake them up.
Let's
Move
see.
those back
Position
around.
number 190. We
Okay.
have
Weak
rooks are in
pawn.
their right places.
Weak pawn G2.
You immediately go for the pawns.
Yeah,
Look
well,
for
no,
the
I'm
weak
just
pawn,
looking,
weakness.
where is the weakness? And we always are looking. Yeah,
I'm
I think
looking
we
for
can-
the quickest checkmate.
I can put a knight on H3, a rook on G1,
Yeah, it's mate in 3.
and you can capture on H2.
Yeah, if you really want, we call it this exercise the fool's mate of chess 960. And we always want to know what's the quickest possible mate. In chess, we know it's the fool's mate. It's in 2. We haven't found a mate in 2 possible yet in any of the 960 positions, but here there's definitely a mate in 3. And they're analyzing right now. It looks like Garry's analyzing with Naka.
Yeah, they paired up together on day 1.
I was going to say they're looking at Benoni, but this is not regular chess. D4, C5, F3.
That's just like such a ridiculous move.
Well,
F3.
bishop on E1, you know. We need a good spot for the bishop.
Yeah, he wanted to play with a tempo, the bishop to F2, but F3, the gentleman on G1 is crying.
But look, this is actually quite nice. The knight and rook on H1 and G1 and H1, they are perfect. You know, knight of 3 castles,
Yeah,
2 moves.
right, and you're done.
And you're done. Knight of 3 and castles. So now, and also the knights are in the opposite color as they normally are in chess. So the knight from D1 can go to C3 in one easy move.
Right.
So that's no problem.
Right.
The bishop on the killer Tarish diagonal, if you will, the attacking diagonal is already on B1. A one little move goes to C2, and it's on a beautiful attacking square if you castle kingside.
Right.
I mean, this is the only problem piece is the bishop on E1, which can pretty quickly get into the game.
Yes.
This is an amazing position when you look at it. It's
Yeah.
just now a question of just organizing the pieces properly, and you're all the way there.
Yeah, let me just interrupt you, Maurice, to say that Kostya Kavutsky took a closer look at Fischer Random and gave us some tips. Take a look.
Chess 9LX is a very fun chess variant that is actually very popular among the top professional players. And the reason is that it allows them to be creative in the opening stage of the game without having to spend tons of time studying and memorizing openings before the game. Chess 9LX is actually very similar to chess. It has all the same rules as chess. The only difference is that the starting position of the games are different. You randomize the order of the pieces on the starting row, and this changes the game quite dramatically. The history of Chess 9LX is actually quite interesting. It was invented by the American world champion, Bobby Fischer, who originally called the game Fischer Random. And then at one point, people started calling it Chess 960, with 960 being the number of different starting positions you could have at the beginning of the game. And recently, St. Louis Chess Club rebranded the game as Chess 9LX to put their own spin on it for their upcoming tournament. So the way Chess 9LX is a bit different to chess. It has all the same rules in chess. All the pieces move the same, everything works the same. The only difference is the starting position. And when you rearrange the pieces at the start, it changes the opening a bit, it changes a lot of the creative strategies that go into the game, and it really forces players to have to think on their own right from the very beginning. So this causes them to spend a lot of time in the opening. They have to make a lot of really important decisions early on as well. And the games end up being very complicated and very sharp pretty much throughout. The time control is actually very important in chess 9LX because players can't rely on their opening knowledge that they've memorized and learned from years and years of practice. So when they don't get a lot of time in chess 9LX, for instance, in a rapid or a blitz time control, this can cause players to have to make some really big moves right at the start of the game, and they don't have a lot of time to do so. So this can lead to serious mistakes, huge blunders, often more commonly than we would see in a normal chess game. So for example, let's say we had position number 900. That would mean that the king would be on g1, knight would be starting on f1, white's rook on h1, bishops on e1 and d1, queen on a1, and knight on b1. And for black, all the pieces would be mirrored and on the exact same square. So king on g8, knight on f8, rook in the corner, two bishops in the center, queen in the corner as well, knight on b8, and rook on c8. So, for example, you've been playing chess your whole life, you know all the opening strategies, you know very well what you need to be doing in the first several moves. Now all of a sudden you've got this position, it's completely different than anything you're used to, and now you've got to figure out how to play this correctly from here. So what a lot of players do is they still try to follow all of the main opening principles that they use in chess. So things like controlling the center, developing the pieces, and perhaps most importantly, figuring out where the king is going to go. So you still want to castle that king and get it to safety. So if you want to have some fun with your chess game next time you play, I would encourage you to try chess 9LX.
Thank you, Kostya. And it was back in 2019 in Oslo when Wesley So was declared by the FIDE as the official first Fischer Random World Champion. He defeated Magnus Carlsen in front of a home crowd. And I got to tell you, I was there in Oslo. And it was crickets. Crickets at the closing ceremony. Then over the years, the championships kind of been going around. And currently, Hikaru Nakamura. He didn't have to defend it, however, in 2023. I don't know why it wasn't hosted, but there you see the current world champion in Fischer Random, the bearded Hikaru Nakamura, prepping with an old chess teacher. They had an association, did Hikaru and Garry, but they clashed. It was a coaching job that somehow didn't fit with Hikaru.
And speaking of Fischer Random, we also have a big match coming up between Magnus Carlsen and Fabiano Caruana.
In Singapore, they will be also on billing.
Classical time control of Fischer Random chess.
Ooh, and there you have the reveal.
I should point out that I will be there doing commentary for that as well.
Really? Oh,
Along
how
with
exciting.
Tanya Sachdev and Daniel Wrench and Sagar Shah.
Nice.
This point that was made about not preparing, not needing to prepare, the fun of not having to prepare your opening lines. This is a huge, huge point because you come in, you say, I don't have to prepare, I'm relaxed, I'm rested, it's no big deal. But it is a big deal sometimes, and it can often happen that lack of preparation can land you in really bad positions. Let's just take a look, for example, at, as you see, a young lady there who I think is going to have a responsibility quite soon.
She is the bell ringer.
She is our bell ringer.
She is from Catalonia, Spain. She's visiting the chess capital here in the United States. But check this out. She has won the Spanish under 12 3 times.
She's only 10 years old.
And she's only 10 years old. So when she first won it, under 12, she was like,
do the math.
Years old? I mean, my goodness. I mean, that's crazy. And how would I pronounce her name, Maurice?
You tell me.
You're
the one with the paper.
I know, but you're the one visiting Spain. You got all the agents over there. Oceana, Clerc?
We'll go with that.
Ossini.
Close enough, I think.
You had it the first time. Why did you change it up?
I don't know. I just want trying to improve. But welcome. We love visitors, especially at the World Chess Hall of Fame.
Maybe in 10, 15 years' time,
Yeah,
she would look at Fischer Random and say, yeah, it's normal. This is how everybody plays chess.
Right.
I don't know about that old school way they used to play with
where they only
one setup. How lacking in fun is that? And I can see the kids adjusting easily. The older folks who've studied all this opening theory, put all the money into getting courses and books. I say, wait a minute, what do you mean? I can't play my favorite line of the Sicilian anymore?
Right.
Yeah, the kids are gonna say, nope, that was so passé.
Better study.
The cool kids only play by shuffling the pieces on the back row.
You better study your rook and pawn endgames.
But I'm going to guess by that time, in 10, 15 years, we're also going to have openings even in Fischer Random.
Right. They might call this the St. Louis attack.
Yeah.
Somewhat.
Fabiano Caruana.
Right.
Defense or something.
Exactly.
Before we get started, I just wanted to make a point, if I may. I have the position here on the board from yesterday's game with Caruana and Nakamura. And you see it's in a very unusual position. You say, we don't have to prepare, right? The players say that. We don't have to prepare. We just come and relax and just play chess. But preparation is a crutch. It's one of the reasons why they're so good, because they can just destroy you in the opening, and also they're well prepared in the opening. This is Hikaru Nakamura, incredibly well prepared player, the number 3 player in the world. This is after 9 moves. He lands in this position against Fabi, and here, his next move, D6, is a howler. It buries his bishop, and it does nothing to curtail the advance of these pawns. Literally, in one move, we go back one move, it's just a small edge. 0.49 is what the engine gives. And then the next move, it's 2.4. That's a 2-point swing because he had to just play a move. He hasn't prepared, he hasn't studied the position. So this is the danger in Fischer Random. Yes, you don't have to prepare. You don't have to spend hours getting ready before a game. You're scared of what your opponent might play. This line, what their preparation is. You don't have to do any of that. But man, the danger is this could happen inside of 10 moves, and suddenly you have no chance. You're being flattened. And that's what happened in this game as Fabiano simply steamrolled him. So this is the danger. It's going to be interesting to watch. And that's why they spend these precious 15 minutes trying to get something done, at least a little something, so they can get ready. But it's not really enough. Our game is too rich to solve it all in 15 minutes.
Oh, for sure. If you even guess the first 3 moves, I'll tip my hat on that one. On the current, we're gonna need to see the reveal position again. I wanted to ask you, Nasi, what for you is the problem piece here?
It's going to be one of the bishops.
One of the bishops.
Depends on what opening you choose, which pawn you push first. It's either going to be the E1 bishop that's a problem or the bishop on B1.
Yeah, I like the opening move C2, C4. That would open up the light squared bishop. And I also like this as a first move, D2, D4, to open up the bishop.
This is a gorgeous position as far as I'm concerned. I don't have the answer to a bad bishop. It did just look, all the pieces look perfect in my eyes. I mean, what?
White gets D4 and C4 in. Both bishops are already.
Both bishops are an incredible square. It just looks awesome. And sometimes the bishop on E1 is a place you put it in some lines, Queen's Gambit stuff. You just drop the bishop back. But here, knight f3, castles, and plus those 2 pawn moves and you're in. Even, by the way, for your bishop to get on the diagonal after A3 or A4, you could put it on bishop on A2. So you don't need
Joko piano.
Yeah, you're on the magic diagonal already. Yeah. So I think you're really just trying to figure out what the central structure should look like and then follow right behind, because the knight also on D1 has even more flexibility than the knight on B1. It can go to E3 as well, which is often a very powerful square. And by the way, E3 is a transit to F5. We know what a knight can do on F5. I just think this is a fantastic setup. The queen is also nicely placed.
I wonder if this is one of those positions where from the very beginning, white already has an advantage.
Yeah, I didn't like what Garry was analyzing with Hikaru against one d2, d4. He was playing c5 as black, followed by c4.
Because he's trying to use the queen on the c file.
Right. I didn't think that was a very good approach. You get to go d5 and e4 as Hikaru was doing. Players getting ready to take their seats, but before we get into the play, I better say this now, otherwise I may not get to say it at all. Ben Underwood, our statistician here in St. Louis, he likes to inform us as to the probabilities of a certain player winning this event. First we got to do the bell ring as we see Oceana Cleric, the under 12 Spanish champion from Catalonia. 3 times will be the bell ringer. Garry Kasparov comes over to shake her hand, and she's like, "Who is this guy?" Fabi, I know.
Her composure is really remarkable, and I can understand why she's whooping them in the under 12 over in Spain. She looks like
she's got the calm.
She's got swag. Right. This young lady has a future.
Our events code.
We better put some respect in her name and learn how to say it properly.
Yeah, right.
Because we might be saying it in about 5-6 years' time, for years to come, repeating her name over and over, because she really does seem like she's got a lot of composure. And if you're 11 and a 7-year-old is coming and saying, "Come here, come get some," you know she's a boss. Winning 3 times already. We talked about Fabi winning the U.S. Championship 3 times in a row.
Gotcha.
Of America for the first time because her birthday is next week. So I will let her ring the bell to start the
Rebecca Buffington, our events coordinator there, helping the young Miss Clerk.
They just mentioned that she's has her birthday next week, so she'll be 11.
11.
One more chance at that under 12 championship.
Exactly. Wow.
No doubt she'll win the title yet again.
Yeah. As a play is underway, I wanted to go to the game of our tournament leader.
Levon against Fabi.
And where am I going?
So far from the bird's eye view, I can see we have 4 d4s.
Yeah, and that makes the most sense for me. For me, I thought the bishop on e1 was a problem piece. Maurice thought, no, the bishop's actually pretty chill there. Oftentimes, you do see bishop c1, e1 in certain variations. But for me, getting the bishop out, d2, d4, followed by c2, c4, if you put the bishop on c3, then the knight is going to have to go to e3. So in any case, I saw d4 as a very good opening move. Now, if I was on the black side, I would not be playing the c5. I would be going for the d5. And by the way, I could hardly get it out when, in fact, that was precisely what Fabi did. After d5, I was a bit surprised by the capture.
I want to say Queen's Gambit accepted.
Right. We all know the familiar patterns. Here, however, maybe the desirable move, e7, e6.
Yes.
Bishop, check. Knight e7.
Could be over very quickly.
Right. You don't want anything to do with that. So captures, queen takes, knight f6, knight f3. And,
Fabi could castle immediately, right?
Yeah. So his next turn, he could easily castle. And by the way, just to remind...
On the other hand, if Fabi castles with the bishop on b1 already set up to look at h7, I think white's looking pretty good.
Pretty good. Castles, when you do castle, remember it is a move with the king, so you should touch your king first before moving the rook. Now, if black's king were already on g8, you should still touch
really?
Yes.
I did not know that.
Yeah, because it's a move with the king. So touch the king, bring the rook over. Anyway, knight f3. One of the things that I find attractive to this position, let's imagine you do castle. Yeah. Oh, sorry. Let's just imagine you do castle. Again, for me, this bishop on e1, if you go knight c6, oh
yeah, that's not good for black.
There you can see a problem child. So Knight f3, and Fabi has gone into a think.
Yeah, he's already thinking down 2 minutes already on the clock.
What games would you draw our attention to?
I did see some d4, c5, but I don't think that's Garry who has played it. No, it's Wesley against Ray. We have d4, c5, d5.
Okay.
I've noticed that all players are taking their time. We only have 3 moves on each board.
Right, so far, yeah.
Because they're trying to figure out what's the best setup for black.
It was funny.
Let's see how Garry's doing. It's Grigoriy's game against Garry Kasparov.
We'll switch over. This looks like d4, no e4s, or if that's true, d4, very popular move. d7, d6. Okay, a different approach by Garry. He's looking maybe to get in the move e5, which he did. Knight f3, and that's it. So again, if I'm in Garry's shoes, I'm capturing.
I would really love to have that bishop from b8 over to g7.
Yes. Through the magic of no, it doesn't work that way.
But the bishop will find itself on a7.
Yes, that's exactly what I was
It'll be on a fantastic diagonal there. Knight f6, castles, normal. There's no bishop g5 pin.
Maybe bishop c3.
Yeah, bishop c3 looks right. Something like knight f6.
We have surprising move.
A very big surprise. C.
That is astonishing.
7c. Oops, sorry. Knight f3, c5. Now, normally players are loath to make an outpost, such a ready-made outpost in the center for a knight. Now d5 cannot be protected by
That is
pawn.
astonishing.
Black looks so underdeveloped already.
Right. There's only 2 pieces out, and suddenly you feel like you're way behind. Maurice, jump in. What caught your eye in the Levon game?
For a position that we say looks so natural, like it should be easy to develop the pieces, the players are already fumbling. It's
fumbling back.
We saw that one that Garry played the move c5, and now Levon has played.
Bishop takes g2 check.
Levon has played this line in this position here, knight back to d2, allowing bishop takes g2.
Okay, we have a draw.
We have something happening.
A draw. Yeah. Bishop g2.
Well, we know why this happened. After this bishop g2 check, he simply allowed this check on g4. This is the exact reason we're looking at it. King f1, and he's just blown it right away, allowed this perpet, which we know as this is a sort of unusual perpet for chess itself, but here's a perpet in this setup that he just repeated moves. Fabi happy to just get out of this game with the black pieces with a draw. Levon overlooked that possibility,
I'm sure
the bishop on the diagonal, and again, fumbling the white advantage in that position and allowing an easy draw to Fabi, which he's going to take, get some rest, while the others duke it out, try to catch him.
Yeah, that's a stunner, especially in this position where knight d2 was played. Knight c3 is an automatic move.
It feels like Levon invited the 3-move repetition.
Because of you want to play e2, e4 as white, right? I'm not even sure how Fabi intended to meet knight c3. Instead, he played the move knight d2, which really just exposed the pawn on g2, captured immediately, and this was the perpetual check that the players made. Nobody's perfect. No Fischer Random prize. Fischer.
Is there that prize in this event?
No. It's not. You don't go 11-0 and make $1 million. Okay, first draw of the game. First draw of the round.
Let's go to Hikaru's game against Sevian. I see a similar setup as we saw in Garry's game, e5 and c5.
Intriguing. Okay, but I think Sam took a different way of getting there by playing d6, e5, and f6.
And then c5.
And then c5. Okay, so what he's thinking is against d5, he's going to jump his knight and to d4. And after captures, once white gets his knight to d5, black will get his knight to d4, and more or less have equalized. Let's see if that's true.
This knight e7, though, allowing knight takes e7 and king e7?
Well, the funny thing is, once I saw the game of of
Garry?
no.
Fabi?
Yeah, I start looking at perpetual checks again, right?
Oh, knight F6.
Knight takes F6. And I start to ask myself, you know, like, is this another one of those perpets? No, it's not.
King G8.
King
F7,
F7,
right?
just to protect. And you do get to blockade. But, you know, it's funny, you know, like you start...
Now it's in your mind.
Right, like, are there other perpets lurking? Perpetual checks, of course, when I say perpet. Knight E7, Maurice, over to you.
So we saw this position with C5 get played by Kasparov, and you mentioned the weakness on this square, very classical approach to just capture and then play knight to C3. I almost went knight this way to C3. Knight to C3 and knight to D5. That's very, very normal and natural, but Oparin actually found the best way to play, according to the engine, and that is to take the space with D5.
Ooh.
Now, this pawn by itself is a menace. First of all, this bishop has been buried. We saw this happen in the Nakamura game yesterday against Caruana when that bishop became just what you call it, a septilicus.
Septilicus.
Yeah, piece. Like this piece, start looking at how to get it into the game. You realize that it doesn't have much of a future where it is. This knight no longer has either C6 or the E6 square, which means you'll have to push this pawn to give this knight any kind of breathing room. This bishop also does not have the C6 square. We saw Fabi get that bishop to C6 and draw his game quite easily. So there's a clamp right now with this pawn on D5, even more important than getting the square D5 for a piece. Kasparov replied with the move F5. Obviously, again, we're talking about giving a little bit of space so that you can get to this square. But the reality is this bishop's already attacking this pawn on this square. So you're exposing some of your position to some possible attacks. The engine has this really funny line, knight over to H4, hitting the pawn right away, saying, what is your pawn doing on the square? And you have to be really careful here, because if you just try to defend this pawn directly, we can start, let me back that one up. We can start attacking your pawn structure immediately with the move F4. And if E4 to lock things down, G4 to open up the position even more, cracking the structure. You start to feel the pressure on the structure. Look at this knight. It can go to E3. So takes, knight E3 or just knight E3 itself. This is already an issue. It's impossible to have analyzed all this before the game started. So for Garry, he has to know, is this okay for me or not? Because it's very concrete that this attack is coming at you so quickly. What will Oparin do? I'm not sure. Did he make a move yet? After F5?
He's still thinking.
He's still thinking. So it's a challenging moment. Garry is looking for the space, and he has moved. It looks like he's played knight to F3.
Knight to C3.
Sorry, knight to C3. I'll get it correct this time. And the engine does not approve of this very natural-looking move, as it lets Garry off the hook somewhat. After much consideration on his part, he's down already to 14 minutes and 20 seconds. So Garry with the lead on the clock. If Garry can organize his forces, still going to take him some time. He's only now slightly worse because this move, the knight to C3, looking very natural, trying to get back into regular chess avenues, which you've got to have an idea of the individual features of these positions, the exact one you have in front of you. So he did not challenge black as much as he should have, and maybe Garry will be able to get back in this game.
Thank you, Maurice, for that.
The player who is currently in second place, Wesley So, has a wonderful position out of the opening. Ray Robson already in trouble.
Well,
and a huge advantage on the clock. Wesley has more than 19 minutes and Ray's down to 10 minutes.
10 and a half this time.
Yikes.
We're seeing an echo, a theme. This advanced wedge, D5 pawn in the center. Wesley has basically said, look, I'm losing the pawn on C4, but guess what? I'm not worried about that. I'll be able to pick it up down the way, knight E3 and so on. In the meanwhile, what I really want to do is really get this powerful center going and a space in the center. I like what Wesley has done. Now, the question for me, when I play these positions as white, I like to go for what International Master Lawrence Day might call the big clamp. The big clamp would be F2, F4, followed by knight F3. And then I'd like to go knight C3 and really threaten e4, e5. I like Wesley's position a lot. You said he's tied for second. So is Sam Sevian, by the way. He and Hikaru are duking it out. Let us just go there, and I'm going to pick up on what has happened so far. So when we left it, we just saw the move knight e7, castles.
Hikaru has taken on d5, which Engine seems to dislike. Oh, sorry, Sam Sevian.
Took on
Hikaru's
d5.
playing with white.
Exactly, and bishops love open diagonals. So
Two bishops now looking at the king side.
E4 it takes d5. The knight, the knight wants to go to d4, but there could be an
Is there
issue.
some tactics already, or?
Yes, that's what I was thinking too. There could be some issues here. Did he play knight d4? Has he played knight?
No, knight
he didn't
f4.
play knight. I was afraid. Yeah, the desirable takes would allow a check. You'd end up playing takes with the e pawn. Then it almost looks symmetrical, except the pawn is on f6. Kind of a weakness. He played knight f4. Did
And Hikaru immediately played queen e3.
Preventing, very important. Knight e2. By the way, queen on g4. Queen is lurking, could go to g4. So the move queen at e3 just prepares g2, g3 as an answer. Queen e3, tickling the pawn. And I don't know, Maurice. This is a position. I like Hikaru's position just because I feel his development's more effective.
You know, it's interesting. We talked about liking this position. I really loved the initial setup. But I'm realizing I loved it if I had white. Right? Because actually, any imbalance, you get to make the first move, and in any imbalance, you can start to dictate terms.
Right.
And this is exactly what I thought white would get. Like, these are the easy moves to play. You just play this move, that move, and you get what you want. But black hasn't been able to replicate that on any of the boards to get the same kind of fluidity and flow. And what's even more interesting, I'd like to ask you guys this question. What is your preference? I think I know the answer for you, but I'm not sure, Nazi, what it is for you these days. What is your preference? A light square structure as black or a dark square structure? That is, for example, a light square structure, you're playing the Caruana, you're playing the Benoni, you're playing the Slav. Caruana, Slav,
French.
kind of setup, French setups, right? That's the light square structure. If you're a dark square player, you're playing the King's Indian, you're playing Benoni type setups, you're playing even Sicilians on move one. So your preference is
50-50.
50-50. What did you play?
Perk defense, King's Indian defense, man. D6, E5, that was my universal panacea for everything. Whatever you were going to play, I was going to go D6, E5.
And you, Nazi?
Caruana and Pirk, so white.
So also
white.
I started light square and then I left it alone and I went dark and I never went back. So that was my preference. In this setup, the engine absolutely hates the dark square setup.
Okay.
It thinks that E6 is a better way to play. F5 is a better way to play. Against D4, that is. It hates what everyone has done. Everyone has chosen as black a dark square setup, every single board. And Fabi's board was a little bit different. But all the other boards you look at, and this kind of Benoni structures kind of things going on, that kind of similarity. So here in this game with Sam Shankland and Leinier Dominguez, we see a similar kind of setup. And
dark square
pawn formation. And already the engine's like, he's killing him. Like, you're getting mauled. What did you set up your pieces like this for? I don't know why this is going 2 at a time. But at any rate, this position is what we have. And D5, and we have the same thing. Just grab all that space. The pawn goes to D4. The pawn goes to D5. This bishop looks just like that Septilicus bishop from other positions, Garry's position, Nakamura's position from yesterday. Right. And it's just being completely buried in this. Now, maybe you'll be able to play A6 and put your bishop here, but still, it's this structure we're talking about.
In the center. Yeah.
The space, the central control, and easy castles. The knight on E3, not on C3. F5 as a square. That knight on D1, superior to the B1 knight. And in terms of transiting to the king side, This is fantastic position right now for White. Sam Shankland putting the screws to Leinier Dominguez. Yeah, maybe in this particular setup, you had to choose the light square defenses, which our illustrious players did not figure out in time.
15 minutes was not enough to figure that out.
Again, I'm sticking with Hikaru's game against Sam Sevian. And Sam, after the move Queen E3, I was thinking for sure we would see the move castles. Like, just get your king out of there. You would like to play Queen G4, but Queen takes C5 check would come with a potential check. So castles and make Queen G4 possible. Bishop came to H5, tickling the knight. On a good day, actually, I was thinking that White might want to play Knight D2. So one of the good reasons for playing the move Bishop to H5 was to go Knight D2 check.
Knight D2 and trade the bishop,
and
right?
get rid of that. Instantly, by the way, it was like Hikaru was really expecting the move Bishop H5. He played Bishop E4, and we have castles on the board.
Is White's position really that much better?
I don't think so anymore. Now I'm beginning to appreciate the knight on F4. It's actually a pretty well placed, and it's not that easy to remove. It's not that you really want to play the move G2, G3.
No, there would be a lot of possible tactics on the white squares.
Yeah, weakening of including allowing F5.
I'm concerned that black might even have F5 at the right moment and E4, and suddenly it's the black bishop who's really good.
Exactly, this bishop lurking on B8. If you could get, as you just described it, F5, E4 with a tempo, Hikaru could be facing an all-out attack.
He didn't play it very accurately, and it's definitely Sam Sevian, who is the reigning champ at this format. He is showing reasons why here, as he's gotten this piece on that F4 square, his knight, as we talked about, that knight from D8 had that potential to get very quickly to that square, and it is cemented on that F4 square right now. You don't want to weaken more light squares over here. I think Hikaru was very much aware that something didn't quite go the way he wanted to on the way to Tipperary. So that game, we'll see if he can come back. The one game that has any real plus for White at the moment is this game between Wesley and Ray Robson. And you just look at this very unusual collection of pieces. You normally would never see that setup in classical chess.
Hikaru's position yesterday against Fabi.
Yes, I mean, I wouldn't even know how you would get this before. Again, you've chosen a dark square setup, as you see here. For this bishop from F8 to get to C7, it actually couldn't happen because these two pawns are here. So we will have never seen this in chess history ever, clearly, because the bishop could not get out. Also, this knight, which would have been on B8 to get to B7, would also have taken some kind of weird path. We'd like for this knight to be able to go here to F4, as you see in the Sevian game, but it has gone to B7 and has no way out after that.
No future.
I mean, how do you pick this knight up and start moving it around? I'll give you a couple of moves. I'll give you a couple of free moves at that. Just don't take anything.
Right.
And don't hang it. Do what you want with this knight. And you look around, you go, I can never improve the knight. It's on the worst circuit it could possibly be on. Maybe this pawn, maybe we would have captured it, but it looks like pinning and winning actions over there. So that piece is bad. That piece is bad. This one's okay. That one, this queen, I'm going to know why he's parked over there. Look, we understand why this position, I'm not sure why it's not even a little bit higher, worse for White for White in terms of an advantage at the moment. Is he down a pawn?
Yes, he's sacrificed.
He's down a pawn. So that's why the engine's saying, yeah, you have the extra pawn and you're much worse. Good job for you. So this one is the only game so far where black is in deep, deep trouble.
The clock times, 4 minutes for Ray Robson.
4 minutes.
Oh, that's ridiculous.
Yikes.
17 for Wesley.
Yeah, and he's got a terrible position. In my view, Wesley is about to castle. Once he's completed castle, F2, F4, E5, and with all of these pieces, especially the queen, more or less marooned on the a6 square, I think it's play on one goal suddenly.
It's very easy to play for white.
Exactly. This looks really, really strong. I want to go to the game of Grigoriy and Garry for just a moment because Maurice was talking about light squares and black squares, dark squares. All of his life, Garry Kasparov has been a dyed-in-the-wool King's Indian attacking player, King's Indian defense. And here you see it, a very reminiscent echoes of his many victories on the black side of the King's Indian. Normally speaking, this bishop would be on g7.
I think if he had the bishop on king's side, he'd be winning this game.
I mean, he'd have played this 100 times. Bishop to c7, okay, very good. I mean, where there's a diagonal there, he could play bishop to a5 and get rid of his weak.
It's a good plan. After
dark
bishop
square.
a5, you can trade it for one of the knights.
Exactly. Then bring this knight to g6, play for g4. Yeah.
Looks like a King's Indian.
It looks like a good King's Indian.
The only thing is white might castle queenside just to get out of there.
With good reason, right?
But even so, this is how you play the structure.
Exactly.
As black, you still go for the g4 setup. So if you could just organize your forces, Garry's thinking, I'm comfortable here. I'm not feeling too bad.
Remember yesterday, everybody, he started with a win.
With the black pieces.
With the black pieces. But then he played poorly against Wesley. And he finished the day at 50%, did Garry Kasparov. Could he start with a win today in day two? And I do like this knight g6, g4 action. I especially like bishop a5, by the way. I would be playing bishop a5 in a rush, and I would be capturing that knight.
Yeah, the only thing is he needs to not fall behind on the clock.
How is the clock?
It's about even right now, around 10 minutes for both players.
Okay.
Of course, the critical moments happen when you are very low on time.
Yeah, they always do.
We saw blunders yesterday in time trouble.
Yes, we did. Yes, we did. Again, I would be looking at bishop a5 and Garry, what did you say? Under 10, it looks like.
Yes.
Under 10. Very cool. Very good. I'm going to throw it over to you, Maurice.
Fascinating development in the game between Shankland and Dominguez. Sam actually misplayed this advantage that he had from this moment here when he could have simply castled right now. And one of you will say, well, you could just castle. That's not a hard move. Just get your king out of the middle. So he could have just castled. Check this out. He would have had a huge advantage castling in terms of his space, in terms of his pieces being perfect. Look at these minor pieces. You connect the rooks easily. It's just picture perfect. Any village idiot, including myself, would have just castled, right? Yeah. But he tried to play it with overly finesse moves, and he played h4 instead. Engine doesn't like it. All right, a couple of moves happen. He plays for h5, the alpha zero plan. He plays h6. Dominguez says, no, you're not opening up anything on this side. I'm going to play this move. Knight to g5. I'm going to castle, says Dominguez. All right? Sam said, okay, you know what? I think I'll castle now. And the engine says, wrong time, all the way down. Suddenly, black is the one with a massive advantage. Having pushed this pawn could become a victim later. The key move here is the move a5 was played in the game, not allowing b4 and chasing away the knight. And suddenly, black has stabilized. Black looked pretty much constrained before, but just a few false moves, wasted time pushing the h-pawn, and suddenly, much more organized. This bishop will eventually get to the a7 square, or maybe it's c7 to b6, and that won't be a problem. And all of black's pieces look very normal, very healthy, good pawn structure, great knights, safe king. So we could just say Sam didn't play this properly, and he has found himself in a little bit of trouble. He is ahead on the clock, however, as is normal, because it's Dominguez, of course, but not the way he should have played. He's just been outplayed in the last several moves.
Thank you.
And now f4 on the board. A wild thrust, which looks interesting, but actually is not that great either.
I think Queen D8 came instantly, by the way.
Just to protect the knight on f6.
Yeah, exactly. Somebody else who has been outplayed, I believe, is Hikaru Nakamura. Hikaru, he played very quickly the move bishop e4, and I was really questioning that move. I just thought, like, aren't you just, and you said it very well, Nasi, aren't you just inviting the move f6, f5, e5 to e4, keeping in mind that this knight doesn't rely upon the pawn on e5, but the bishop on b8 is also protecting the knight. So f5, e4, why would you put your pieces in ready-made attack? Knight h4, and again, f5 looks very attractive, but Sam said, remember when I was going to play knight e2 check and take your bishop?
Combined both knight e2 and f5.
I was curious. If he had taken the bishop, you'd have to take with the pawn.
Because queen g4?
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Yes.
Wow. Or maybe you could in between move. Sam said, nope, I'm playing for f5. And at first blush, Sam is gaining an initiative because you were mentioning, and I agreed with you wholeheartedly, you can get in the move e5, e4. So let's just put on a move. Maybe it's a good move, I don't know. Bishop takes, knight takes, knight takes. Let me get rid of that guy. And let me get in the move e4.
Knight g5, I am going to e6.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Boy,
That's...
you know,
Yeah.
I've got the position, the game position, the queen on d8 defends g5.
I made the same mistake a couple of times already. You don't look at the board, you just have it in your brain.
Yeah, okay, I would have to play queen c7. Defending the pawn.
Okay, but that's a serious move.
Yeah, I guess you'd
G3
still go
on
the
H5.
same way. I mean, it is funny, you do get the knight on e6 after all. Oops.
It's a big time difference also in this game.
So
Hikaru
bishop
has
f3.
twice as much time as Sam.
Yeah. Okay, let me recalibrate.
While you do that, Yaz, I want to show you a player who wants to recalibrate right now, and that is Ray Robson. It is just a horror show. Take a look at this, what happens in the next couple of moves. In this position here, castles, long castles.
No.
Yes, indeed, and you see the bar go even higher.
No.
Black has what looks like more pieces out off the back rank than White does. That's not going to help you at all, as rook d1, rook d8, and now the move rook a3, just lifting the rook and takes.
Uh-oh.
And this next move,
Bishop
takes on f6, followed by knight takes on d5. And I feel like there's that one knight sitting on d5 that you could almost remove all the white pieces. Just take them away. This knight could deliver some kind of smothered mate. You know? If we could just move this rook and put this queen here, and knight is mate, it's over. This knight is a monster, and don't try to get rid of it because this knight is going to replace it somehow. What a horrible position. He is down to 2 minutes and 12 seconds, is Ray Robson. Wesley So has 13 minutes and 31 seconds and the better position. It looks like a few moves have indeed been played. Let's see what happened. f5, knight to f6. And as soon as we talked about it, the knight left and went to the f6 square to go capture a piece on d7. Computer is completely baffled. Completely baffled. As are we as to what he wanted to do was just trade off. He played a very simple idea. Get rid of the one piece that can challenge me on d5. But maybe even the superfluous knight concept, right? Like he has an extra knight, let me get rid of it so that I can put the other one there. Maybe too much fancy play here. Takes and knight to d5, and he's still got that beautiful knight, now a new knight on the d5 square, but his advantage is not the same. He's given up a couple of pawns for it. Black's position still sucks, by the way. Let's not be too sophisticated about it. But Wesley has given him some opportunity, and down to 2 minutes and 1 second is Ray at the moment.
By the way, that's a like 3-4 pawn sacrifice by White. Wesley,
I think Wesley can win a piece now.
Well, Wesley didn't capture the rook. I thought he was going to capture the rook and allow the pawns to gel. Knight takes a5.
Maybe take on c7 and queen c3.
Let's
Should
have
be
a
winning.
quick look.
We're going to play king c7, king b6.
I'm not proud, but it is a piece that I would rather not lose. On a good day, queen b5.
Bishop c2, k1, right?
You got it. That is just a.
Black has 3 extra pawns, but they're kind of useless at the moment.
Yeah, but this
Badly
is a whole
placed.
rook. It's not just a piece. So knight takes c7. Yeah, that looks like a really strong move. Knight takes c7, rook takes c7. Oh, I know. No, I can't play for d6, d5. How do I play for d6, d5? I want to lose a piece.
Maybe after queen c3, immediately d5.
Okay, so I want to lose a piece, but I do at least want to. Yeah, but I don't believe this. I mean,
It's some compensation, but shouldn't be enough for black.
Maybe queen a3 is coming.
yeah, it looks terrible. Ooh, oof, oof, oof. Yeah, knight takes c7. Not the only move. It was funny because the first move that came to my mind was the move queen f4. I wanted to play bishop takes e4, but
Was
knight
this
takes c7
going
was
for it?
played. And did you tell me that Ray was down to just a few minutes?
Under
on
2
this?
minutes.
Oh my goodness! How many moves did they play?
Doesn't matter.
But
I'm
just
not sure,
painful.
but
yeah,
I mean, it's just utterly paid for.
queen c3 on the board. As
yeah, I think Wesley's close to winning this game.
Yep. I wanted to go to the game of Grigoriy and Garry Kasparov because,
I
in
think
fact,
Maurice has some update for us
sure.
first.
this is the Leinier game.
Yes, that position that Sam had that was so wonderful. You know, Sam wrote a book. What is it called?
Small moves.
Small moves to big advance. Small moves to big improvement. Small steps to big improvement, I think
There we go.
is the name of it. And he talks about how pawns cannot go backwards. Don't be very careful advancing those pawns because they can't go backwards. Standard, we know that as a rule in chess. Well, Sam, this is going to be a chapter for your next book, or at least for the update to your current book.
H6.
Because you push this pawn all the way up, then you push this one up to f4, and they can't go backwards. Because now he continued, f5, and then just like, what are you doing? You're countering your own self. The bishop found the beautiful diagonal on a7. Look at this king, all the way through. Okay, that's a problem because you push the f-pawn. King h2, another mistaken move. Knight e4, not the best way to play here because there was a chance to play
H5? No.
the shocking to b3.
Oh, and bishop takes e3.
Nasty.
Ooh.
That's just nasty. You take here,
We lose 2
takes, and you
pieces.
cannot take back because of knight here. Whew, that is disgusting. Okay, that could have happened. He missed that opportunity and instead played a logical move, knight f to e4. Still better here, knight to h3, because his queen is going to land here, and it did. Exclamp, queen e1, and now we're not trading.
H6? No, you didn't even take the pawn.
No trades. We're just going to leave everything as is. And now Sam has taken a pawn all the way to the other side of the board. Yeah, a big miss with the knight to b3 and the tactic on the e3 square, something Leinier should see in his sleep. But unfortunately for him, he missed it, and the game continues. But still, White's position just looks porous. These pawns have advanced. This king has no real protection. The bishop on this diagonal means the king can never go back to g1, so he's going to have to count on this knight on h3 to get the job done. And in the meantime, things could be snacked on. There's a pawn that's sitting here. This pawn is going to be a victim at some point as well. So be careful how you push your pawns in chess. It's kind of crazy, though, because even elite players will counter their own advice. The game is hard. Chess is hard. And also, by the way, I want to say that give yourself some grace, folks. When you make mistakes, notice strong players do it too. Don't beat yourself up so badly. I know friends of mine who are kicking themselves in the face because they made mistakes.
Happens to all of us.
It happens to all of us.
Quickly, returning the game of Wesley So versus Ray Robson. I know Ray has no time, but he's got no position either. He did go for that whole
Line we talked about with king b6.
king b6, d5, rook over, d4. Give me that knight.
There's triple pawns on the c5.
Take that queen. And hold on. So Wesley's got
checkmate?
bishop check, right? Bishop
check.
Bishop check.
King a6, and we pick up both rooks, but there is c takes b and c3.
Well, let's just take a. But the problem is you can't the desirable king. So you could go king. Now I could take the pawn,
Sure.
but I'm a greedy. I'm greedy.
I'll take on b2.
Ooh, he didn't do any
This
of that.
should be winning too.
He just dropped back with the rook. That was a bit of a surprise. So captures on c3 occurred, and
15 seconds for, right?
no rook takes e6. Oh, black's king might just be getting mated.
Bishop a4 threat still on the board.
Bishop a4, but guess what?
2 seconds.
Also,
rook d3.
Well, he's
Sacrificing a full rook now.
I would not even touch that rook. I would be capturing the pawn on c3 and playing rook to b2 check. Ooh.
My king goes to c6.
And rook takes a7. That was the. I'm trying to make a checkmate. I don't think I can. But here's the pattern that I'm looking for. I want to go bishop a4 check and maybe rook to d7 or maybe rook to b6. I don't think I can make a checkmate.
Maybe king can run, but I don't
I'll
have
take a few pawns.
any
on
good
them.
pawns left.
Yeah, the double pawns aren't that great. Looks like Wesley is cruising to victory in this one. Maurice, over to you.
Well, I think Sam Sevian's fans are going to say, Yasser, it's all your fault.
What did I do?
What you did, you just put it out there in the ether, and
Gotcha.
it went all the way to Sam's ears, and he did the same thing you did. Forgot that his queen was not on d8, it was on c8, because the exact moves happened in the game. After takes, e4, sorry, e4, my queen's on d8, right? No, it's not. Knight g5. Oops! Wait a second. He could do that. What will happen? It's all your fault. Yeah, it's all your fault.
Good point.
Now rook up, knight on e6, parked, beautiful square, and queen d7. We're just gonna jump ahead. Rook h6, g3, bishop d6, and nobody can remove this octopus knight parked on the e6 square. So trouble as Nakamura has taken over this entire game. And again, sometimes in your mind, you don't look. I mean, it's happened to me a couple of times already on this broadcast. You're not looking at the board. You're just thinking in your mind that the piece is on that square, and you did it thinking your queen was on d8 when you play e4, and the guy plays knight g5. That's legal? Yep. And now knight e6. And boss position right now for white.
I had the default option as well in my mind. I think Leinier is going to be putting together a classic checkmating pattern.
Well, actually, it's funny you say that because his last move, knight a4, which is a questionable move, it looks like Leinier has lost all his advantage.
Oh, no.
Hey, how is that even conceivable?
I'm guessing
it looks
some
like
can take
everything.
on e4. Get rid of your very good knight on e4.
Ah, okay. Sorry. Knight a4 is on the board. It is white to play. And you're suggesting, let's start with taking. Yeah,
Take
I
on
got to
e4.
take. Okay.
Maybe protect the pawn on h6. Rook f6.
I was just about to play f5. You're not a nice person. Rook to f6. That's a good move. Okay. So do I plant my bishop?
Kind of feels like black pieces are disconnected now with knight in the corner on a4.
True. I was trying to bring my pieces into civilization. But this rook on f6, I really
annoying
wanted
piece.
to play f5 so badly. Then everything would be
Am I
working.
not checkmating? Queen g3, queen g7?
Yep, you are. I didn't even see that. You could have started with queen g3.
We had queen g6.
Ah, clever. So rook f6, I'm actually required to step aside. No, then that really does blow the whole operation. Funnily enough, I didn't even like the move. After queen e1, I guess he was afraid of knight g4. I thought queen takes h6, but knight g4 is probably good. We do have this position once again on the board.
Earlier he missed that beautiful tactic with knight b3, winning a piece.
Yes, that would have really put things.
It's usually how it happens. You
Cemented.
miss this winning tactic, and then things slowly start to go wrong on each move.
If I'm in Sam Shankland's shoes, for me, this bishop on b1, bishop takes e4, and rook f6 is a godsend. It's sort of like, right, that really helps me enormously get my pieces going. Bishop takes e4, rook f6, and threatening to win the game on the spot with queen g3.
And Sam has been thinking a lot about this move, using his time advantage.
I wonder what alternatives. He can't be considering G4. That's ridiculous. He,
Maybe he's just making sure this line is good. Bishop B4 and Rook F6.
I mean, there are some standard ideas of C5 and
Wait,
bishop
knight F5 is the move here.
Knight F5
The knight on the point of B4 actually, which
was to
Sam,
drive.
you would have thought Sam was playing for, was to undermine the knight so he can play knight takes F5. I don't think he did that though.
He just
I
made
don't-
some move.
I'm going to
First
do.
bishop
He's
C7.
instead played bishop C7, which is not a great move in
That's
this
a terrible
position.
move.
So both players have missed the main point of the last move.
But knight A4 to C3 is huge because now you can't take and play Rook F6.
Like he's doing great again.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
Suddenly,
The B4 move was huge. By the way, I just want to make a quick point about this. Chess, I said it, chess is hard. Chess is hard. Give yourself some grace. Even if you have a winning position and you blow it, don't go home and the engine said you were +5, you should win. No, that's not how it works. Chess is extremely difficult. You'll have a great position and make 3 or 4 bad moves or even make 1 bad move and the whole evaluation will change. So give yourself some grace, folks. This position, the only real way after the move B4 to maintain the real edge, check this out, a real edge. Because of that, if you move the knight, knight F5 is happening, you have to play the move F4 here. You have to sack a piece. And after you sack this piece, your knight's hanging. So you have to move it
Move the knight.
and get this position. And now, after I save this, you have to chill and say, well, I'm just completely winning now. I mean, that's what I do. I sack pieces for fun. You think, like, this is what you have to do to win chess games? You get an advantage, and the only way to maintain the advantage after some move on one side of the board is to make a move on the other side of the board, plant your knight on a square, and then just say, yeah, I'm down a piece, but I'm going to win it back, and I'm just completely winning now? Come on. Chess is difficult. This is what Leinier had to find. He did not, and now we have this wild position where at least Sam returned the favor by missing knight takes F5, and this is the crazy position we have in front of us. But just, again, chess is tricky. Just having an advantage means nothing. Oh, wait, we'd like it to mean something, but it often means nothing because you still have to keep finding moves. And it looks like the game is still going crazy here.
It is still.
Just seesawing back and forth.
It's quite the melee. Also, another melee going on. I want to turn our attention to Grigoriy and Garry Kasparov's game because it's blowing up.
Yeah, pawn structure.
I don't usually see so much tension in pawn structures as I'm looking at this particular position.
H3. I really want to play H4 with black just because. Look at the current position. H4, right?
H4, and then you do some like swap and bypass.
Without
and,
calculating, just
yeah,
play
yeah,
H4.
yeah. With perfect understanding.
Would you
me
have a
just
move King D8 was played?
Okay, so Garry did get rid of his dark square bishop for a knight. The bishop came to H3, so that bishop got traded. What are the clock times?
1 minute for Garry and 2.5 for Grigoriy.
Oh, boy.
1 minute. Ooh.
By the way, in the game with Sam Shankland and Leinier Dominguez, Leinier only has 28 seconds.
28 seconds.
So he's got to milk that advantage.
I just want to stay with this game because I think that in the next move or two, somebody's going to have a huge advantage. If Grigoriy gets, pardon me, if Garry gets to play knight G5 and heaven forbid, plan a knight on F3 thanks to his rook on F8, things are going to go south for white in a hurry.
It's a very complicated position to have 1 minute in.
True that.
Sam Sevian has 20 seconds in his game against Hikaru Nakamura. So we have too many games with
all
players
blowing up at the
blowing up. So we got to
same
just
time.
pick our game and stick with it, or we'll try to follow everything.
Well, the Hikaru game has the most amount of points at stake as those two players are playing for first. So,
And the knight on
flip
E6
over
is
to you.
still an absolute boss beast, a monster on that square. There's nothing to do about it. A dark square bishop can't just transform itself into a light square bishop to be able to take that. A second of an exchange is not in the cards that in a way that makes a lot of sense because the light squares are too well protected or too well assailed, actually. The F5 pawn would drop. This is just terrible with that knight sitting there. But still, he has to win the game. even with a nice little setup, you still had to make some kind of moves to add to the pressure so that you can break through. So we'll see whether Hikaru can do so. The great news is his opponent only has 17 seconds left while he has 1:45, and we know Hikaru is a speed demon. So this is a huge, huge, huge game for the standings. Meantime, Fabi's sitting back there going, just draw the game.
Queen to C3.
Should Hikaru start playing on the queen side? While all black pieces are on the king
to
side?
get into the whole B2, B4.
Right.
One of the things in these knights versus bishop, don't help your opponent. That bishop on D6 is a good blockader, but it could become a ferocious attacker.
That's true. So how does white improve? We have a
I would
fantastic
play
position.
for king G2,
Okay.
H2, H3, G4.
Oh, very nice idea.
I've got the rooks. If from White's perspective, White's rooks are doubled on the.
He's going for it.
Yeah, it is very suggestive. H3, G4. Take advantage where your trumps are. The doubled rooks. Play for G4. And what are the clock times again? I know Sam
Just
is
20
the one
seconds for
suffering.
Sam. Almost 2 minutes for Hikaru.
Yeah, and then Hikaru's done that H3, G4 business. B7, B6.
I think at this point,
Now
Sam is
it's-
just waiting for G4 or some aggressive move.
And how do we handle G4? G4 looks like a winner. You're going to have to bypass.
Can I
with
play F4?
Yeah, and then it gets.
There's also no rush for Hikaru to push immediately. G4, he can prep it a little bit better.
I would have been all over G4, F4, G5. And this looks like Ray resigned.
Right.
He could have resigned for several moves, actually, because he was down on rook and he was just moving.
It was not a pretty look.
I think the only reason he kept going is because he had no time on the clock to resign.
Right.
Yeah, kind of an easy game for Wesley.
Yes. Big advantage out of the opening position. Rook on E8 to E7, and now that's because of that hesitation with the rook. F3 move. Oh well.
You were going to
Sam
say
did-
that rook on F7 is protected.
Yeah, exactly. I can't get in G4 anymore, and then immediately he moved his rook back. So Hikaru is giving himself the option of B4. Once again, I would be jumping for joy playing the move G4. And
So after F4, what's your idea?
G5.
Queen
My rook would have been on
Queen
F.
H4.
Yeah, my rook would have been on H3. So I would have played. So let's go. So let's say I do this.
Sure.
And let's say I do this, and let's say we get the position more or less that we want. So my
G4.
idea would be to artificially isolate
Queen
this
H4?
pawn. Yeah, and Queen F3. With
Then
the
it's
idea.
still not easy.
No, but I put my queen on G4, put my king on F3.
But as soon as you take on F4, my rook opens up. I'll have some compensation.
Not.
But we have one game over. How did Sam finish?
How did Sam Shankland's game finish?
Well, you'll be shocked to see what happened there. Sam did what any great hustler will do, and we could get to that one actually. But let's stay with this one. We'll talk about it afterwards. That game is finished, but Sam did the nasty to his opponent. This one, though, is down to critical seconds left as Nakamura still hasn't quite figured out exactly how to use. And now, as I say that, G4 is on the board.
I was about to say.
It's going to be a hard move to deal with, especially with a few seconds on your clock.
Yeah, but on the other hand, you have helped Black improve his bishop. Imagining, for example, I go bishop to E7 right now. Just drop the bishop back.
Take on F5.
Take on F5 with the rook, let's say.
Then move the king to H1. Going for checkmates.
Exactly. By the way,
He made a move with 1 second.
F4 with 1 second. Okay, once again, I'm looking at G5 followed by rook takes F4.
Looks pretty good. My queen can't even get to E1 because it's covered.
But you can go to H5.
His clock is ticking down as well. He's at 24 seconds. And queen to E5, a dominant square for the queen.
It
That's
does allow bishop E3. No, there's no
Some tactics.
tactics. A
Rook
second.
E3 and check.
no. He has to guard G7. That's why he
He's
played that
done.
move.
He's
He wants
done.
to move his rook, but now he actually has set himself up for some kind of rook F8 tactic. Yes. After trade, the threat of rook takes on f8 and queen g7 will be mate.
Bishop g7, rook takes f7.
Where?
Absolutely.
Actually, he can't even move his bishop.
And now we can take
queen. Okay, now he's threatening queen takes on f8.
Yeah, it's just game over.
As well, there's nothing to do. Queen f7 wins the rook. Queen f8 wins the mate. And that's it.
Nice finish there for Hikaru.
We have one game still going on.
Which one is that?
Garry Kasparov against Grigoriy. We have an endgame. Garry's down a pawn, but he has very active pieces.
Looks
Rook
like
on the second.
Yeah, he looks like...
Is this a draw already? Oh no, 92. You covered the perpetual check.
Yeah.
What do we
Well,
do
black should draw this. Wait a second. Let's back that up. I changed my mind.
Swimmingly.
We're losing another pawn, right?
Well, I can play rook to g2 and maybe knight f2 check and knight takes e4.
Well, Dariush is telling us that b5 is the only move.
b5 makes sense as well.
And if we take twice?
Take twice, and then again, the rook will be on b5, and I'll play rook to g2 and playing for...
Still dangerous, though. I have the pass pawn on the a file.
Yeah, somehow white not only won a pawn,
And Garry has
also
found the
got
move.
the
He
initiative.
found the best move.
The rook somehow got to the 7th rank. You have to take on b5.
And this is the main point, to bring the king into the game.
King.
But how far can that king go and how fast?
Well, we can give a check and cut it off on the last rank.
Yep.
Or to the
Makes
side.
a lot of sense. Absolutely.
Cut the black king?
Yeah,
Yes,
you
rook
can go
b7
rook
check.
check. And I'm assuming
Why wouldn't
you
I play
don't want
king
to go
f6?
to f6.
I think I'm just going to start pushing the a pawn.
Well, he's done that.
Without-
Here comes that king.
Rook to b8. Okay, now it's important not to get skewered. So how about rook to g2? Or rook to h2? Rook to h2 gives me the option of going rook check and rook a1.
King b2 also comes with a tempo after rook h1 check.
Yes. He has played rook h2, threatening...
I think that knight is going to b4, though.
Well, knight takes knight e4 check. Knight f2 takes e4 with check, sorry.
The pawn isn't too far gone yet.
I'm threatening a mate, depending on...
King c2.
Oh, king c2, knight takes e4.
King d3.
You know, okay, he has...
Bring that up
king.
with check.
He's taken a pawn with check, has Garry. King e3, and you're right, that a pawn is now very, very frightening.
Wow.
King f5.
What a move.
Threatening rook h3.
Yeah, but
Wow.
allowing rook f8 when you have to play, probably play knight f6.
He's done it.
And now a6.
And then rook h7.
I thought you were going to do rook h3, rook b3, but that's too slow.
I'm greedy. I'm greedy. I agree. But I
Here
think
we
rook
go.
h7. Rook h7.
Maybe knight c3, rook a7.
I think.
No, knight e4.
Knight c3. He has played rook h7. So if you play knight c3 in this moment, I'll play king to e5 to sidestep your threat of knight e4.
I also wanted knight b5, but you do have knight d5 with a check. This is a very
And he's done it.
complicated endgame.
Complicated is
Look
right,
at
and both
Kasparov
of these
right now,
players
how
are playing instantly.
intense he is. He knows he's in survival mode, down a pawn, at a pawn racing down the board, but he has curtailed it for the moment and
got
is
it.
looking
Knight
maybe to
to
take
D5.
on d5, a knight to b5, looking now to play this move. And Garry is captured with check. His next job is to sacrifice his knight somehow for that pawn. But how will it happen? And is there
a way for it to happen? King f3.
Can he take another pawn on b3 now?
I like your thinking.
a lot to do?
It is a lot to do, but he's done it. He's gone
He's
for
going
that pawn,
for it right now.
which makes a lot of sense. You go king g4, you take, and if you go a7, then Garry's going to play knight b6. He's gone king e2, by the way. And rook takes b3 on the board. And his whole point is that he'd love to sacrifice his knight for the
Apparently,
pawn.
king e2 was a bad move. It was a mistake. He had to
Was
play
it?
king g4.
And that's that.
Knight
That's
b6.
that. You cannot.
Knight b6. What's the problem?
Right, because rook to b8
Rook takes b5.
didn't work, and now he's reaching for his queen, and he'll get certainly that knight for it. But
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 now-
all of this is great for Kasparov.
Now
as the worst he can do is get a draw, and he's smiling,
Garry's
having
back.
defended that position.
Oh, hold on. What did they just do?
They just agreed to a draw, which is not really allowed, but
You mean Garry should have played for the win?
no, there was no three-move repetition or something.
Right, I know.
didn't
So he
have to repeat.
and he could have played for the win as well. I mean, he's the one with the 2 pawns.
Right. But he
But-
knows he's just going to sacrifice the knight.
Yeah, for one of
the
them.
deep
Oh no, of
pawn.
course it's a draw.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah,
just
yeah,
saying
yeah.
that they could have stopped them from doing that there.
You see, in Gary's time, they allowed draw offers, and he's used to making those draw offers in drawn positions.
Yeah, he just felt like it was trivial. What are we doing? It's going
Right.
to be a draw.
Exactly.
And now they're chatting about it as Oparin is being told
Who missed their best chances in this one?
exactly what could have been done. Look at how the respect, by the way. Oparin's not saying much. He's just listening right now.
Well,
Okay,
Gary
now he's
had
throwing
that
out some
habit.
ideas. Yes, Garry.
Yes,
You're right,
Garry.
Garry. Of course, Garry. That's the proper response
There you
when
go.
the legend is telling you a few things, informing you what his opinion is. Great draw for Garry, keeping him at 50%.
Yeah.
Could have been in the toilet. He won the first game.
When we came in, he was a pawn down, so that was a decent save. What were the results, by the way? Talked about the decisive number of games coming into today. We had 10
We had
out of the 15.
We had 3 white wins and 2 draws.
Better than
Again.
50%.
Again, I mean, the decisive number of games and missed opportunities. You were going to show us some hustle.
Indeed. We know that he was busted, was Sam Shankland, but
The hustle.
you go to Washington Square Park, you're never busted. Never. Just look for some chances. And here, in this position, after bishop to c7, knight ac3 was not the best move, allowing knight takes on f5. He saw tactic and he went for it. Bishop takes, rook takes, thank you very much, and queen takes c3. Now, if you take, he takes back. He's got the 2 bishops. He's got material. He's doing well. But the correct move here, if you want a great move, queen f4 check. Hang your queen so that now you take, this piece is currently hanging, give you a full tempo to carry out the operation. Go figure. Wow. He decided to save his queen, and that was a blunder after bishop takes e4, and suddenly the position has changed dramatically. Queen takes on e4 now would be terrible after the move c5. This bishop is suddenly buried. This bishop is wonderful. Don't move your queen away because we got a little mating ideas, and it is white who is suddenly in control of the position. Wow. Bishop takes e4. He played bishop d4, and now queen to e1. And you just saw material go away, right? You should take the piece, right? Like, just take it. Like,
right.
just take it. He played rook to a3. Sam said, let me attack your queen. Let me move my rook. How did I steal all that stuff?
Right.
So all the tactics just flustered Dominguez and led now to the solidification of the position for white. And that's all he needed. On the way to a beautiful little victory. But just sack some stuff. You know you're in trouble? Just start sacking, play complicated. And the opponent may be befuddled by your moves. It was indeed a wild round.
Nasi, tell us about this round.
Well, we don't have a perfect score anymore. Fabiano Caruana has 3.5 out of 4, and 2 players are only half point behind him. That's Hikaru Nakamura after his win against Sevian, and Wesley So against Robson. It's a big, important win.
Exactly. Well, Fabiano came in with a 1-point advantage. It's now whittled down to half a point. 2 players still on his heels. And the round 5 that's coming up, I promise it's going to be a really good one. Who is Fabi's challenger?
Well, let's have a look. Fabi's playing Wesley.
You knew it. Tied for second is Wesley.
That might be the most important match of this tournament. Sam Sevian will be playing Levon, Leinier against Hikaru, Garry against Sam Shankland.
Another big match.
And Ray playing Grigoriy.
I always look at the points involved, and definitely on board number one, lots of points involved. And our local statistician, Ben Underwood, he brings his stats to our show. If you didn't know it beforehand, before today, I would say that Fabi's a clear favorite. How about you?
I don't know. I don't see it as clear anymore. He's only a half a point ahead at the moment.
So
I
this was
don't
pre-tournament.
think it's that easy.
Pre-tournament, Hikaru.
Hikaru was favorite, but after
Fischer
yesterday,
Random,
Fabio was a full point ahead, so he was coming into this day 62% chance of winning the tournament. Hikaru second place at 22, and then big drop for Wesley at 8.7, even though same points as Hikaru.
Exactly. Well, round 4 is not included in that. I'm sure Hikaru and Wesley improved their chances
Dramatically. This
by
is a
huge
huge
and
game.
drawing the draw there.
This is a huge game coming up, guys. Come on. We said that this was a problem for Fabiano. He had 2 tremendous players to play against. Yes, he got a draw against Aronian,
Right.
but it's still only a half a point.
Right.
And his closest pursuers jumped with a point. Now they're only a half a point behind. If he loses to Wesley, Wesley has leapfrogged him. If Nakamura beats Leinier, he also leapfrogged Fabi. And all those stats, whoop, out the window.
Right.
So you can't, the game is not played on the math tables. Absolutely not. It's at the board, and this is a big time game that we're up to see this next round, how the standings could go. And to think too about Nakamura, he's incredible. You hit him in the face, he's bleeding bloody on the ground somewhere, and then like one of those zombies, living dead, he just comes back up. He's still alive.
Like, what do I have to do?
It's incredible. And I'm scared at the moment, if you're a Fabi fan, this game right now, this round, this is where it's all at.
Well, we talked about the U.S. Championship. During the U.S. Championship, the road through the championship was through Wesley So. You want to become U.S. champion, you got to beat that guy. Fabi drew with him in the U.S. Championship, big game coming up. But just an observation about the round that just took place. In all of the games, it seemed to me, maybe Garry's game notwithstanding, but in all the games, White had a big advantage coming out of the opening. I mean, Sam Shankland had a big advantage until it became chaos, right?
Well, that's what we talked about,
D4,
right?
D5,
the dark square choice of
And-
structure was not the best structure
whatsoever.
You'd play this, run it with Alpha Zero and do 90 million simulations, and you'd say, let's get rid of this line and start playing some E6, F5 setups instead against D4.
Right.
We saw that. It was a challenge for the players. Some were able to navigate and duck it, but mainly, by and large, it was White who was with the clamp in those games.
I also checked, even before move 1, the White's advantage was 0.5.
That's significant. It's
Yes,
much
indeed.
more than from the starting position. Fabi got lucky. Bishop takes G2.
Yeah.
Get the perpetual,
done
get
in
out of there.
5 minutes.
he didn't have a difficult game to suffer, right?
Perpetuals count. Perpetuals as a tactic.
count,
Hopefully you've studied all the main perpetual possibilities. You might say, well, why would I need to learn how to make a draw? Whew. How many tournaments were won making that draw in the last round? And if you could get that perpet in and just make it happen and win the tournament, hey, you need to know all the little tricks of the trade. That one's a new one for chess because bishop on E1, that's a weird one. That way he was able to get that check, that bishop G2, queen check, and the king couldn't run to E1 because of a bishop on E1. That's not normal, but
that was
it was close enough.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Cool. All right. Well, the fastest hour in television, just chess television, just went by. We're going to have a quick break, and we'll see you on the other side of our break.
By now, you guys probably know there's a lot to see and do in St. Louis. But when it comes to the art scene, there's more here than meets the eye. From Laumeier Sculpture Park and the City Garden to the stunning Cathedral Basilica, one of the largest mosaic collections in the entire world. So if art is your thing, St. Louis is on display all year long. Ooh, now that's an exhibit. St. Lou is always exploring.
The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. championships, as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today. The St. Louis Chess Club Scholastic Program brings the educational value of chess to kids and schools across the St. Louis area. Active in over 100 schools throughout the St. Louis City and County, the St. Louis Chess Club has been able to reach over 85,000 students in both in-school and after-school programs. We view chess as a valuable educational tool. Learn more about our scholastic programming by visiting stlouischessclub.org/education.
We're the Corey family. Welcome to our show.
We made it, guys! Yay! That is my boy. Look at that kid!
You guys gotta see this. That's our show. Now go start yours at visitmo.com.
In the world of collegiate chess, there is no team rising quite like the one at the University of Missouri. The team has brought home title after title, including the 2024 Pan American Intercollegiate Championship, and were the 2024 Final Four champions. Guided by their head coach, Christian Carilla, there is no stopping the Tigers. Respect, responsibility, discovery, excellence. University of Missouri.
The World Chess Hall of Fame, located in the heart of St. Louis's historic Central West End. Want to know why chess has intrigued people around the world for nearly 1,500 years? Stop by and learn about the impact of chess from our 3 floors showcasing the art, culture, and history of the game. The World Chess Hall of Fame has something for everyone to enjoy. For more information on current exhibits, please visit worldchesshof.org.
When you visit St. Louis, you'll probably want to watch the Cardinals or the Blues. What about after the game? Heading back to the hotel would be a major error. Instead, boogie through the city and discover the music that gave the Blues their name at the National Blues Museum, Broadway Oyster Bar, or even the legendary Blueberry Hill. So whether you love the Cardinals, the Blues, or the Blues, come play with us. And you guys know I can't play this, right? St. Lou is always exploring.
St. Louis, the chess capital of the United States. It also plays host to an award-winning shop dedicated to chess merchandise, all-occasion gifts, and plenty more. At Q Boutique, you can shop both in-store and online. From quirky greeting cards to luxury chess sets, there is something for everyone at Q Boutique. Enjoy a shopping experience like no other. Make sure to check out QBoutiqueSTL.com for a wide variety of gifts for everyone to enjoy.
Welcome back, everyone. Let's take a look at our current standings after 4 rounds of Chess 9LX. We have
it has been exciting. We've had so many decisive games. Here you have it. Take a look.
Indeed, and now we have Fabi still leading the tournament with 3.5 points, but now only half point behind Hikaru, Nakamura, and Wesley So.
And those players who are looking on the outside, Garry Kasparov, Sam Sevian, Sam Shankland, all on 50%. And boy, could those scores have been a whole lot different. Round 5 coming up. Let's just take a quick peek on the pairings.
I think we have 2 key matchups in this round. One of them, of course, the tournament leader Fabiano Caruana playing Wesley So.
Yeah, and remember, Wesley was the 2019 world champion in Fischer Random.
He was the first.
Yes,
champion.
Officially. He destroyed Magnus Carlsen. No, I think 26-6.
Whoa.
I mean, it was an absolutely dominating performance. I was there in Oslo, very quiet crowd. The closing
I don't think
ceremony.
Magnus would be happy that you just.
Yeah, I forgot.
And then we have Leinier Dominguez playing Hikaru Nakamura.
Also huge game.
Looking to win again and close the gap with Fabi. And Garry Kasparov against Sam Shankland.
Yeah, those 3 games especially, Ray Robson versus Grigoriy, Sam Sevian, and Levon will also cross.
We're also in that phase where the cream is rising to the top.
Mm-hmm.
There's some separation taking place. As you see Fabi with his 3.5, Wesley and Naka at their 3.
Highest rated players in the field.
The highest rated, and so they're rising. The others, if they start drawing, they'll start to fade, and we'll sort of know who we're looking at for the last day and who might win the entire tournament.
Right.
So that is a situation that's crucial now, as Fabi is somewhat relaxed, as we see here on the screen,
right.
And Naka as well. They've already played each other, so no worries there about what they're going to reveal to each other or even support. I guess Naka would just like to maybe disturb the equanimity of Fabi somehow, but that's not easy to pull off, as Fabi is always Mr. Cool. And here comes a position being handed to everyone, and you see them, a flurry of activity suddenly as they want to take a look and analyze the back rank. Let's see it.
Nasi, shuffle those pieces. 2 knights.
Whoa, we have position number 668. 2 knights in the corner.
668, huh?
This is interesting setup. So,
what is the weak piece?
Queen on its normal home square.
Right. A2 is
Bishop also on F1 on its normal home square.
Right.
Probably the knight on H. Bishop. I don't know.
Well, pawns on
Knight on
H2 and A2 are both weak. I can see it might not be easy for a knight to get to A2 to checkmate.
We've had that before. But we have had it before. The same mate in 4, the knight on G8
goes
can we do it
goes
faster?
all the way across the board.
Can we do it faster with the queen?
We can
In
go
front of
queen
the
takes
king?
C4 mate.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Right.
Yes,
faster.
queen takes C4 mate. Not so easy.
Yeah, so we start E3, C5, queen H5.
Oh, there you go.
Seven.
C7,
Very good, yes.
Queen
moves,
takes
yeah.
C5.
That's the way to do
It's because of you. You're the one who went E4, E5, queen H5, king E7. As we see the players sitting down and trying to decide which is the bad piece.
How did they trade the queens already?
That was fast.
Somehow queen.
Yeah, and the king is on D7. It's like what we talked about.
Like what?
I guess that was queen G4 or something.
Okay, we're going to give the players a chance to study the new reveal for round 5, and we are going to go on a break, but this time we're going to start with Q Boutique and see what the special is for today. St. Louis offers something for everyone to enjoy. Now you can experience the city's unique spirit with your friends and family through the St. Louis edition of Monopoly. It is available at qboutiquestl.com.
And as we go to break, Begim asked the players for their thoughts on the upcoming World Championship. So take a look and we'll be right back.
Can you share your hottest takes about the upcoming World Chess Championship match?
Looking at the performances of both players, it looks heavily in favor of one of them, of Gukesh, just simply because Dean has been completely out of shape in the last couple of years or so. So yeah, it's of course easy to say that Gukesh is a big favorite, which is true. But it all depends on what will happen with Dean Liren. If he can find his best chess or close to it, then I think it will be, of course, a very close match. I think he could even be favored if we think of him as, let's say, his strongest years, like 2019 and so on. So that's a big if he will find that shape. But I certainly hope that he will get close to that.
I don't think it's a hot take to say that like Gukesh is the big favorite, so I don't know. I mean, the only hot take would be if someone's like, Ding is the favorite, but I think that one's too hot, that probably no one has ever said that, so
yeah, I don't want to be boring, so let's say Ding is going to win convincingly.
I hope Ding does well. I'm looking forward for a big comeback. The European Club Cup finished yesterday. Gukesh didn't play so well. So I hope this will give Ding some more confidence in himself and we'll see a very close match.
I talked to a lot of Grandmasters and they all think that the match won't last 14 games. So we'll see. Huh? Is that obvious, yeah? Who's gonna win? Yeah, that's a good question, yeah. Well, the higher rated one.
I think from Gukesh, what you see is what you get. He's very strong. He's coming up a lot. And with Ding, the real question is, can he get his health and shape back in order? I think that if Ding can bring his form from a few years ago, back then I thought he was the second best player in the world, and I think he still would be if he can bring that same version of himself. I'm not super optimistic that he will, but yeah, I think it will depend a lot more on Ding than it will on Gukesh.
I think Gukesh will win, but it will take him a while before he wins the first game. Sort of like Magnus against Vichy in their first match. It took Magnus a couple games. They made some draws, you know. There's some nerves in the beginning, I think. So I think it'll be a close match.
So as far as the upcoming World Championship match goes, I think I've said this before, but it'll probably be very decisive one way or the other. At this point, I think Gukesh is a very clear favorite, but since you want hot takes, I would say that, you know, I tend to think about things in a way where everything happens for a reason. I think that if we are objective about the situation, a Ding win would be very bad for chess. With all the interest in India at the moment, I think that a Ding win would perhaps set chess back by 2 or 4 years.
My hottest take is that I don't treat it as a World Championship match. For me, World Championship match was always the match for the title of the best player in the world. I think the history of the World Championship matches that started, by the way, here in St. Louis, with Steinitz facing Tokhirjonova back in 1886, has ended with Magnus Carlsen. There were 16 world champions. You could call them, you know, just this is at this every given moment, the best players. It's those who do the title by beating the best player. So it's, with all due respect, Ding playing Gukesh, it's an important event. It's still FIDE event. It's a quote-unquote official title. But these days, you know, with all the modern technologies, with chess getting faster and faster, with our lives getting also faster, it's to keep an antiquated system of qualification that takes 18 months or longer to select a challenger. It's not adequate. And I think Magnus' decision, though probably I would have acted differently, but still his decision was a correct one. And you can see that he's enjoying himself now. He's playing even probably better chess than before this tough decision that he had made. As for the match, I think Gukesh is a favorite because the way Ding had been playing lately, it's kind of a shadow of old Ding we all remember. If he can recover miraculously, so then it will be an interesting fight. But in any case, it's an event that has nothing to do with the main idea of the World Championship match to define the best player on the planet.
I don't think it's going to be easy at all for Gukesh. I think he's a favorite. I mean, we have to maybe say that by the past results, because he's been so much stronger than Ding in recent year, at the very least, maybe even more than year. But I think it's going to be different, you know, for Gukesh, for anyone who's playing in that atmosphere. And although Gukesh plays very, very well, and sometimes, dominantly well, like at the Olympiad, it's not going to be, I don't think it's possible to dominate the World Championship match. I think we also expected, like last World Championship, Jan was winning game 2, and then we thought, okay, he's just going to win, he's winning with black in the opening, he's going to win this match easily. And then something strange happens. So that's what happens when you put pressure on people.
now, you guys probably know there's a lot to see and do in St. Louis. But when it comes to the art scene, there's more here than meets the eye. From Laumeier Sculpture Park and the City Garden to the stunning Cathedral Basilica, one of the largest mosaic collections in the entire world. So if art is your thing, St. Louis is on display all year long. Ooh, now that's an exhibit. St. Lou is always exploring.
The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. championships, as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today. The St. Louis Chess Club Scholastic Program brings the educational value of chess to kids and schools across the St. Louis area. Active in over 100 schools throughout the St. Louis City and County, the St. Louis Chess Club has been able to reach over 85,000 students in both in-school and after-school programs. We view chess as a valuable educational tool. Learn more about our scholastic programming by visiting stlouischessclub.org/education.
We're the Corey family. Welcome to our show.
We made it, guys! That is my boy. Look at that kid!
You guys gotta see this. That's our show.
Now go start yours at visitmo.com.
Welcome back, everyone. Let's take a look at our standings.
Let's do it. After 4 rounds.
Before round 5 begins, we have Fabiano Caruana leading the tournament with 3.5, and Hikaru and Wesley hoping to catch up. They're only half point behind him. It's going to be a key matchup. Let's take a look at the pairings.
Sounds good.
We have Fabi with the white pieces playing Wesley, and Hikaru will be facing Leinier, who is coming off after a tough loss against Sam Shankland.
Right.
And another key matchup we'll focus on will be Garry Kasparov against Sam Shankland.
Yes, and for both Garry and Sam Shankland, they're on the outside. They have some good chances. And at the very start yesterday, we saw that these two had paired up. It's interesting how players kind of gravitate towards one another as partners for preparing the new reveal.
It's also because each round they're playing the opposite colors, so
Yes.
it makes sense. Garry needs to look at it with white, Hikaru with black.
Exactly.
They haven't played each other yet, right? They have not. Ooh, knights on G3.
E4. So far, somehow, Maurice, we haven't been seeing lots of E4s. We've been seeing the D4s, although we...
Maybe that's just been a quirk of the setups that they've had.
Yeah.
But I would say, from a structural standpoint, maybe the biggest thing that you have to be concerned about is, like see what just happened there? The structure gets hardened quickly. You see here, the rook is guarding the pawn on E4. So you have to be concerned, and there's a new structure. Now the pawn on E5 for white. You see how Garry's playing around with the pawn structures, and that's whatever chess you play. Philidor said it many years ago, the pawns are the soul of the game. And so you have to check which structure we might end up in and what are the key squares and key breaks of every structure. Here, Garry's now looking, what if the pawn's on D5? What should my pawns be looking like as he tries to harmonize against the structure? Does he break with this move, E4? Or does he, like Naka said, ignore the pawn and play for a new structure? So we saw in the space of about maybe under 90 seconds, about 5 or 6 structures get thrown onto the chessboard as they try to figure out which structure is the best one to adopt. And there, Naka played the quick E4 break, which is what you would do in a French defense. Well, maybe not so much as a French as a Caro. Both of them actually without that pawn move, E6 or C6. So all the structures are being toyed with right now and what should be the short-term and potentially long-term plan, but it's all about the break. Once you've established that pawn structure, now you need to know what's the right break I should be playing for, and then the pieces flow right behind.
I'm seeing this position. I'm thinking the queen is actually the awkward piece.
Really?
Yeah. I like the idea of castling long. Then I'd have rook centralized on e1 and d1. So I have to get the queen out of the way.
How's it awkward? You just move the queen?
No, normally minor pieces first. And then
You would have to ignore all the minor pieces.
right. First
do
you
that.
go e4, e5, like you were saying. You develop your structure. Then you put your minor pieces in a position that match your structure. Queen comes out last. So if the queen is coming out last, and I want you to get the queen out of the way so I can castle, then you may have to prematurely move your queen. I'm saying that I think the bishop on a1 is good. I think the two knights are good. I love the rooks in the center. So if there's an awkward piece, it would be the queen for me.
Knight on each one is not great.
But we can go to e2, yes.
Yeah, then you're in the way of something. I mean, that's the problem. You're kind of like stepping on somebody's toes.
What do you mean? Knights go out, bishop comes out, queen goes to e2, and you can castle in either direction.
Okay, so here we go. Let's suppose from the regular normal position, right? You go e4 and you get yourself, I don't care, in some 20-move variation of the Ruy Lopez. Where does your queen go? Not for the longest time, right? The queen stays on d1. Maybe you go knight h2 in some very, very long convoluted line of the Ruy Lopez and your queen goes to f3. I don't know, it moved 20. And I'm just saying it in this reveal, your queen's got to come out earlier than that.
You already have a rook on e1.
I want the other rook on d1.
I mean, how greedy are you? You already have a rook on e1. Like, just gift.
Look, Nasi comes into studio and she goes, yes, you can't have it all. And I keep looking at her, I keep asking her every day, why not? Why not? Like, if I could take the queen on d1 and castle the rook, put the queen on b1, then the queen's out of the way.
What are you talking about? Then your queen's stuck on b1. If you could play, look, e4, both knights, bishop c4, d3, wherever it goes, and then play queen e2, or, queen e2, or queen d2. Your queen can even go to d2, yes? How is that a bad thing? My queen could go to d2 or e2, maybe d3. It's not like it's flying down the board, ending up on h5 and attacking.
Like that.
Just put it up one tiny square, e2 or d2, depending on the circumstance, then castle. You're perfect. You couldn't be any better in this position.
We'll see. Actually, here's a quick one for you, Nasi. When I look at Leinier Dominguez and I see what the consummate professional he is, Leinier, when he's white in a normal game, right, his attitude is, I'm going to play the first 20 moves and I'm going to have an advantage. I am a world's great theoretician. Now he's got a position, he's got the white pieces, and he has no way of guaranteeing himself an advantage. Isn't that like messing with his head?
That's kind of the whole point of Chess 9LX, right?
That
these players don't have that advantage of home preparation.
E4, D5. So there you go. It's a Scandinavian. And I like what Hikaru just did, by the way, because I said, for me, the difficult is the queen. And Hikaru says, let me answer it right away. Sorry.
We have important games by points, but let's check Sam Sevian against Levon Aronian. I just love this opening. What's happening?
You see the queen. You see, Levon is saying, my problem piece is the queen. I'm going to get it developed. Check.
G3.
Which is what happened. Knight f6.
Knight g4 is already a threat.
So let me get rid of that queen, right?
The queen will stay probably on this diagonal. Queen h6.
Okay. Queen h6.
Can we do queen d2 just to solve this issue?
Yes. I'm trying to.
You're being greedy. You want to take on e5.
How could you guess? Queen d2. By the way, knight takes e4, right? So I can capture on. I mean, this is a little bit awkward, isn't it?
No, knight g4 is already also possible.
Exactly. So the queen d2 will not solve it. No, so
Knight h3.
knight h3. How about that? Problems right out of the.
I don't know why that queen came out so fast.
well, wait a minute. Queen. I'm going to be
Maybe
my
white can-
usual provocative self. Queen h6.
So knight g3 here with knight f5 idea.
Uh-oh.
Whoa. Knight f5.
And we do
ideas.
have this on the board.
Queen h6.
Oh boy.
Maybe seeing knight g.
I said the eval bar just shut
jumped
off
like
white.
crazy.
And in fact, I see the orange balloon.
That queen should never have entered that game. Basic
Okay,
chess
so
principles
Knight
being
G3.
flouted.
Okay, so let's just say I'm not happy. Takes a rook, takes a queen,
It's
takes
an early queen sacrifice.
Yeah, it is very, very peculiar, isn't it?
Is that necessary? Is the black queen getting?
I didn't know if it was
trapped?
bad or good, but
your knights are now on. Sorry, that position. Your knights are now on this diagonal.
Ugly squares.
No, not just ugly squares on the diagonal with the bishop on a1.
Oh, right.
So a nice little b4 action could happen.
Knight here takes. I was just looking at a sample line where I sacrifice my.
I understand, but b4. What do you do?
Exactly. I'm putting that on the board. B2, B4.
And already you are defending this position in a thankless way.
It's not good.
No bishop.
No fun for you.
A3 checks. Nope.
Yeah,
All
I think
right.
Levon made a mistake with bringing out the queen so early. Now Sam
Knight
already
G3.
big advantage.
Too creative.
What did...
Knight g3 is on the board, and he's busted.
Busted.
He's literally busted already because he brought his queen out too soon.
This is move 5, right?
It is move 5.
Yeah.
Yes, black has to play the 5th move, and his queen sitting on h6. It was just a bad idea bringing it out so soon, and he's staring at this position and thinking, what did I do?
We did see, by the way, in another game between Leinier and Hikaru, e4, d5, and Leinier didn't play what I would have expected him to play, which was knight to g3 in order to recapture on e4 the knight. Then e6.
He got another chance, so now he played knight g3.
Knight g3. Well, that's strange because normally
right?
speaking, you would say
Oh,
because
a knight f6 rook d4 is unpleasant.
right. Yeah, the rook. I mean,
So strange.
On what planet does like the rook end up on d4?
Knight
on the
e5 and I'm winning, right?
That
It's
is
crazy.
hilarious. Yeah, knight e5, you win a rook and a knight for a queen. Really, really funny stuff. None of this happened because Hikaru played e6, knight g3 on the board, knight f6, an invitation to dance at a French
E5.
defense situation. I would jump on this if I was white in Leinier shoes.
So for black to castle short, they need to develop both minor pieces and the queen. And then he can
No,
castle.
just the bishop on f8. The knight on h8
Oh,
can
he can
stay.
stay. Okay.
Yeah. And Maurice, over to you. What's caught your eye in this round 5?
What's caught my eye is how quickly white's getting an advantage on all the boards.
On all the boards.
And I'm thinking about this, and so I went back to the original position and checked with the engine, and the engine gives white a 0.48 advantage.
That's big.
On move 1, which is huge. And I'm wondering, because I really like the initial setup. I thought there are no problems in the original setup, and that white the pieces will be able to develop pretty easily.
Right.
But now I'm also theorizing that if white has ease of development, white goes first, maybe it shouldn't be too easy for white. Because if you dare put something on the wrong square as black, white will drive the initiative forward. You can't copy. We know in chess, you don't just copy moves because you'll get in trouble if you do that. And often white can throw out a tempo move that you can't keep up with.
Right.
So I'm being very abstract right now, thinking just generally, if the position is too easy for the player with white, or for both sides to develop, will the player with white have an even bigger advantage? Maybe it should be somewhat cumbersome developing the pieces so that white's not thinking about just going after you whole hog because it's so easy to flow. Right now, we see, okay, this position is a little bit less explosive, but we see on other boards, it's just so quick that white just jumped on black, even though it's the exact same setup for both sides initially. But in trouble is black in quite a few of these positions. Now it seems as though some positions have calmed down a little bit, and
I have
it's not as bad. But I'm just being abstract, generalizing with this concept. What do you guys think about that?
Let's check the tournament leader. I agree with Maurice. It seems like it can't be a coincidence. White got good positions on every board.
On every board.
Yes.
I have a very funny game that's going on here between Ray Robson and Grigoriy. During the U.S. Championships, the Wonder Liang starts with A2, A3.
And he did get a very good position.
He did. E4, E5, knight G3. I'm looking at the game of Ray Robson and Grigoriy for just a moment. Bishop to a C5, hitting the pawn on F2.
Sorry, I just looked at the current move on the board.
Knight H3, defending the pawn on H2. A5, surprise move in order to prevent B4. Well, Ray said, I wasn't intending to play B4, but now that you mention it, I'm going to play A3. And Grigoriy said, no, I'm serious. I don't want you to play B4. And Ray said, no, I am serious. I want to play B4. C3? What about this guy? Isn't this guy crying?
C3 looks so ugly. It's
very, very confusing move. Okay.
It's because black knights are too far away to take advantage of the weakness on B3.
Yes, we would be talking about the smothered mate, maybe, if a knight could land on B3, D3, but those squares are pretty much covered. There's no knight A2 action.
Play A4 for black, assuming rook's on A8.
To stay the emphasis. By the way, I am really confused by the move Queen E7. I told you I thought that the queen was a problem piece. These guys are having problems with the queen. Why would you encourage me to play knight F5 and D4? Like,
I don't know how to answer that.
Right? Me either. I was like, why would you play Queen E7? Why would you play C3? And well, we will ask and answer.
Questions.
Well, again, why the minors didn't come out, why the knights didn't come out quickly for black. It's really intriguing and befuddling, and so much so that Levon has decided to go for that sacrifice of the queen.
No way.
Already, yes, indeed. He has taken on D4. That is the move, and what's going to happen is knight F5 is going to happen, and his queen is quickly bereft of squares. What are you going to do? There's a rook move once your queen unpins, and this queen is just frozen. It's trapped on that side. If you try to trade, bishop E2 is coming. There's no way to get back over this way. You can just put it back over here where it belongs. But you're going to have to do some kind of sacrifice in this line. Maybe it's the line like this, and then take here and hope for the best in this position. Good luck with that. It looks horrible. And for him to have fallen into this morass immediately is just stunning. And for Sam Sevian, who won this event last year and is sitting at 50%, I believe, right now, he's like, ooh. And couldn't get any better than this, that I actually get to grab a queen this early, get an easy game. Levon, by the way, last game allowed a trap where
Bishop takes
G2, just gifted a draw. This game, now this is really not the Levon Aronian we know at the finest of his form and play. But just checking to make sure is Sam. He knows who he's playing against. Tricky Levon. We know that could happen, but it ain't no tricks after knight F5.
Right.
Well, maybe it's a trick on Levon, because tomorrow, a couple of days is going to be Halloween. And this one looks ghastly after knight F5.
It truly does. Knight F5 on the board.
We should check our key matchup, Fabiano against Wesley.
Right. No, that already slipped under my radar. I was looking actually at the game between Leinier and... but let's go to Fabi and Wesley. So Fabi has gone for a birds opening. In the birds opening regularly, we play
Look at this.
F4.
After F4 and D5, there's a question mark immediately on move 1.
On move one.
On move one. After d5, the question mark, and engine gives more than +1 for white.
Right.
Because
Like if you let it, it would, yeah.
And what
on my screen.
I see it on your screen. And then I'm assuming knight f3 is a bad answer. Is there a missed opportunity for white after d5?
No, knight f3 is good.
Knight
and
f5.
Fabi
Okay.
has a very nice advantage already.
He's provoked.
As I
the move,
said that he just castled short and advantage kind of decreased.
which is the most natural move in the position, by the way. Castling. I guess the engine would like to have seen something based on
Immediately
controlling
f5 was suggested.
Immediately f5 makes sense.
Well, part of the problem as well is the corner bishop on a1.
Yeah.
For black. By putting a pawn on d5, you say immediately that bishop is just going to have a problem for the long term. How are you going to solve it if white is able to concoct the right structure? Meantime, the bishop on a1 is not blocked, so it has this beautiful diagonal. You always have to worry about that. You know how Nakamura likes to play b3 and put the bishop on b2. Well, the bishop's already there. You play b3 and you got the diagonal straight, and so you have to deal with that often. By the way, a big part of the bird is to be able to play g4, g5,
right?
If you get this opportunity. And so what was the last move?
Castle.
So maybe that's why the engine's not happy with castles, because you sort of just give away your opportunity to be able to play the move g4. I'm not sure about that. I'll check. But that's something with your bishop being so strong on that long diagonal for you to give up that opportunity. Maybe what is concerning the engine, and we'll see. We'll see how this game goes.
Castle's b6 on the board. Apparently a missed opportunity now, somewhat, for black.
5 still looking good for Fabi.
It does.
And I have checked, and there are two ways to play. In fact, one is f5, which the engine really likes, and second best, by a smidgen,
g4
is indeed the move g4, taking advantage of this bishop. These two bishops, definitely superior to these two bishops. Duh. Look at this guy on that square.
Yeah.
But look at those bishops. And yes, you should have played for g4 and f5. By placing your king right where your pawns are, you just messed up the opportunity to, well, not that you can't do it, but it's not going to be the same with your king sitting right behind those pawns that are rushing down the board. So a missed evaluation and opportunity in that moment for white.
Got it. Thank you, Maurice. We do have b7, b6, and now key moment actually in the game here for Fabi. I don't like giving up the bishop. Bishop takes and knight g4. Like if the king were on g8, I'd be more inclined to consider this, but I don't like giving up the bishop. In the moment, the knight on f2 doesn't look that great. I don't.
It's quite passive.
And if I play c2, c4, well, d takes c4, and this bishop comes to life. So a big moment here for Fabi. I'm going to let him stew on that. I want to go to Garry Kasparov versus Sam Shankland and check it out. A bird's opening, f4. Bring the knight to f2. Garry likes the center. We're seeing echoes of some other games, b7, b5, right?
Well, we saw b6 mostly, so b5 is quite the aggressive take.
Exactly. Bishop c5, we saw this in the Ray Robson game. Queen d2, knight g6, castles. Garry being his pugnacious best. You could capture a pawn. a7 is hanging. You could capture f4 pawn. And after castles, are we up to
a lot
date?
of pressure on the central pawns.
There is. But be careful, because with, captures and e5, captures d4, knight e5, I could solve all my problems in an instant. Bishop f2, queen f2. Garry getting the two bishops.
Sam is going for the extra pawn.
Yeah.
Is he going to take e4 or f4?
Well, a7 is going to go as well, right?
So easy to blunder pawns in this game.
True that. True that. Here, though, I have a sneaking suspicion that knight e5 should be considered as well. Knight e5. So again, I'm looking for you to help me out. If you capture and I capture with my bishop,
You're fully developed.
feels it, right? Like I've got some good compensation for it. Garry Kasparov, by the way, how much time does Garry have? I'm worried about Gary's time in the
More than
openings.
enough right now.
He has 13 minutes.
Yeah, okay, pretty good. Interesting game going on. Over to you, Maurice.
Well, we know those of us who are old enough, you go back all the way to 1988. Such a
World
good year.
champion.
It was such a good year.
It was a great year.
1988, it was a song by Robert Palmer called Simply Irresistible. And an amazing video, we might add. Yeah, back when MTV was just starting out and showing those things. And this position here, I got to tell you, the F5 break just looks simply irresistible. Like, why wouldn't you play for that in this position? The point is, after push takes, you can continue with this cracking of the structure and then another move with bishop takes F5, and white just has a sweet bishop posted on this square, the bad pawns on the open file. What more could you want? Yasser Seirawan would be smiling as he thinks, there's going to be some collection plate somewhere. But Fabi played something entirely different after the move b6. Instead, he played this odd move, bishop to b5, completely ignoring any break on this side and also attacking a rook.
You can't
I
castle.
think he's stopping the castle, right?
Yeah, but guess what? Whose bishop was horrible a moment ago?
Right.
The bishop was terrible, and now suddenly bishop to c6 on the board. Or please trade off my horrible-looking bishop that was just stuck in a corner for your bishop that was having wonderful pressure on this side. It's a bit of an odd thing for white to have done, and so much for Robert Palmer because Fabi resisted what would have been a really nice line for him to play, and now Wesley trying to crawl back a little bit, still a little bit worse, but trying to crawl back in this game.
If I can try to answer that, I had problems with the knight on f2. I love the f4, f5 idea, and I think that would have been a much better take. The knight on f2, in my opinion, the e5 square. So the d3 bishop kind of occupied, you know, he wants to go knight on f2 to d3 to e5. Although I must say that after castles, again, I don't really want to take. Great, I've achieved the almighty knight, but that's about it. I don't think I have too much I can boast about.
Here. Yeah.
What would you like to boast
Let's go
about?
to Hikaru's game.
Hikaru versus Leinier. Leinier on the white side of a French, and when we left it, queen to d2. Queen to
Version
c7.
of a French I haven't seen before.
Yeah, white's castling long, which is a little bit surprising for me. Like, I think I would be playing myself, bishop to d3, and castling short, even at the cost of this pawn on d4. I'm not too unhappy in those positions where I can get my bishop out. He castled long, did Leinier c4, bishop a3. Look at Hikaru go. Hikaru is saying, you've put your king in harm's way, my friend.
Exactly. And Hikaru will castle short.
Yes, he
in this
will.
position. And there's a king just sitting right there. Everything else would have favored white except for this king sitting on c1. And Hikaru is thrilled. As we said, he's going to be able to castle short at some point, and which is long castle in this position, by the way. So castling long to the other side of the board. And the white king just sitting there on c1. At the moment, white is also without a target because the king hasn't declared its intentions just yet. But a good-looking position for Hikaru.
I would.
And if he wins it, he closes in on, well, he actually leapfrogs Fabi for the moment until Fabi's game has concluded. So that castling short, it's so interesting. Every one of white's pieces looks better than every one of black's pieces.
Right.
Except the king.
King positioning.
Yeah, if I could just pick my king up and put it on G1, I'd be like, oh man, this is flavorful, this is nice, this is beautiful. But every one of white's pieces is like, we're pretty good, even if they're not great or brilliant, but they're pretty good where they are. But that king, long term, I don't see any Petrosian king marches happening anytime soon.
No.
King C1, D2, E2, somehow get to F1. That's not going to happen.
As we see.
Not great right now, and also in time pressure as well, but
it
is linear.
Expecting bishop e7 and castles.
Dream French position for black, absolutely.
Yeah, definitely. Bishop e7 castles. King positioning, put the
I
king
like
on
that you're
g1.
playing bishop e7 because if bishop b4, we can castle right away, right?
Apology. Yes, bishop b4, queen takes b4. Castling is illegal because the king would move to the g8 square, and it would cross through a square that's attacking. So castles is illegal.
We could try knight d7, a5 also with tempi.
Yes.
So that's also an option for
Right.
Hikaru.
To get rid of this queen, we can prep
Mm-hmm.
knight back and a5. Yep.
But he did play bishop e7.
As expected.
And we're going to see short castle, and then he's going to go all in on the queen side.
I got one for you guys. I guarantee you fail. Guarantee. Well, let me just say I failed it. So I want company.
Yeah, right. We'll join you. We'll be happy to join you.
Okay, it's White's turn to move. The move D5 has landed
Robson.
on the board.
Yeah.
Which way do you castle?
Oh, it's 100%. I'm castling short.
Yes.
When you say short, you mean king side. You mean king side.
King side. Yeah, I'm getting out.
100%, right?
Right?
You fail.
Right. I join you.
Fail. That's exactly. The darn engine is saying not only is castle short instantly equal.
Right.
Instantly.
No.
Castle's long right now is the best move. Right this second, right now. What?
See, that's what I think of my advantages over the computer. It has a horizon. It can only look 10, 15 moves ahead. I can see that castling long is a mistake.
Forever. Forever and ever. I mean, come on. Why are you castling long? You're also going to have to push this pawn. Your bishop is not in the game yet, and you want to castle long, right? I mean, I'm seeing 3 zeros. That's castles long, right? Like, that's castle. Castling, that's the best move.
That's crazy.
You're not going to have a huge advantage, only 0.58. But if you don't do that,
then it's
and instead you castle, it's tiny 0.14.
Okay.
No.
Crazy.
I refuse. But the only bad thing about the only bad thing I can point to with castling short is castles long at least keeps that rook on e1.
Yes.
And
which is useful.
Which is useful, sure. And both rooks are in the game in this move. So yeah, I'm sure a lot of low-rated players are going, who are these grandmasters? Are they stupid? Like, come on. You castle short, your rooks are good. Like, look at that. Like, it's great. And if you castle short, your rooks are poorer.
Open C file, open B file.
Yeah, the king, we're thinking about the king. We're not even looking. If we could castle long and have the 2 rooks here and put the king over here also.
It's all good.
Okay, now you're talking, but you have to put the king on C1 when you will have to push this B pawn. No way, no how. But the engine apparently says, the oracle, I said, no, you guys don't know what you're talking about. That's the right way to play right now.
This is
Looks
crazy.
like Leinier will castle long because he did move the... Sorry, not Leinier, Ray. Because his rook is now on E4. If you catch up with the live game.
Just refresh your...
Sorry.
No worries. Just refresh at the very bottom. And there you see the live picture.
The rook has...
Wow, impressive. The super GM did castle long. Oh, no, he didn't castle.
He has to, because he moved the other rook.
Yeah.
Oh, you mean now he's obliged to castle long?
Right.
Yeah.
Still very deep concept.
Okay, so what he did is after the move d5 is he retreated his bishop.
Which was given as a bad move by the engine because it insists castle long is better. It's not a bad move. It's a less good move.
A missed opportunity. We've been calling some of the stuff. Rook takes e4. I wanted to go back to the game of Leinier because I'm just looking at this king on b1, and it's like the funniest thing. The first move that I find compelling, let's say, is a move like rook knight a4. Like, please do me a favor, open up the b file for my king. Takes, you cry.
Right. And
why did I do that?
If I don't take, you're threatening c3?
It's threatening c3. And really what I'd love you to do is reconcile the tension on the diagonal. My
Here-
knight on g6 isn't really doing anything.
Here I might take on a4. Am I getting mated?
I don't know. It just
I
feels.
think I have rook b1, so
it
yeah. I'm pushing my luck here, but
maybe I'm pushing my luck. I mean, with this.
This is criminal.
No.
he
none
played
of
rook
this-
c8.
Played rook
Pairing
c8.
c3, similar idea.
Right. C3 is a big, huge threat, actually. Yeah, this is
Why
what I
have to
really.
play c3?
Yeah, this is what I would really hate to do if I was in Leinier shoes, is bringing this knight over to e7. I mean, look at all of the forces that are gathered to embrace my king.
What black doing is great.
Yes.
What was actually better was to take on b4 right away.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Not rook c8, because after bishop b4, queen b4?
Because insisting that this play is so bad, you can play a5.
Yeah.
If
Oh
I
dear.
take,
Yeah, don't start taking things.
Yeah.
Don't start
You
opening
know,
up lines.
opening up.
Because
Yeah, it's
the
just gonna
A
be-
file is just none of your friends are coming over to the A file for the party.
Yeah.
None. It's just black who's going to use it, and you're going to get smoked.
Ben
When you're-
Larson would say, put the knight on c1. How do you get the knight to c1? You just play rook on d1 to c1. You were
he
about
did
to
play
say.
c3 just to not allow black to play c3, but this is looking really bad for white.
Truly, because.
b4's, oh, I was going to say.
Well, no. No,
He's hoping
no
to close
stopping-
everything up, but
No stopping.
actually maybe it's not that easy. I mean, our bishop on a8 now is
Stuck.
completely cut off.
Right.
Maybe he
but-
can survive maybe
A3.
his king run to
Well-
g1 at some point.
Well, let's take a look. I mean, it's going to be a question of tempo, right? Rook. He's actually put his bishop on c6. I didn't know if he needed the c6 square for the knight. a3, bishop c6, rook a8, king b2, yes? Rook a8, rook a1, rook a6.
So not going knight b6, knight a4, because it's just a check.
Yeah, you would just force me.
Okay.
I'm trying to play rook here, queen here, and captures on b4, and try to make life difficult.
So I also have to triple maybe queen c1. No, you have rook a2 coming.
Yeah,
This is
no.
not good.
I'm thinking rook b1,
Okay.
rook a8, knight e1,
On knight c2.
so that I can prepare a king run. I got to go knight
Yeah.
c2 and run away with the king. Maurice, over to you. This one's cooking with gas. How about Fabi's game?
Well, I'm on Gary's game right
Gary's
now
game.
with Sam Shankland, and Garry is looking kind of nice.
Kinda
picking this
nice?
one up. Garry can win this game.
He's
Man, if he
feeling good.
+1, feeling good about himself. I think if
Right.
he gets any plus score against this field, he will feel like,
hey,
told you, man, the old man can still play. I'm up there with these youngsters, and they're not showing me anything that I hadn't seen from way back in the day. And right now, his position just looks superior.
He just played h4.
This bishop, by the way, he has the advantage of the two bishops. Am I right?
Yes.
He has the advantage of two bishops, except his bishop on a1 has not yet moved. But I have a weapon, and I know how to use it. Sooner or later, this push is going to happen, and this bishop is going to turn a monster on the long diagonal as he sets up more binds over here so he can control. If he gets this knight off of g6, he gets more control over those dark squares, because the knight will have to go to a dark square itself where it only controls light squares. So a nice little push here will happen. Eventually, this pawn will feel very isolated and will have to be defended by a piece. You don't want to start locking down your pieces to defend, and be careful. Don't push it and let the knight has moved. Don't let h5, h6 happen, because h7, h8 with this bishop potential on this line is going to be a problem as well. So Garry is starting to show his stuff in this position. Garry with a win right now. You know, don't let the beast
Let the old man feel
feel confident.
Right.
You never know what could happen. That would be a fairy tale if Garry could actually come back and win this event?
No.
Come on.
Come on. Just perform well. I'm looking at the move bishop h3 in order just to keep the knight out of f5. You had me getting optimistic. b2, b3 is coming up, and that pawn on g7.
I'm gonna have to play rook g8.
Ew.
Yes, exactly. I get to tie your piece down to the
I mean, I
defense.
can play g6, but you create a passer still on the h file, and then bishop looking at h8. How do
And
I
we do
stop
have
it?
bishop h3. By the way, one of the reasons why rook g8 got an is there is rook takes e6 ideas. You know, there is a king on c8.
I just don't like my rook facing a pawn that I have to defend.
Right.
If you say your bishop isn't... I told that to a friend of mine long time ago, my dear friend Sam Singh, who has passed away. I'd say, okay, my knight is attacking your pawn. Your knight is defending. So I'm better off. And he goes, what are you talking about? But your knight's frozen to attacking my pawn. No, my friend. Your knight's frozen defending your pawn.
Right.
My knight can move whenever it likes.
Right.
Your knight can't move anytime it wants to. My knight is the one that's flexible. In this case, you have a bishop, can move even worse, can move along the diagonal and do stuff. The rook on g8 has 0 options. It moves, the pawn dies. So that's all you need. We like when you make a move that keeps a piece frozen. The balance of power is on the side of the attacker, as the attacker has flexibility. And in this case, the bishop can even move along the line and attack something else, maybe tie something else down, and suddenly one piece is tying down 2, and guess what? My other pieces are dancing on your face. So that is the strength there. I'm not playing rook g8. I would take forever before I finally decide I have to actually defend this thing with a rook on g8. No way, no how. That's the problem, and that g7 pawn is a gigantic problem right now in this position.
By the way, I just saw Sam Shankland has played the move b4. I'm attracted to the move c4 now. So b4, c4, I'm assuming, I'm assuming en passant was Sam's intent, but after recapturing, I'm about to boot the knight.
Maybe knight b4 is an idea.
Yeah, I was about to say, I'm about to boot the knight. I'd probably be happy to trade my a2 pawn for that g7 pawn. So I'm thinking Garry's advantage has grown. I wanted to go back to the game of Hikaru because when we left it, I thought Hikaru would be building up this really monstrous, rook a2, big mistake. I hate that move, rook a2.
Leninier's in big trouble.
I think
he
so
didn't
as
manage
well.
to take with the a pawn and keep the a file under control.
Yeah.
Now, how do you stop Black's attack?
Yeah, right. And then the worst part,
Good luck
the
with
worst
that.
news is this pawn on c4 is a protected passer, makes all of the endgames
It's already a threat to play c3.
The only bad news, the bishop, right?
Only bad piece.
Are you kidding?
Even that.
You know what French players say about that bishop?
I know.
It was bad from when it started. The point is to have a superior structure. You can have my bad bishop, and maybe one day it'll play bishop e8 and f6 and it'll free itself.
Right.
What matters is my structure beats yours 99 times out of 100, and you're getting schooled. And that's what's happening here.
Yeah.
This is a French player's dream. And
the king on b2.
A nightmare right now for Leinier.
Exactly, king on b2.
Would you go with
looking
c3 here immediately?
Oops, sorry.
King, you have to take with the king.
Right. Let's just take a look. Let's just have some fun. By the way, if we decide it's no good, we can take it all back. But now, having said that,
Maybe knight c4.
Yes.
So if you take, I'll take with the d pawn. And whose bishop's bad again?
That is a
The
gorgeous.
knight coming into d5 as well.
Stop
with
it.
c3 and.
This feels.
Call the police. It's like, somebody got to get arrested now. That is just. I can't even look.
C3, very, very attractive looking move. I think Leinier, too, is just realizing the consequences of C3 are going to be severe.
There's time pressure as well for Leinier. 3 minutes for him against 9 minutes for Hikaru.
That's a big, it's a sacrifice of a pawn, but like that's your pride and joy. It's really
It is being given as the second best move by the engine, but definitely the exact line you mentioned, putting the knight on c4. You dare not take it. And this is a monster piece. But the main line is being given is actually bishop to e8.
Yes.
Get the bishop out of the way, threaten c3 in one
By
move.
the way, that's
you're just in deep trouble. A knight will end up on the c6 square, threatening some tactics on b4 eventually. And slowly but surely, this one will be death. And the worst part is having to defend this position with 2 minutes and 57 seconds on your clock. It's one thing, even if you were somewhat equal and you have that time deficit, to be just dead busted, as you could tell, and every move you look at looks bad. Like you're just looking going, this position's horrible, I have to play it, and what to do. And now how do you even concoct a plan in order to make this position work?
It's not easy.
I see you're looking at Fabi's game there.
Yeah, I've got to go to our tournament leader because much to my surprise, after that trade of the light squared bishops, and we wondered about that, I thought knight d3 to e5 was Fabi's intention. He jumped right away to e5. And normally speaking, I've had a lot of experience where my bishop ends up getting closed in, and I don't like it. But queen h5, whoa. So queen h5, there, you could
so Black
also
still
castle.
hasn't decided where he's going to castle.
But h7.
You think he would take that?
Well, it means that you can't castle anymore.
True.
Right? Okay. d4. Wesley reminds Fabi that, hey, look, that pawn on e5 is hanging. Knight g4 defends it. Knight takes g3. Now we castle. Okay, rook f3. This bishop's diagonal has been closed, but in some ways, I could play for knight g4, knight f6 check.
I'm having a hard time believing in White's attack with the bishop on a1, and the central pawns never have moved.
Well, and also this queen, I mean, I won a pawn, don't get me wrong, I'm really happy about that. But the queen also does have the option of...
And I can use my other knight to jump to f8 as well. Let's say rook f to d8 and then knight f8.
Rook f. So I can take a pawn?
Ooh.
Oh, d2 is hanging. But hold on.
This needs to be calculated because I don't need it. Wait,
check.
Everything's safe. I can... Oh, no.
I mean...
It's not safe.
Don't touch that.
King h8, king h8.
Don't touch that.
Yes.
Can't touch this.
And now you don't have a target.
Simply irresistible. I took a pawn. It was
wait. I like when you sack pieces, Yaz. It gets me excited.
No.
Hold on a second now. So the king goes in the corner.
Feeling nervous.
Hold on. What is Black's next move?
Rook takes d2.
Rook takes what?
d2.
You're kidding yourself.
Yeah, I'm a pawn grubber.
Okay, I'll anticipate with queen g5.
Queen g5. Is he trying to bait me into rook takes f8? Okay, show me.
No, White's playing down a piece. Bishop on a1 is out of the game.
No, could I make a move, please? I had a plan.
Okay, queen takes d2. I should have played.
We have a big blunder.
Whoa.
Wesley
I'm
played
seeing two question marks for
Rooter.
Rook.
So what does he have against?
E8, rook h3. Now how on earth? Okay, I've got to move my knight. Oh, then you're going to go d3.
No, it just completely cutting the queen off.
Oh, that's way too basic.
Game over. h6, knight h6.
That's way too basic.
Oh no. That's
terrible.
That's a terrible blunder by West.
What a gift. What a gift.
Oh, and for Fabi,
what a gift is what I'm saying. What a gift. For Fabi to get a free point like this.
Against a key rival.
Attack your pawn. I'm going to sack on h6 if you even...
Oh, no.
Before you even pick up the... If your hand goes close to your h7 pawn to push it forward, I'm just playing knight h7, pre-moving knight h6. Just whoop-bam, and hit him. And I mean, you can't push right now.
Now I have more respect for your move, rook on f8 to d8. In order to defend, it's crucial to defend.
What's this?
Oh,
that's
everything's gone wrong.
That's just
a moment ago.
Pretending.
You were saying I'm playing a piece down.
Yeah.
Now I'm playing
piece
really
up.
a big piece up.
The bishop has been unleashed on long diagonal by, what is the purpose of this move?
Just to defend h7 because...
Just to not get mated.
Yeah, exactly. Not to get mated.
But it's still piece for 2 pawns, but
By the way,
not enough.
d3. Let's say
Still
Fabi...
getting mated?
Let's say Fabi says, you know what? d3, you might have No, you don't have f6, pardon me. The rook is on f1.
He is going
And he did
play d3, right?
He did play it.
Yeah, he just said, look.
You're not worthy. You're not going to get this.
I don't want the piece. I want your king.
Yep. Pure dust. And you open up the line for the bishop while you were at it. So thanks very much. We got now everyone is in the party.
That's it.
Everybody is here. You have one knight defending. Nobody else. You can stop the clock right here.
You're crying.
With in good conscience. There cannot be a move.
Yeah, Wesley looks ill. I mean, he's just played the move f6, so he is losing the piece and he's losing the pawn. So we'll start with bishop takes.
By the way, we don't have to switch, but I'm keeping my eye on Garry's game. He's also winning.
Okay.
Excellent. Well, let's
just
see this
e5.
finishing blow here. Bishop takes.
Our tournament leader.
You actually can't touch
down.
this piece, right?
No. You can't touch it. You can't take it with the pawn. That's mate on 1. You take it with the knight. I've got a...
Take with the knight?
Yep. And I can...
Ouch, ouch, ouch. Every which way, ouch. It's time to resign.
Exactly. And he has done...
Incredible.
Bishop takes e5, just as we expected.
Oh, he did move, but...
Oh, he's... Okay, so...
But why?
Now it's a king hunt.
It's not a hunt, it's a resignation.
It's a resignation. That was a gift.
That was a
Rook
straight
d8
gift.
was a terrible blunder. Sorry, you were saying Garry.
Yes, he looks...
Whoa, 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 whoa.
Yes, he's winning.
Okay, just a
He has
second.
2 extra pawns.
That bishop finally did crash land on g7.
Yeah, when we left it, there was a V. And look what Garry did. He gained control.
Oh, no, the rook did go to
center.
g8. Like, we feared. And the bishop did land on g7. It all happened. Oh, my goodness. Stop.
Okay, so why didn't he take... we have a check.
And then knight b3.
And knight b3. Okay, makes sense.
So Sam's
knight
only
b6.
hope is that pawn on a4, but on the next
We
move,
can get it right now.
he can just trade on a4 right now.
Yeah.
And then just start pushing.
Yeah. And
Dos peones. Muchas gracias, mi amigo.
We would start with b3 takes a4. And
Bishop
just
c6 maybe.
rook e7.
Yeah.
And that's all she
hopeless.
wrote. Time factor? No. I mean, because this is too simple
He's
now.
actually up on the clock 3 minutes against 2.5.
Bravo, Garry.
Great game.
Wow.
As long as he converts, but looks like it's pretty straightforward.
How about Sam Sevian and Levon? Remember when we left it,
Still up the queen.
White was winning, and Garry just played bishop to d4.
Interesting.
Okay,
I think that's also very good. So if a3, what is his idea?
You trap the rook.
Oh.
h5, h4, h6.
And rook b2 is nothing to worry about. You can always come back. Yeah.
Exactly.
Take and come back.
So bishop to d4.
He's winning
by
in style.
Yeah, Garry. One of the things that
You could just take on b2 and rook e1.
Yeah, I didn't need to. One of the things about Garry's style was literally, I think most grandmasters like to win strategically.
Mm-hmm.
You just
What? Huh?
win strategically.
Excuse me, what?
Yeah, because
most grandmasters like to win strategically.
Your opponent never had a chance, right? Like like Karpov would just grind you. You never had a chance.
I mean, but we could
But
talk
Garry,
Tal,
like,
Shirov,
checkmate, right?
Shabalov,
Yeah.
Kasparov. How many more ofs I'm going to say? who want to crush you tactically? We're going to use the Ashley off as well in that one as well. I mean, come on, tactics. I love me some Garry Kasparov games because it's just stylish the way he beats you, and he's showing it here. But he'll combine strategy and tactics, but he loves to just sack something and get you here. He didn't have to sack anything. He's up 2 pawns.
Right.
And why is Sam even, what's Sam looking to do? It's just busted.
Well, I see this move, bishop d4, as a tactical solution. I would have seen this move as a strategic one. So, for example, if you play bishop to d5 in order to play b3, I would just sidestep.
Very quickly, I'm sorry, friends, but the breakthrough did happen in the Nakamura game, and all those pawns just whittled away as Naka is now forcing resignation any second. I think it should be coming right now. As a matter of fact, we should look, because a handshake has to be happening in this exact moment right here with Nakamura. And we just saw the handshake go by. Nakamura winning easily. And Nakamura, he lost that game to Fabi, but he's insisting to Fabiano, I know you're doing well, but I am right there with you. I'm a little bit behind at the moment, only a half a point, but it looks to be shaping out to be essentially a two-horse race as these thoroughbreds are separating themselves from the pack. I think that Garry is +1.
50% coming into this round.
After this game, he'll be.
After this game, he'll be +1. So we'll see him close this out, and then we check the scores. But Fabi is up at +4, Naka at +3. Those two are really the cream of the crop at the moment. As Wesley, that was not good.
That was bad. I'm looking at the Garry Kasparov game, and again, a tactical solution. So after Sam's bishop to d5, knight takes b3, a5. You see what I'm saying? Yeah, and rook to d8.
It's supposed to color bishops, but he has two connected passers on the side. There's no stopping those pawns.
Indeed. So that looks easy. Sam Sevian versus Levon. Let's jump to that. Again, this very, very early. In fact, move 5, it seemed to us that Levon was losing at move 5. He got his queen in trouble with an early queen sally that just didn't work out. Looks like Sam is winning this one. Over to you, Maurice. What's caught your eye?
You know, something interesting. Sometimes good moves can be bad moves if they're hard to play, right? If the position that results is hard to play. That's what I mean to say. That a lot of times we make moves and decisions as players because a line is an easier way to play. The engine might say, well, the best move is this. And you'll say,
complicated.
Yeah, you know, like I got to do too much maneuvering through the shark waters in order to justify that. I'll take something that's a little less spicy, if you will. Now, remember when he castled queenside, did Ray? We didn't like castling queenside. We just automatically, us lesser lights. I'm even lesser light than the illustrious Yasser Seirawan. It's like, I put my king over there, my king looks a little exposed. I'm not sure I like that.
Right.
But the engine and Ray Robson said, yeah, it's all good in the hood. You could do that. And it was. And he was up. And he was doing well. Until a little accident happened on the way. I mean, that looks more secure, right, than ever. More secure. But, sorry, that move was a stone cold blunder as the exposed king, the knight on h5. And here we see, of course, Sam was going to wrap that up from move 6. That game was over, so it just happened as it should. But queen g6, and now all of a sudden the knight's hanging and the king with some kind of discoveries, knight e3, picking off a rook. That exposed king that stayed exposed just for a little bit too long, and boom, that was it. And Oparin in the driver's seat. Now, if we jump to the position in the game, this is what we have. And once again, you look at the king and you say, did we tell you not?
I told you.
Free Diki plus the 2 pieces against the rook. He's trying to make something of it by coordinating his pieces, but his queen can't leave. These pawns are under attack, and this queen trying to figure out exactly how to infiltrate, worm its way into the position. Still more to play, but Ray down to 11 seconds against 41. Well, that is, he did play his last move with only a second on the clock as I was talking. So he has to somehow try to survive. Garry also won his game as we predicted. So that is a great result for the former world champion. But let's just keep our eye on this one because it looks like the last game remaining.
This will be first win for Grigoriy if he converts this position.
Exactly, and he is well on his way. Rook takes b3 check. Also, in this very moment when the queen was attacked, I really had expected the move queen f3 so that you could play rook takes b3 next.
He's showing some uncertainty at the moment, though. He finally took on f2.
Because he's threatening rook takes b3. That's the killer blow right there, the white king.
Now, sometimes your problem is that you have too many good options. You end up spending too much time choosing.
That's often a problem.
Yeah. If you have a narrow path to victory, then it's easier. Okay.
When you take on b3, it's with check, but your rook gets attacked by king c2.
Exactly.
And then whatever the guy's doing on the other side, you might have to pay attention to.
Queen b6, maybe it's still winning, but yeah.
How about queen g3?
You went for a check.
I'm
Now you're not winning b3 pawn, right?
That is a very strange move. Okay.
G1.
I mean, he's still completely winning.
True that. King a2 on the board. Okay, but we know time is the key factor.
Yes.
Queen c5 to threaten a3.
Queen.
Nice.
Wait,
you see it?
He didn't.
He attacked in. He had queen d1 also attacking the b3 pawn.
Queen d1.
But he's allowed rook e3 here, and he's trying to get a little bit closer. And now your queen c5 seems like
good move.
Only way to keep the pressure going. And he's uncertain. Uncertainty has fallen on the board.
Queen c5, come on.
I'm starting to think anything could happen, folks.
Queen b6. Okay, he's still threatened. Well, queen c5 would have really tested Ray's defenses there. I don't think he had a defense. Queen b6, queen c4.
Queen c2 also an
Queen
option.
c2. Okay, queen c2, knight takes d5.
Ray down to 4 seconds when he played that last move.
This is getting spicy.
Not getting, got.
It got spicy. Knight f5. Knight f5.
Very nice. Bring
6 seconds, 5, 4, and finally your knight f5 with 3 seconds left.
Queen d3. Trickies. Rook e8 check.
Queen c5 still an option.
Queen c5 is a great move.
5 seconds again, and he's not sure. 4 seconds, 3 seconds, and he defended. Finally, but heart defibrillators as rook e8 on the board with only 11 seconds left. Oparin has lost the thread of this position. He is not sure what to do. Again, only 5, 4, 3,
G6.
And he's taken on h4. Trades happen.
Okay, he's gained some
Yes, he's up to 21. That's important.
And hits safe now suddenly. Knight g6, queen d6.
Yes.
Suddenly he has a lot of safety moves.
And it's Ray now trying to figure out what to do.
Do we have d6, trickies, queen c4 check?
I take with the queen and then queen a3 still coming.
I know,
Should
but
be winning.
Yeah, you get all my pawns.
Yes.
What could
He's
I
played
do?
queen c4 directly attacking the knight. A nice little tricky move.
Queen d6 is the problem, though. Queen d6.
That has to be played.
And he's found it with the threat on a3. Always nice to defend by attacking. Rook to e6.
Encouraging queen takes a3 check. Followed by, I think Ray's going to resign after queen a3 and queen b4. It's the clock, I understand, but too much material advantage for black now.
Black's king is quite safe.
Super safe. Bishop to d6, knight f5. It's all too easy suddenly.
Yes, indeed. Well handled, but no resignation yet.
Nobody ever won by resigning.
We've seen him play worse positions.
I'm sure I have too. Knight f5. Let's go. Bring the guy back. Bring him back.
There's no tricks. No, d6 check, you take the queen.
Yeah, trade queens. Knight f5.
Okay now, but he's under 10 seconds again.
Again, Grigoriy really not managing his time very well. King f7. Whoa.
Rook c8.
Rook c8 makes it a little bit tricky, right? Bishop to d6. Rook c7. No
C7.
queen e1 check.
Wait, rook c7 is actually very interesting.
Is queen f1 check going anywhere?
King g6.
I can cover with queen f4.
Ah, even better. Much
Agreed.
No, that's just good self-protection.
No angles. Whoa, there comes the sacrifice. This is now lost, but
at least you give yourself a
couple of little free checkies in there. And the d-pawn is passed.
Right.
Hustle time.
King g6.
King's got a hide on h7.
King f6.
Wow. Impressive.
Ray is just, he knows he's losing.
He's bluffing. He's completely bluffing.
Course.
He knows it. We know it.
But
Oparin knows it.
But in time trouble,
we'll see.
Can we push?
And down to only 10 seconds is Ray. And looking for some kind of move.
Yeah.
Okay.
And he's just pushed, allowing the pawn on B3 to go with check.
Which is
and put his king in the corner. Guess what? Stalemate tricks.
That's what he's hoping for.
Okay,
I would
we've
give
got
another check
Queen
just to
E6.
avoid
Of
stealth.
Yes, smart.
And to gain time on the clock. Queen E7 check. And D7 is Ray's one and only hope.
What do you mean? D7 by itself is a hope too. If I could just play D7 for free, I'll take it.
Because he's going to play queen to E5 to pin the pawn. So it was queen E7 and D7, but yeah, I'm seeing the black queen getting to E5.
Well, if you do that, I have queen D8 check and take the H4.
And
It's
I'll
still
take,
lost.
Yeah,
it's
I'll
still
take the pawn on D6.
I'm trying to push my pawn to D7. That's all I care about. Just please, just give me the pawn to D7.
Help. Uh-oh. That's a really good move by Grigoriy.
And he has 40 seconds left, by the way, so he's gained time
as well
on the clock with Ray under 10 once again.
King A2. You just need to maneuver your queen.
The beauty of this is it's not instantaneously obvious how you stop this D pawn.
Okay, I got it. You go check. Where do you go? If you go to the third rank, I go check onto D3. What?
He's checked on E6.
Is he bringing the knight next move?
So
No,
what I think Grigoriy needs to do is just put his queen on H2. So something like check here,
And then
check, and knight F5 would have been the most
Queen
simple.
D8 check.
What do you mean? Queen D8 check and push?
I got my king on E6, right? And then I pick up your D7 pawn.
Still a little tricky.
No. Oh, he's done it. He's done it. He's gone back. He's gotten back to my plan. My plan would be to go queen F2 check. Where do you go with your king?
A1, let's say.
Well, your plan is to pin the pawn and attack it, right? So that
Correct.
So that it becomes
Gotcha.
problematic.
Queen D8 check,
I
king
hear you.
D6, D7.
And then
No, but if your queen was on H2.
Yes. And he's done it with queen E5 to make
But wait,
it just.
now Queen D8 check?
No,
And D7? He didn't do it with a tempo.
oh, wait a minute.
Was there something that could have been done there?
I mean, engine shows he's still winning, but it's not clear why.
I
D7?
think he's made it tricky. D7 made it tricky.
King F7 was given as the only move.
Strangely enough, after D7, I don't have any checks to promote next move.
No.
So
So,
you have
I
a
have
tempo.
a move to move my knight, but then.
5 seconds for Ray.
D7? Grigoriy is.
This one's hilarious. 15 seconds. Now he has a lot of time on the clock, but now he's under 10 seconds. 8, 7, ticking down. Under 5, and he hasn't decided yet. He's now checked, and the engine's giving equal. What?
That was a blunder.
What?
He could have brought his knight back.
I think maybe king up the board.
King B1 is equal.
King
King A1
A1.
losing again.
King A1, King
We're
B1.
going to see
We're seeing blunders now because
now he's got queen. What?
it's even once again.
I don't know what's going on.
No, none of us. We're lost for the moment why King B1 is better than King A1. But at the moment, he's still trying to figure out what to do about that D pawn.
Exactly.
Because Queen C7 is the problem. Your queen has to make sure Queen C7 doesn't happen. So the queen on E5 makes a lot of sense.
So he should go knight to F5 now. If you go queen C8, then knight E7. I see what you're saying.
Queen C4 check and D8.
Knight F5 should win. Knight F5 should win.
So Queen C8,
Knight E7.
Queen C4 check. And then who's winning?
Queen D5. Yeah. Okay, he has done it. He has done it. Queen C8, Queen D5.
I think on Queen C8, Knight D6 is also possible.
There you go. And he's going to do it too. Knight to D6. Knight to D6 will defend C4.
So if Ray kept the king on the white square on B1, A2 instead of A1, it was a draw.
It was a draw.
Crazy.
Exactly right, because the queen needed to be where it is. King B1 was the key.
It's crazy.
Oh, wow.
The craziest
Queen to
endgame.
C7. And now we've got to get our queen out of dodge, right? Queen check.
Is it easy now? Because it's still not.
It's not easy. The queen
I thought he
D5
had
check.
Queen D5, Knight
He's got to
B7.
do it.
Ooh,
Wow.
B6.
I don't know. These these players, that their time control, their time pressure addicts. It's like, what?
The threat of D8 is real.
Yes, it is.
What's the plan?
I think the plan is to play knight b5 at some point.
Knight boy 5? You're not mating.
No, I'm just taking your queen.
There's queen c4 check.
So I go queen to d4 check now. Yes. You move your king. And I'll go.
No, I queen and then take your queen.
My queen.
Yes.
I apologize. Yes, of course.
Insanity.
I don't
The
know.
engine keeps saying black's winning, but...
Queen to d5 check.
Okay. King a1 back.
And then knight to b5.
And then queen c8.
Okay, but then
Still don't
I
have
should
king
be
d7
able to,
move.
I should be able to make a queen and a knight checkmate.
Yeah, knight's much closer to the king.
Okay, Grigoriy down to how much?
20 seconds for both.
And at certain point, isn't
knight b5 is the key move.
Exactly.
I'll go king a1 just to avoid those checks with the
He's
knight.
done it. And now knight b5. You've got to play knight b5. Allowing the queen, allowing the pawn to promote for queen.
And he's seen the idea.
Correct.
Yes.
Now that is a...
I also have d8 knight, but I'm still lost, right?
d8 double check.
Yes, it is a move now, but it is losing because you've lost so much material. You're
Yeah.
down so much material.
Okay, now we should be able to finagle a queen and a knight.
What is the mate, though? I don't
No,
know.
queen and knight mate is
Yes.
unlikely, no?
Unlikely.
Mate?
Sure. You go check.
King b2.
Queen.
In fact, there is no mate.
There is no-
mate. The engine's not giving a single mate here, so...
Okay, just a second. Tell me why there isn't a mate.
King b2.
King b2. Queen d2 check.
King b3. Oh, king.
The king is dancing.
Queen d2.
The king is
King
If
b-
you go king b3, I'll go knight check and knight,
King a1 back, yeah, just like Ray did.
and now I'll go knight c3.
Maybe d8.
What do you mean knight c3? Queen e1 check, queen e8 check, followed by d8 queens with check.
Queens with check.
Oh, that's good.
Apologies.
Be careful.
I do. I agree.
I mean, this one is insane.
How is this
Still going. I'm not even sure what the construction is.
anymore? I'm confused. King b.
By the way, the engine's giving it as a win, but when I follow the line in the engine, it's all queen checks.
So it's actually...
So it's actually as though the engine's saying, I must be winning somehow because I'm up so much material, but it is not indicating how to win the game. It's
Right.
all queen checks and just saying black has the standard advantage of I'm up a knight and 2 pawns.
But that's not.
But and it's only giving plus 3.72, which should be more than that if it was actually winning. So this may not actually be winning.
Exactly. It may just be a draw.
Yeah, the threat of d8 is serious. Or
Okay,
queen
right
e8
now.
you also have to worry about.
5 seconds. King
And the
c1.
time keeps ticking down. Oparin is not...
You won.
Why did he
what
change?
was the last pawn move? D7 was played on move 57. So,
we counting
oh
50
man,
moves?
we've got another. We've got too many moves to get to it. But Oparin is not going to give this up. But look at Ray. He's starting to sip a little water because he realizes the enormity of his threat. Suddenly he's in the game.
Crazy. It's crazy that he's in the game. It is
He
really
also
confounding.
changed up his routine. He didn't go king a1 back. Going the other side now.
10 seconds? How much time?
96.
Ooh, Grigoriy.
Right, he loses game. Okay, so queen e8 check is off the table now, but queen c7 is back.
And he's done that. I don't know.
And again, the position is very close to
3 seconds. Knight b5, so that's repeating, right? I can
Yeah.
go back queen c8.
That is
Queen
repeating.
c8 repeats.
There's almost 3-move repetition claims. Some of the queens on
Coming
e2,
up.
I guess.
And there it goes.
We won't give the guy any time on the clock by claiming. Just keep your defense.
He's
in
played
place.
queen e3 check. No. Now, you don't want to play king c2 because that would invite knight d4 check and an eventual knight
96.
e6.
This position is insane.
It's
it
really-
feels like we've played 100 moves already.
Right.
Because of all the queen dancing going on, but it's only move 78.
It does feel like it's taken a lot of moves.
And it really, there's no
A1?
construction that just simply promotes this pawn. He's hoping for a blunder that will just reveal itself, but Ray is finding correct moves and not just making some crazy idea happen.
King.
And just stay in the corner.
He's staying, yeah.
As long as there's no mate, as long as there's no win of the queen, how do you stop D8?
Queen B4 check, a knight. D6 is all I can come
Queen
up with.
E4 once again.
I think we're
This
very
is
close
got
to
an almost three-move repetition.
It's very
right?
close if it hasn't happened yet.
Very close.
This is
Feels
at least
like-
the second time for this position.
Feels like a three-move repetition is coming up.
But Ray's not even worried about it. He said, I got the draw.
Ooh, knight A7.
Oh,
move.
a change.
Ooh. Okay, so Grigoriy
Ooh, now
is
on Queen
trying
C7,
to-
there is Queen C6.
Queen C6 check.
That's a
Good
big deal.
move. That's a big deal.
That's a
Now-
big deal. In fact, because the king is on the C file, that has created a major problem. He should have kept his king over the other way. And so now he has to play for a knight because of the Queen C6 check. But
now-
this one is lost.
Yeah, now King E8 or, yes, King E8, cozy up to the knight because you can go queen check and pick up the knight with checks.
He has found a way, well, Ray has found a way to kill himself. He should have kept the king over on the other side in the corner, and the timing was just right. Kudos to Oparin for finding this in the moment, but still a little bit of work left.
Knight B5? Queen checks? No, knight B5 right away.
Queen A5, maybe?
Queen A5. Queen E3 check.
For sure he'll win the
I'll
knight.
be able to...
Oh, 1 second he made.
1 second, that's typical. That's the Ray Robson we know and love. Make a move with 1 second on the clock, please, Ray.
Are we in the territory of queen versus two pawns as a draw thing?
Not if I can play Queen C3 check and trade the queen.
3 seconds again. Oh, again on 1 second.
Yeah.
I can't watch this.
So, no, he didn't go. Oh, the
Okay,
knight
now
is
he's
hanging.
taking the knight, yeah.
No, be careful because 96 threatens your pawn.
hmm
I guess king F.
So it is Queen D8, Queen B5 not winning?
Is that's the end game?
That's the end.
That's
that
the
may
famous
not be
end game that is supposed to be a draw, which I don't believe, but
in practice,
in practice, it's a loss, right?
Yeah, of course. King.
Now
to
here comes the
D3.
king, and we have this thing we're facing. Incredible. We're at move 87 now. There is no there's no 50 move rule at all because pawns were captured, or at least the A5 pawn was captured. So that's a reset. And
so what is Queen C3 check, by the way? He doesn't play Queen C3, but
wasn't 96 at the end of your Queen C3?
yeah, and I was just wondering about the king and pawn endgame after king.
No, my king
I'm
is
taking on
close
G7.
enough.
My king is close
You're-
enough to come over.
Because your king will be on C3.
Yeah, but that's close. I only have to get to F1.
I think he wants to go,
Yeah, you're in the square.
he wants to keep the knights on the board.
So you want to go
for
H5?
I think that's his plan.
His position's ridiculous. He's down to 5 seconds.
Queen D.
And now defending his knight.
Queen D7?
Oh, White's knight is trapped.
That is a funny move, though. Okay, Queen E7 check forces a trade of queens, doesn't it?
How?
Queen E7 check. You go to the F file, I go Queen F6. You go to the D file, I go
But
Queen
is that
D6.
for sure winning?
I don't know.
He has now
just
entered
finally just took the knight.
the end game we're
Yeah,
talking
there.
about. And this one famously,
It's a draw if White's king is, where does White king need to be? Because I know if it's,
We can turn on the database. And
we sure
just-
can. Because
yeah.
these are endings only John Nunn studies deeply. But and actually, Ray knows that this position is one of those practical. They both know, in fact.
Sure.
And look at this. The Inju's already claiming this
Is a draw.
Is a draw.
apparently Queen G4 was the only winning move. I guess
Yeah, it's one of the most shocking endings you'll ever see. That a queen and two pawns, this pawn, the side pawns, do not actually win.
as I was saying, if now the king crossed to the g file, it's a draw, but if it was cut off,
Right.
then it's winning.
Exactly. And now,
How do you know that?
I don't know that, no.
usually that's the thing you do. That's the only thing you know, right? Like, you know what the basic is, but still, knowing all that doesn't matter because you might still blunder this position.
Exactly. So finally,
They're
after
gonna
all the
gain
checks,
a lot of time, though.
H5, yeah.
Grigori's back to 1 minute.
Oh, yeah. That was probably one of the reasons why he just took the darn knight, is he said, okay, even if this ending's a draw, at least I'm not going to lose it on time.
I mean, it is 97 moves long now, and Ray still has to defend. I'm predicting a win for Black because it's just so hard
It is terrible.
to defend
It's
perfectly
brutal.
here.
It's brutal.
It is thankless. And now you don't have a check
Right.
on the diagonal because of Queen G5, counter check. And
For that precise reason, and what you just said is why our peers, our predecessors, pardon me, thought it was a win. It was only the computer saying, oh, no, a move like King H2, whatever. You don't have to cross-check.
I think it's actually not that hard to hold anymore because you put the king in the corner and you wait for the pawns to be pushed and then you will get million checks. Until then, you just sit and wait.
Easy for you to say, hard to do. So your idea is to wait for G5 and then you want to check from behind.
Yep.
I've been on the other side of it from the black side. Once I push
And
the
there's
pawns too
G5
far,
on the
then-
board.
G5 on the
Yeah.
board. So now it's your... Ooh, that was... Apparently we had Queen G7 or something else.
Yep.
Okay, so I would probably play King G6 here, which he did in fact play.
I can keep giving checks, Queen C6 or Queen D3.
there's a reason why GMs don't study Queen and Pawn endings.
Oh,
because
no,
it's
it's-
just they're so ridiculous. You just hope that in the game you'll find the right principles.
Exactly.
But that often is not enough. And right now, again, it is a draw, but, and why is Ray making these
Is it kind of
swirly moves?
Swirly moves, yeah. Because
Maybe I
he's
just-
a little bit unsure himself.
Now just King G2 or King G1.
Makes
King
sense.
G2 maybe. Mm-hmm.
I probably would play.
You have to be mindful of being checked by the queen on B2, C1, F4. It's not happening here.
8.
Got
No
a question mark,
G4s.
but it still looks fine.
Well, if it's a table base, it can't be a question mark. Would
Okay,
lose
now
it.
now it's prepared. Now this is
The draw.
draw.
Yeah. Grigoriy has
Stage
not
neutral.
stress test.
What a save. If Ray
Has
saves this.
Queen E8 check.
This was
no. Queen C5. Why couldn't he play
Queen E8, right? Just repeat.
right? King G6.
Well, they've been playing this game for 108 moves.
Well, by far
Okay, this
the
position is
longest
actually winning.
No way.
Yes. This position that we just saw happen, now it's a draw again.
Changes.
And now black is winning again.
With Queen F5?
With king back to F5. Queen F5 is a draw again. I'm just following the table base now that I pulled it up on my phone.
Exactly.
And I mean,
Queen
it's
C6 check.
These are the positions that are just very difficult
and
to save.
C5?
Queen C1 check is the only move now that draws.
The only drawing move is Queen C1.
You must play Queen C1 check. It's your only check, by the way. So
it's a natural find.
3 seconds.
And he has played it.
Done it. King H5. Now the question. This one I find hard. What do I do now?
Just King
Captain?
G1.
King G1.
Mm-hmm.
Queen E1.
1
he's
second
played.
again.
With 1 second. Yeah.
King G1 was the only draw.
But now
Queen to E1 is a mistake. Now Queen D5 check is winning.
Queen D5 check.
Winning. And then H3 next move.
Makes sense.
Well,
Depends
no.
on
He has
where
to
you
start
go.
coming a little bit closer first.
With the queen. Yeah.
Queen
So-
D5, King H2.
With zigzags, he'll get a little bit closer before playing this move. I think he has to guard the E8 square at some point. But he must find, with 144 on his clock,
Queen d5.
And having moved pawns, by the way, so we could go another 40 plus moves.
Oh, yeah. Queen d5 check. With
the joy of increment.
For me, I love that move. I just like the centralized queen.
It is the only winning move. And by the way, the table base is pointing out that it takes another 26 moves before you finally deliver a mate.
Even with precise.
Even with precise play.
That's hard.
So it's harder to win this than to draw this, right? Harder for black to win than for white to draw.
I would say that's a tough call.
I think it's equally both. I mean, it's very hard to draw because
the thing is,
always.
I'm sorry to interrupt.
Yeah,
the thing is that the plan for white is easy. Check. As much as possible. For black, it's how do I stop all those checks? He's found the only move.
Okay. Step one.
All moves lose.
King g1. Now I would play.
And now he needs to come up the board with queen d4 check.
Okay. Makes sense.
Which he did not do.
He played h3.
H3 is drawing. Now the queen e8 check move must be found. Only move. And it has been found.
Okay, that was pretty obvious. So how was Grigory's intention of getting out of these checks?
Maybe go to g3 and then cover with the queen.
Okay, so queen e7 check looks like the only possible check.
Still have diagonal
he's played.
checks.
So I think Grigory's intention is king f5.
Queen f8 or queen h7.
Either one is a draw.
Either one.
Yep, I'm just following the table base, guys.
I understand.
This is just keep checking.
Queen f8. Okay, so we can.
Maybe the king is going towards e4.
Indeed, he did.
Back.
And now either check on the e file.
Really? I would have thought.
It's queen d4.
Check.
Oh.
I would go king d3. So I was thinking queen e7 check in order to give myself a3 as a potential.
Because he had queen g6 from e8.
Queen g6 from e8. Jeez. Okay, queen e5.
Queen b7 now. Don't play queen h7. That loses. Queen b7 is the only one.
He's found
which
it.
is found.
Amazing. I mean, this is me just copying, just following the table base along with them.
King
but this is him struggling for his life.
For sure.
Queen f7 check. Don't play queen b4.
Queen
Once
f7
again.
check. Don't play king g3.
That would be hilarious. King g3, queen f2, mate would be a problem. He's played
e3.
e3.
That also took a deep breath.
Only move, queen b3. Only move. Don't play queen f2.
Don't play queen a7.
Or queen a7.
And
Ray is just like a maestro defending to table-based perfection. Incredible.
So he's got a cheapo. Grigory wants to answer queen c4 check with queen d4. So
queen b7, queen c2 only moves.
Queen c2, he found that one.
I am so impressed. If you thought grandmasters or super grandmasters were gods, you're seeing it right here because he's defending just in incredible style. Every move so far, he's not been imperfect anywhere in this with so few time on his clock.
He hasn't been able to gain time. He has to think on each move which check is okay.
Exactly, which check is refutable. Queen. So I have to play king g5. Queen check. I want to go king h4.
He went queen e4.
He went queen e4, sorry.
H3 was played on move 113, so another 40 moves.
Well, Ray doesn't know.
No.
Right, so he can't count 50 moves. He just hopes for.
Well, but he also knows H3 wasn't played that long ago, so he's just checking for his life. We're now up to move 123, folks.
Okay, queen f7 check. In snooker, when you reach a century, they cheer. In chess, you get booed off the stage.
Either check is fine at the moment,
Either
so
c7,
he can't go wrong.
Either c7 or c4. He chose c7. Queen e5. I think the queen just was on e5.
So you can repeat back to f7.
Yep.
He's going c4.
Again with that little swirly move with his queen.
And why king g3, queen d3, and then you can check to h7. I was about to try to hide my king on h4.
Yeah, the construction of pawns is not helping at all, and I think we're all waiting. Please just take it. Queen G8 check, only move now to draw. And again, it's like he doesn't want to stay on a straight line.
Right?
King H4 played.
And again, Queen D8 check feels like the only move.
Queen H7 is also drawing.
Queen H7.
Yeah.
Which he did on a swirly line again. I mean, come on, Ray.
Repeat.
King back to G5. Queen G8. We'll get that done.
Finally, he has 24 seconds. This is
it feels
most
like
he has had in a while.
Yeah, luxury. For those of you who are joining us late, on a number of occasions, Ray has gone down to 1 second so that his clock shows 21 seconds after completing a move.
Yeah, I think he's done that at least 10 times in this game.
10 times sounds like a lot. How does he know that he has that 1 second?
Okay, a new queen block, but multiple checks are drawing here. So
he chose one. He chose D5, the most obvious one. King G6, a kind of an admission that there
5
was
different checks drawing.
There was no
I don't even see 5 different checks.
G8, most
3.
forcing, because you've got to go King H5 now, and he's done that.
Okay, back to 2 different checks drawing. Queen H7 and Queen E8, the only 2.
So
Well, no, there's Queen D5.
Queen D5 is losing?
Queen D5 is losing, and he didn't fall for it.
He did play King H7.
Oh, because King H4, I'm guessing?
I think you're right.
And back to G8. Those pawns don't help. They're not shielding the king.
Not one bit.
And that's what we're seeing. But there's still a long way to go before the draw.
It's funny, since
it's another 30 moves before you can claim a draw.
Is the arbiter allowed to say it's been 50 draw? 50 moves?
It's a move 75 or something like that the arbiter intervenes and says, gentlemen, since Dr. John's Nunn article about this specific ending, this is the first time I'm calling it, actually.
Agreed, me too.
That there's 2 pawns.
Good old Maurice comes back just in time for this 134-move marathon. Wow, thanks, guys.
Welcome
Be back in retirement after tomorrow.
It's a good thing we get paid by the move, huh?
Right. Sure. Oh, my goodness. We're up to 100 and, is that 34?
C4.
And C4. He just keeps doing it at some point.
3? Okay. Can he take on G4?
Yes.
Is that an easier draw now?
It is a draw.
Take
clean
G4.
cut. Do it, Ray.
All right.
Bam. Done. Now it's gone.
And Ray knows.
Ray will easily draw. Queen F2 check. King H1.
There we have it.
And there it is. An incredible, extraordinary, and they're smiling, laughing about that one. Herculean effort to make a draw.
Wow.
What a game.
And of course, the vultures pounce and say, you missed a win. You should have played. When it was Queen and Knight versus Queen and Knight, you didn't have to take the Knight. Wow.
That was extraordinary.
Truly.
Will they have 15 minutes before the reveal, or everything's been
I
delayed
think-
for half an hour?
Are they still there? Everybody's kind of gone home.
Right.
What the heck?
I think Garry's schooling them, telling them where they made a mistake.
Exactly.
Yeah, wow, that was
That was
139 moves. Is anyone going to beat this?
No, they won't.
Hopefully not.
But
That might be
impressively,
epic.
remember Ray once sacrificed an exchange on C7? Rook takes C7 with check so that he could get that past D pawn and create this position. I mean, that took some guts to do, by the way, to go down material and then start to push. Just absolutely wild. And this position here, to go into that endgame.
Yeah. In this position, what I wanted to ask Maurice is he took the knight, and that, for me, was a very, very strange decision. It seemed to me that this knight on D8 was dominated, and I could play the move knight to D4. So the idea is I want to take the knight. If the knight moves, I wanted to make the check. And then just
that
get...
seems pretty straightforward.
Yeah. It had to be, because Grigoriy had played such a great game. and then to go into that ending. Wow. Nasi, what are our standings after this epic?
Don't remember anymore.
Fabi's still got the lead.
Yes, Fabi has 4.5 in clear first. Hikaru in clear second with 4 points. The rest of the field falling behind. Sharing third, 3 players, Garry, Kasparov, Wesley So, and Sevian with 3 points.
Yeah, Garry will be cheering himself as he's sharing third. Tell us about the pairings coming up in round 6, which will be the last game of the day.
Let's have a look. Wesley's playing Grigoriy. Sam against.
If I'm Wesley, I'm saying this is great. Let me play the guy who's really tired. Sorry.
Sam
please.
Against Ray. Sam can do the same.
Yeah, great. Give me that guy.
I'm looking at this
matchup.
third. That made me go ooh. That's why I said ooh. Was that matchup I was looking at?
I suspect Hikaru and Garry won't be sharing their analysis, their pre-game analysis on this one.
Levon playing Leinier and the tournament leader Fabi playing Sevian.
Remember, Sevian is the defending champion. Sam has played a pretty decent tournament thus far. He's coming off a win over Levon. Can he push his luck?
But Fabi looks like Hulk smash right now. I mean, what he did
get angry or he gets
what he did to Hikaru.
That was bad.
What he did to Wesley.
That was bad.
Well, Wesley did to himself.
Right. That was,
but still,
yeah.
You're looking at 2 of the top Americans behind him, and he's not even close.
Yeah.
And the way it ended, that's what I'm talking about. The way he's killing them. He just looks like anybody in my way. It's just a fait accompli right now, as Caruana looks like the boss of the tournament. That said, a draw here and there, there's a guy named Nakamura chasing
right behind you.
And that's the one guy you don't want chasing you in this tournament.
Right.
Because he could just keep winning every single game.
World champion
and
for a
Fabi is very well aware of that.
Right. Well, you guys, celebrating your youth, we should take a break.
We'll take a short break, and we'll be right back for round 6.
We'll see you.
By now, you guys probably know there's a lot to see and do in St. Louis. But when it comes to the art scene, there's more here than meets the eye. From Leinier Sculpture Park and the City Garden to the stunning Cathedral Basilica, one of the largest mosaic collections in the entire world. So if art is your thing, St. Louis is on display all year long. Ooh, now that's an exhibit. St. Lou is always exploring.
The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. championships, as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today. The St. Louis Chess Club Scholastic Program brings the educational value of chess to kids in schools across the St. Louis area. Active in over 100 schools throughout the St. Louis City and County, the St. Louis Chess Club has been able to reach over 85,000 students in both in-school and after-school programs. We view chess as a valuable educational tool. Learn more about our scholastic programming by visiting stlouischessclub.org/education.
We're the Corey family. Welcome to our show.
We made it, guys! That is my boy! Look at that
kid! You guys gotta see this. That's our show.
Now go start yours at visitlow.com.
In the world of collegiate chess, there is no team rising quite like the one at the University of Missouri. The team has brought home title after title, including the 2024 Pan American Intercollegiate Championship, and were the 2024 Final Four champions. Guided by their head coach, Christian Carilla, there is no stopping the Tigers. Respect, responsibility, discovery, excellence. University of Missouri.
the World Chess Hall of Fame, located in the heart of St. Louis's historic Central West End. Want to know why chess has intrigued people around the world for nearly 1,500 years? Stop by and learn about the impact of chess from our 3 floors showcasing the art, culture, and history of the game. The World Chess Hall of Fame has something for everyone to enjoy. For more information on current exhibits, please visit worldchesshof.org.
When you visit St. Louis, you'll probably want to watch the Cardinals or the Blues. What about after the game? Heading back to the hotel would be a major error. Instead, boogie through the city and discover the music that gave the Blues their name at the National Blues Museum, Broadway Oyster Bar, or even the legendary Blueberry Hill. So whether you love the Cardinals, the Blues, or the Blues, come play with us. And you guys know I can't play this, right? St. Lou is always exploring.
St. Louis, the chess capital of the United States. It also plays host to an award-winning shop dedicated to chess merchandise, all-occasion gifts, and plenty more. At Q Boutique, you can shop both in-store and online. From quirky greeting cards to luxury chess sets, there is something for everyone at Q Boutique. Enjoy a shopping experience like no other. Make sure to check out QBoutiqueSTL.com for a wide variety of gifts for everyone to enjoy.
At St. Louis University, chess and success go hand in hand. Founded in 2016, the St. Louis University chess team has risen to become recognized as one of the best in the nation, bringing home multiple titles, including the National Championship in 2022. With members from 9 countries and led by Grandmasters Varuzhin Akobian and Dariush Virks, the future is bright for the SLU chess team. Higher purpose, greater good. St. Louis University.
We're the Manos. Welcome to our show. Go, go, go. That's our show. Now go plan yours at visitmo.com.
The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States and is among the best in the world. Thanks to co-founders Dr. Jeannie Cairns Sinkfield and Rex Sinkfield, the St. Louis Chess Club is a non-profit organization committed to promoting the game of chess locally and internationally. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area, promoting cognitive development, critical thinking, concentration, and analytical skills. The St. Louis Chess Club welcomes chess lovers of any age and skill level to come and enjoy the game of chess. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. Championships and the American Cup, as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players, including the prestigious Sinkfield Cup, Cairns Cup, and many more. All tournaments can be streamed via our YouTube and Twitch channels that also include over 2,000 chess lectures for anyone to enjoy. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, merchandise discounts, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today.
We all know St. Louis is a championship sports town, from the 11-time world champion Cardinals to the Stanley Cup champion Blues. But I bet you didn't know about all the championship places there are to get out and play here, like the World Chess Hall of Fame, Westport Social, and Topgolf, and now even our own MLS team. So whatever sports your team is into, you can always bring out your A game in St. Louis. Oops, sorry. St. Lou is always exploring.
Welcome back, everyone. We had a very exciting round 5.
Ooh, but it was long.
And let's take a look at our current standings. We have
After 5 hard-fought rounds.
Fabiano Caruana with +4 score, standing alone, and then Hikaru Nakamura with +3. Then 3 players sharing third. That's Garry Kasparov, Wesley So, and Sevian.
Well, tell us about the pairings for this, our 6th and final game of the round.
absolutely crucial match, 2 matches, Hikaru Nakamura against Garry Kasparov and Fabiano Caruana against Sam Sevian. These 2 games could decide who's going to be the winner of this event.
Absolutely. And for Sam Sevian, our defending champion, a win is going to be absolutely crucial, as it's no longer Garry Kasparov and Hikaru analyzing together, as they have been doing since the first day.
They have to face each other in the next round. I'm sure after that they will continue, though.
Yeah. If you had to team up, you had a buddy to help you of the 10 players, who would you choose?
Maybe Sam Sevian.
Maybe Sam Sevian?
Bobby.
Bobby? Yeah.
Of course,
Just
the guy's
because
winning
I
the
think-
tournament.
But he's not winning the tournament. Well, maybe he is winning it from the openings. It's more like
With white pieces, he has been,
Well,
yes.
what Wesley So just did, that rook d8 move, and just is like
Right.
rook h3 and let's handshake. That was pretty bad.
Plus, Bobby's just a cool guy.
He got that going for him too. Yeah, I mean, all of these guys. I was going to say Hikaru, because I think Hikaru, he's got a kind of a sixth sense.
It's too fast for me.
Too fast.
He's gonna say blah 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 blah. And you're like,
Can you slow down, please?
No, that was great. I asked Irina Krush, said, how do you like being commentator? She goes, oh, it's a lot of fun. I said, what do you think about teaming up with Viswanathan Anand? She says, Yasser, I'm working hard just to keep up with him. I mean, because he's no, that's wrong. No, oh, here he is. Yeah, I thought so. And
I think the arbiter has the new position.
Yeah, okay, we get the reveal coming up.
Did Ray and Grigoriy get any rest? They had 5 minutes.
They're supposed to get 15 before the reveal. And here's our reveal. Nasi, mix them up for us. Just the background.
At position number 464. Whoa.
Okay.
The king's on d file.
That's the worst one I've seen yet.
Me
we
too.
don't have a checkmate. The d4, king d2 checkmate doesn't work because the knight.
The b7, f7 are protected.
F2 is well protected.
This might take
so
4 or
knight
5
F2.
moves to
Yeah,
checkmate.
something to think about here for us. What's the problem piece?
No, there'll be h6, bishop h7, and we take on f7. Right? Yeah.
As far as you can tell from the reveal, what piece
We
is
might
the
have
problem?
more than one problem pieces in this one.
Even more than one. Ooh. See the bishop on g1 as being a little awkward. You could play
Yes.
h3, bishop h2. I
Bishop
get
on
that.
g1, maybe queen on c1, knight on a1.
Knight on a1. Well, you
Depends
got
on the opening.
b3 and c2 as go-to squares, right?
True, but depends on the opening. The knight might be just.
No, I don't like these bishops.
So this is what Levon just ran into, is the move f2, f4 is provoking knight a6, pardon me, knight b6 to defend the pawn on a7, and then c4. How about a4? I don't, unfortunately for us,
With
I
this
don't
current
have...
setup, the bishop on f1 is looking terrible. I'm guessing it's gonna be fianchettoed.
Yep, makes sense.
But then
I don't like the move c4. So I'm thinking f4, knight b6, a4?
can I take on
And I
a4?
would take on a7.
I always blunder the pawn on a7.
No, I blundered the pawn on a4. So I'm thinking f4 is a very serious problem. Knight b6, and not the move c4.
These players seem
but
to like
a4.
c4.
Something strange about that move. I mean, what is your bishop on f1 doing?
I guess it's because queen's supporting it from c1. They want to try to get some space advantage right away. But yeah, why are we doing that to our white square bishop?
Exactly.
No, but bishop on g2 is not so bad. I think this position, I'm going to follow my theory that this position is not bad for black. I'm making this up. That is not bad for black because the position is so bad, the way the pieces are placed, that white really can't prove anything. White has to organize the development of pieces first. button. That's just a random little theory I've tossed out there.
Okay, we're going to let the players cogitate over this one. We're going to check in with our friends at Q Boutique and see what they're offering up for today. And here it is. St. Louis offers something for everyone to enjoy, and now you can experience the city's unique spirit with your friends and family through the St. Louis edition of Monopoly. Get your copy at qboutiquestl.com.
And as we go to break, Begim asked the players if they prefer to play 9LX or the classical chess. Take a look and we'll be back shortly.
All right.
If you could only play Fischer Random or regular chess, which one would you choose and why?
Regular chess, because it's a set of rules I know very well and I'm comfortable with, and you can actually prepare for it and work on chess in your downtime.
Maybe Fischer Random, actually. I know that sounds strange, but I think I'd enjoy something different, after playing chess for so long, just regular chess. But I'd really like to play both. I wouldn't like to have to choose, but if you give me a choice, maybe I'd pick Fischer Random. 10 years ago, I might give you a different answer.
I definitely choose Fischer Random at this point because, it takes away all the preparation, all the work you do before the game. It creates a much more fun atmosphere and environment, and I just enjoy it more in general.
Fischer Random any day, because it's 960 times more fun than regular chess. It's a simple explanation.
If I could convert the whole world to Fischer Random, it would be Fischer Random, but I would not only play Fischer Random while the regular world is playing classical. I would still stick with classical then.
I think now I would pick Fischer Random because I already had my time with chess, and 960 is such an interesting game that there's a lot to learn, and it would be like learning chess all over again. So that's why I would pick that.
I would definitely choose to play regular chess over Fischer Random simply because it's what I'm so used to. I feel like from the start you have a lot of different strategies where you already know what you're doing, and it's more fun than having to think on move one.
Probably have to stick with regular chess just because I'm so used to it. I guess Fischer Random there's more variety, but I don't know. At this point, I kind of want to master regular chess since it seems like it should be possible. There's only one position, but I'm still so far away, so I'll probably still focus on that.
I don't have much choice now because playing regular chess requires very thorough preparation. I don't have time. For me, playing chess these days is kind of a vacation. So that's why 960 offers me just a little chance to face stronger position and not being overwhelmed at the opening stage.
I would probably choose classical chess because I've spent so much time of my life on it. It's also opening preparation and stuff. But at the same time, I can clearly see the advantages of Fischer Random and getting new positions basically from the start of the game is very nice.
Well, Fischer Random, of course. I think Fischer has a point. He said 30 years ago that chess already dying. I think he has a good point because whoever invented engines, chess engines, did a crime to humanity, really. Because that's not the whole point of the game. I think the whole point of the game is logical thinking, that you play better than your opponent. It's about creativity. But I think engines have really killed it, and now if you look at the games, it's really too computerized, and it's about memorization and about following what the computer says the best move is, and I don't think that's what the game is or it should be. But at the same time, chess 960 is not easier. So it's not easier at all. Like, you don't have to memorize and all that, but yeah, like to beat Magnus or Fabiano is just as hard.
By now, you guys probably know there's a lot to see and do in St. Louis. But when it comes to the art scene, there's more here than meets the eye. From Laumeier Sculpture Park and the City Garden to the stunning Cathedral Basilica, one of the largest mosaic collections in the entire world. So if art is your thing, St. Louis is on display all year long. Ooh, now that's an exhibit. St. Lou is always exploring.
The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. championships as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today. The St. Louis Chess Club Scholastic Program brings the educational value of chess to kids in schools across the St. Louis area. Active in over 100 schools throughout the St. Louis City and County, the St. Louis Chess Club has been able to reach over 85,000 students in both in-school and after-school programs. We view chess as a valuable educational tool. Learn more about our scholastic programming by visiting stlouischessclub.org/education.
We're the Corey family. Welcome to our show.
We made it, guys! Yeah! That is my boy. Look at that kid!
You guys gotta see this. That's our show. Now go start yours at visitmo.com.
In the world of collegiate chess, there is no team rising quite like the one at the University of Missouri. The team has brought home title after title, including the 2024 Pan American Intercollegiate Championship, and were the 2024 Final Four champions. Guided by their head coach, Christian Carilla, there is no stopping the Tigers. Respect, responsibility, discovery, excellence. University of Missouri.
The World Chess Hall of Fame, located in the heart of St. Louis's historic Central West End. Want to know why chess has intrigued people around the world for nearly 1,500 years? Stop by and learn about the impact of chess from our 3 floors showcasing the art, culture, and history of the game. The World Chess Hall of Fame has something for everyone to enjoy. For more information on current exhibits, please visit worldchesshof.org.
When you visit St. Louis, you'll probably want to watch the Cardinals or the Blues. What about after the game? Heading back to the hotel would be a major error. Instead, boogie through the city and discover the music that gave the Blues their name at the National Blues Museum, Broadway Oyster Bar, or even the legendary Blueberry Hill. So whether you love the Cardinals, the Blues, or the Blues, come play with us. Hey, you guys know I can't play this, right? St. Lou is always exploring.
Welcome back, everyone. We had 5 amazing rounds. Let's take a look at our current standings.
Before we go into our last round, game of the day, here it goes.
We have Fabiano Caruana leading the event with 4.5 points. Hikaru Nakamura chasing closely with 4 points, and then 3 players with 3 points: Garry, Wesley, and Sam Sevian, I should specify.
Right.
And we have very important matchups coming up in the next round. Let's have a look at the pairings.
Tell us about these very important.
The 2 key matchups: Hikaru Nakamura against Garry Kasparov and Fabiano Caruana against Sam Sevian.
Just imagining the unthinkable. Garry Kasparov winning, Bobby losing, Garry a half a point behind. Could it happen? Well, we're about to find out.
That would be a
we
dream
do
scenario.
have a reveal. During the break, I was thinking about it more and more, and I do think F4 and A4 is the way to go.
Looks pretty tight.
Right?
Looks pretty tough.
Because of that pawn on A7. I'm talking about the new position
that we saw.
Yeah, for game 6, for
Why
round
are
6.
you doing A4?
To hit the knight and to go
prove the knight to be a bad piece.
And to go capture the pawn on A7.
You know, this round is pretty critical.
Mm-hmm.
Hikaru gaining some momentum.
Yep.
Note that Hikaru has 4 points. out of 5. Those are all decisive games.
Right.
He won
One
2.
loss.
He lost 1. He won 2.
Mm-hmm.
He's the kind of guy who's very streaky. And he wins this one.
The momentum, yeah.
It's
snowballs.
No, he doesn't need momentum.
He's
he wakes up out of bed with momentum. He's just like, wait a minute, he might play a bad game. I can't imagine how easy it is to be able to do what he does. That he goes, it's gone.
Yeah.
Let's play the next game. Some players, they lose a game.
Yeah, get tight.
Let's get a draw.
Stop the bleeding.
Stop the bleeding. I didn't like what happened. Fabi he's like, those cornerbacks in football, American football, that is. Guy scores a touchdown on you, whatever, let's go. We got to go back at this again.
Right.
He's got a short memory, and he just keeps going. So Fabi is well aware of that. Fabi knows the only person he can control is himself, right? Like right now, he's already beaten the guy. But he also knows if he doesn't keep it up, that dude is just next game.
Right,
so it's an incredible chase right now.
We just witnessed a game around, by the way, that was pretty funny because it was a queen ending where Ray Robson had to move his queen multiple times and keep checking Grigory's king. But the thing was he was moving the queen with some kind of like
a parabola or something. Like what the heck is he doing?
You know,
like a drunk queen. I'd complain to the arbiter. Arbiter,
you're making a little twist.
He's been drinking, arbiter. Please.
I kind of looped around.
He did that multiple times.
Yeah, it was pretty funny. As the players, they're not taking their seats. They're still, I see on the bottom left there, Wesley, Ray, and Leinier. And arbiter Brian came over.
Enough,
Come on, guys.
go play.
You guys got a game to play. Get out of here. And Wesley says, do I have to?
Well, Wesley is happy to play Oparin right now, hoping that Oparin just loses off fatigue alone.
Yeah, for sure. Hikaru did win very impressively, I want to say, against an Olympian just now, Leinier, with the black pieces. He'll be playing Garry Kasparov. But this was my opening idea that I wanted to stress. F2, F4, I see the bishop on G1 as it being the problem piece. It's not a problem if I can take a pawn and take the rook. We were looking at knight B6 as a way of blocking this diagonal. Now what I wanted to do was follow up with H4. You're welcome to take. I will take.
Why is this trade so good for white?
Exactly, because at the end of the day, my bishop on G1 is better on F2 than it was. Your knight on A4.
You'll be kicked out with Tempe.
Yeah, it's not really that great. I've just essentially cost you the possibility of castling. Even though I'm not going to castle myself.
I just saw a very weird variation.
Please.
Can I play it?
Yeah.
Knight F6.
Right now? Yep.
Yes.
Okay.
B3.
Boy 3.
Knight E4.
Yep. I'll play like Ray.
Yeah, you just did like Ray. And that's a mate. And by the way, if you move your bishop, let's say you just back your bishop up because you said, oops. I realized I should not have done that.
I messed up.
There's a little knight C3 action.
That's hilarious.
And you have to take it and then takes. I'm not sure I did anything here. I can always get the rook back, I see. But I feel like I don't want to touch that piece.
Right.
But if I did play knight E, I probably should be smart. I don't see how I'm going to add to the attacker. Because I could play knight E4 and D5 if your king comes up.
You're right. Knight E4.
Positional sacrifice.
Yeah, I'm just pretending I did something. I wish I could play a move that opens up my queen along the diagonal.
And away we go.
I was curious, after first move F4, can I just play C5? Since I can
F4.
Safely do that without
C5.
blundering my pawn.
Okay, C5. B4. Let's go.
That's aggressive.
Very aggressive.
It makes sense, opening up a file for the rook.
And this is a game we know we're going to be keeping our eye on at this matchup. At one time in their history, Garry had retired from chess. Hikaru was the up-and-coming, promising youngster. Got some sponsorship, and Hikaru took some lessons from Garry. Learned a little bit, but at the end, felt like Garry was overwhelming. And F4.
On every single board.
F5.
And B.
Wow, that was a real stunner.
Well, the point is, you get an exchange, I get an exchange. This is what they've worked out. If you take on A7, I could take on A7.
Check this out.
But now B4.
We're seeing the same from Fabiano versus
Sam Sevian, and Sam
but
played B5.
B5 gets a big fat question mark. Why?
What?
Why does B5?
Question marks on move 1 and 2.
Why does B5 get a big question mark? What is the trick?
The pawn on A7 is just hanging?
Well, the pawn on A2 is just hanging.
True.
Well, you know, you're not going to find out for a while.
Okay.
It's just simply repeating moves for some time. Sorry, copying moves is what I meant to say for some time. So let's see this one evolve as it moves forward. It's not necessarily the best thing to copy your opponent in chess. We've seen it happen in the normal position that we have of chess. But sometimes you're copying for a while and suddenly your opponent makes a threat that you can't replicate because you have to actually look at what they did. For example, if I threaten mate, you can't say, I'm going to ignore your mate threat and let me threaten mate on the other side.
Right.
Mate comes first. So this one here has surprised Fabi, but Sam has decided that this is a good idea for him. Here's what Fabi knows. You didn't check this with an engine.
That's true.
That's what he knows.
Yeah.
So if I can blow this up right now, you'll be in a lot of trouble. And on move 2 already, the engine's not a fan.
By the way, first 2 moves were the same in every single game, F4, F5, and B4.
Wow. And I see in one game we have B6, I see in another game we have B5, and I see in the other games everybody's waiting.
They're thinking, yeah.
They're thinking about it.
Maybe they're waiting for the others to play and see which one's best, B6 or B5.
I was very curious. F4, F5. Big surprise for me, F5. I was very curious to see what would happen if we went down the most forcing path, which was bishop takes A7, bishop takes A2. Normally speaking, you know, you get a position where you have the move. You have the extra half move. You can make it worthwhile, make it count, if you will. Let's say knight F3. I don't see this as being any, you know, I'm looking.
Knight F6?
Yeah, but here's the trick.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but nobody went down this path, right? That they could have taken on A7. Instead, after F4, F5, everybody's played B4, and we saw one B5, we saw one B6. I'm wondering, why did we play B4 after knight B3?
Yeah,
B6?
we have that in game Levon against Leinier.
Okay.
We have knight B6.
Let me go to that game. I'll bring
It's the only
that
game where we have some moves on the board so far, so.
So everybody else is stuck. F4, F5, B4. Knight B6 by Leinier makes a lot of sense. You stop, bishop takes A7. Knight jumps out to B3. D6, D3, knight F6, C4. And, okay, white has a little space on the queen side. I don't see that as being anything dreadful. How about you, Nasi?
It's slightly better, but nothing major.
Nothing major. What's got your attention, Maurice?
Well, Fabi's going down that path
of B4
to try to refute B5 by by just carrying out his moves and saying, you keep following me until you can't anymore.
Right.
And so they are now, Fabi has now deviated a little bit early, but may not be serious. So I'm going to point out this line. We see this happen. He took on A7, the rook moved, he brought his bishop back to D4. He took on A2, the rook moved, and he came back.
His bishop to D5.
And he brought his bishop back to D5. And here, the engine gives us best to move knight to B3 with threats of possibly going here, but then knight B6 is actually playable. Fabi now deviated with the move E3 away from the engine's path, and then E6. So we have, I'm going to just copy you until otherwise indicated. And so here, actually, this move apparently was not incisive enough in terms of leading the action. Knight B3, as we said, may threaten one of these two moves and get the flow going. I'll actually go to that in the engine line with knight to B3, knight B6, and only now the move E3, E6. And look at that. With your knight on B6, this pawn is now hanging. In the line that we have now, it is not. So this line would allow bishop takes B5. And now if you do this, the engine is giving some weird stuff. C4, I'm going to keep copying just for a while. And after takes, queen C8, knight C8, bishop A6. And in this moment, you're seeing that the position has changed. There's no queen sitting on this square or a knight because the trade happened for white, which is something that couldn't be replicated. And take a look at this position, which the engine gives us better for white, hitting the bishop, threatening knight C5 to take the rook. Just completely ridiculous line. Right. I'm just showing you, it's like forced.
Right, yeah, right?
It's not.
No.
But this is the kind of craziness that could have happened. And maybe that they would look at if they could go home and check this with an engine. They can't.
Right.
And so now they're just in a position and nothing really special apparently here for white, as you see that Fabi has continued just to develop his pieces with this intent to now play, looks like knight C5 or something. He wants to keep a lead on the clock, but he is behind at the moment. He just played that last move. So it is definitely a rich position. The engine's giving triple zeros, perfectly equal, which is not what Fabi wants for sure.
For me, it's a surprise that the knight is on D3. I see that as a problem. How am I going to defend G2?
I think, sorry to interrupt,
Not
but I
at
think we
all.
should look at Hikaru's game against Garry because we had another B5, and then you wouldn't guess Hikaru's third move.
Well, you can see it on the screen right there, and it's terrible. According to the engine, this is not a move you want to play.
Because you can see he has 20 minutes and 25 seconds. He did not think about that move.
Right. That was part of his prep, maybe, or even at the board inspiration, in case my opponent tries to follow me. A4.
But look at the clock time where Garry is now at 13:53.
Again,
maybe wondering if this is a trap that he has overlooked and he's studying it carefully in fear, maybe trepidation that somehow this move is doing something since he didn't look at it. But can you afford to spend this much time?
No.
Especially against Hikaru?
No. No, that's
and
not
finally, he has ignored.
A6.
He's decided it seemed to him like more of a trap, and he's played A6 with the engine has now given both of the. And now a straight question mark. And every move is being castigated by the engine here, or at least the eval bar, plus you see the sign. So not one of those easy positions for either one of these players to play.
And knight F6. And
By
let
the
me
way,
just
this
check.
exact position is happening in
No.
another game, Shankland against Robson.
So
Great minds think alike,
So
they say.
Or they're watching each other and repeating.
yeah. A6.
I don't think they're watching each other.
When I see the pawn on A5 and A6 like this, I think that the pawn on A6 is potentially weak. I'm playing bishop A2, bishop to D5 in order to bring my bishop back to B7. None of that happened. We got...
Well, that's what's happening here with white.
Sam Shankland decided, hey, that's a really good idea. First, let me put the rook on a miserable square. Then I'll drop back with the bishop, neutralizing the fianchetto. Then I'll play knight F3. That makes a lot of sense to me. I like what Sam Shankland has done.
This is the craziest starting position we've had because it resulted in an F4, B4 on every board.
Yeah, that's why I said I didn't like this position.
Right.
It looked so weird, bizarre. How do you put it together? They had to try to figure out a way, and now we're looking at it. It's like, what is this mess? That knight on A8. That knight on A8 is. I'm just looking at it now.
Ugly.
Ugh.
Ugly.
I mean, it's just not coming in the game. That pawn on A4 had to be captured. A6 has caused a real problem in this position for black. And you got to like white here, maybe not by a ton, but enough to cause some consternation to the black position.
Yeah, I'm thinking D6, bishop D5, castle's short, and look to play the move C5 so that the knight on A8 can come into the action.
Just rook on B7 and knight on E8.
It looks so wrong, right? Everything looks a little bit discombobulated. Bishop to
What was
G7.
that word he asked?
Discombobulated. Discombobulated?
I think it's bobulated, but I like the way you said it.
Me too. Bishop to, I know we all love bishops, but that knight on C5 could be very irksome sometimes.
Just give it up.
Give it up and get your king out
maybe
of dodge.
e6 like the Dutch setup.
Right. You just
Stone
got
wall.
rid of your light squared bishop.
Yeah.
Maybe it's not the worst thing. This light squared bishop. I get it. It's coming to g2. We'll keep an eye on this one. I wanted to go to Fabi's game, by the way, and see how he's doing against Sam Sevian. When we left it, we had seen knight to d3, a move I didn't like.
Whoa.
E6.
Double question mark.
Knight f2.
The blunder alert on the last move.
Because of?
Is it the bishop? Who's the problem child?
This guy.
Trying
C5?
to figure out what?
Is c5? Okay, here it goes. e5.
Takes.
c5.
And then b4. Okay, so what if I don't take? I go bishop c3 straight. That looks very nice, but
Thank
I
you
don't
very
take on
much.
c5. I just go bishop c3.
You know, you're off the Christmas wish.
Sorry to ruin it.
Knight f2, double question. So maybe it's just c5? If I can't win anything.
No, but double question mark is not a bad move. It's a blunder.
Yeah, it costs material. Why is this move costing material? Let's figure it out. Seriously, I don't see why it's costing material.
I don't either.
I can play c5 and gain. I can gain, how do you say, tempi.
But even c5, bishop
Maybe
c3 doesn't.
I wanted knight b6, but there's bishop b5 check.
Well, I was thinking to protect my. Maybe it's just getting my knight into the. This is a problem,
That
child.
would be one question mark, right? Not two.
Right. How about this one? Darush
The
suggests.
knight is dead on a1.
Yes. That makes a lot of
It's
sense.
not that obvious.
No, but
wow, that's
once
okay.
you
So that's
see it-
not how we normally think of blunders. We think of it as
Like
actually
winning material,
accumulating a piece. Put it in my hand. Either you win a piece or you mate.
Right.
But in this case, you're winning a piece by burying it and saying you are never coming back into civilization.
It's a
And
strategic.
so c5 with c4, that's beautiful, by the way.
Yeah.
Excellent. I actually had my student, another student, Deborah, I had this question for her. What constitutes, or what is it when we say there's a mistake on the board? What does it look like? Like, what would be the thing that you'd say, okay, that's a blunder. I'll tell you why. The nature of it that makes it a blunder. So, for example, a simple one is that you put a piece on a hanging square.
On pre.
You put a piece on pre. Like, okay, that's a blunder.
Oops.
Or you
C5.
hang a mate.
Oops.
That's a blunder. You allow a mate by moving a piece away. Now I'm giving answers away, so I'm trying not to give the answers because it's still our homework. So I'm not going to say anymore. But
she's not what?
But there's one more mistake that the engine just pointed out. You allow a piece to be trapped so that it can never come in the game for the rest of all time.
Right.
And that's what this one is, and that's beautiful because we were looking for somehow to accumulate, but instead this one is, no. We can also just freeze a piece out of the game forever. Right. And I remember Clotaire Collis, my good buddy back in the day, showing me this mistake that I made. My knight was on b8. I played b6, and he got to play the move b5. He had put a pawn on b5, and then he put a pawn from c5 to c6. Ooh. And my knight on b8 just couldn't get out. What the heck? I could play a6, he plays a4, and when I trade, is that pawn on b5, that pawn on c6. My knight can't move, and it's just down. I'm just down a piece, and it's collection on the other side of the board because you're down a piece. What are you supposed to do? Never forgot that pain and punishment. But that's what's similar here now. Knight on a1, never coming in the game after c5, c4. And how do you reconstruct all your pieces when this knight definitely, and look at that, c5 has been played, right. And Fabi about to suffer the punishment. I should have given him some homework about the kind of mistake you could make. Okay, he doesn't need anything from me.
No. Well, let's just imagine that we do take, so that at least in this case, we got a square, bishop to e5.
That's temporary.
Still have c4.
Yeah, but
then does bishop a3 even come?
Okay, just a
second.
Well, I'm not sure if I'm afraid of c4, c3 or not, but let's say I'm not. Okay, essentially, you know what I want to do.
Right.
I want to play c3 and bring my knight to c2 and rescue.
I could even
my
play
knight.
b4 here, because Go ahead and play c3.
Oh dear. Yeah,
Uh-oh.
That is an issue.
That is
Well,
nasty.
Sam Sevian could take down the leader in this game.
Ooh, well, definitely.
You know, it's too early to say, but his position is fantastic.
Yeah,
Oh, that's not too early to say.
Yeah.
He may not win the game, but it's very much apropos for us to now say, yes, this looks terrible. That bishop, that leading bishop that looked so strong. Didn't it look nice when it landed on d4?
It did.
Oh,
it did.
I got so much room to run.
Right.
Free on the
talking
prairie.
about time management, we know Garry has mismanaged his time. How's Fabi doing? He's taking he's burning some clock.
He is, but he's not that far down yet. He's
Okay.
13 minutes against 14 and a half.
We're going to keep an eye on this one. I want to go back to the Hikaru Nakamura versus Garry game because that was a4, a5, and check it out. So let's see what happened.
A very normal position now.
A very normal position. Bishop g7, bishop g2, c6. Okay, so Garry's saying, no, nothing terrible. I'm ready to move my knight.
He's also done his thing on the clock, too.
D6.
He's played a lot of moves and still not under 10 minutes, even though he's behind on the clock, but not under 10.
F3. Okay.
A lot of trades,
Quite
forcing trades.
Whoa, what's this? My spidey sense is tingling. Is that a pawn? Well, you got to take it. I mean, you
Maybe
don't
he
want
wants to play c5?
Nope, I don't.
No, after rook b6, c5.
Yes.
Attacking for Hikaru.
Oh, definitely. No, Hikaru. But I can't let the pawn on b6 live. I mean, if you want to recapture the pawn on c6, I get that.
Knight d7. Oh, e7 second.
Yeah.
Oops.
E7.
So I have to go queen c7? I didn't
Whoa,
want to give the
what's
pawn
so
back.
bad about giving you that square?
I just didn't want to give up the pawn.
You just don't want to give it.
Maybe
hold
queen,
the pawn.
Yeah, queen c7 or queen d8 even.
But I'm saying from the current position, I can't imagine black could tolerate c5.
Black could take on c4 first.
Check.
Take with the queen, I have d5.
Gotcha. Take with the queen, d5. Okay, this is getting a little bit worrisome, but you do have knight d7, right?
Or could even defend maybe e7 first, or is that too greedy?
I
want too much at once.
I was hoping that I would have knight a5.
c6.
Okay, we got to keep an eye on this one. Sorry, the clock times?
18 minutes for Hikaru.
Okay.
9.5 for Garry.
That sounds like a very
smart, very
bad
tricky move by Nakamura to catch him unawares and force him to stop and think right now.
Right.
He's used up a lot of time. We said he was managing his time very well, but it's not happening now.
Not here.
Yeah, and I'm seeing that Sam did push c4, and Fabi's playing basically down a knight.
Okay, let me go back to that game. So after the move c5, Fabi withdrew his bishop, and then this very nasty strategical strike, c5, c4, basically saying to White, how are you going to get this knight back into the game? And Fabi said, well,
he can
very
play.
slowly,
Yeah.
I'm going to play c3, and I'm going to play knight to c2.
He always has to watch out for e5s and trapping his bishop on d4 again, and losing at least a pawn or something.
Yeah, no, that's
remarkably, the engine gives e5 right now.
E5.
Well, you are currently down a piece. What is
you're ready to open?
What do you do when your opponent's down a piece? Just open up the game and let's play fast and free. Bishop d6 here. Bishop d6.
Not even trying to get a tempo against.
No, just bishop d6. Offer a trade of bishops. Get your knight into the game. Grab your king to castle. Your rook's ready to go, and you're just dynamic and beautiful.
Yeah,
that would have been fantastic. And we would have checked Sam's pockets if he had made a move like that one at e5.
He played a very, very natural move, by the way.
Yes,
I like the move knight b6. You do want...
I thought he was going to a4.
Oh, that's
Maybe
a different...
both.
Yeah, that's a different route. But by the way, Fabi said...
really doesn't like this move.
I
for
understand that my bishop could potentially be trapped by knight d7 and e5. He voluntarily gave it up. I'm sure his intention is to play c3, but it really feels like our tournament leader is busted.
It looks
Strategically, queen a8 and rook
To not allow queen a8.
a6.
Bobby played rook a2.
To not allow. Oh, he didn't play c3. Rook. Yeah. Oh.
Could play rook a6 maybe.
Yeah. Right.
Well, there's so many options.
This looks just terrifyingly good for black. Like, this is really bad news. Everything looks...
G6, bishop G7 looks
G6,
good.
bishop G7. By the way, not for nothing. Your bishop on G7 is not bad, but imagine you go bishop E7, H4.
I can't even play G3.
You can't play G3. So I love your rook A6. Let's start with the obvious.
The fact that I can't develop the bishop and castle because G2 keeps hanging.
In all of those cases, how are you ever going to catch up? Knight is going to come to F6.
This looks awful.
This looks awful. Maurice, what's caught your eye other than our two leaders? Games?
Not all the time in the game with someone who's not leading or non-leaders be the most exciting, but this one right now is wild between Sam Shankland and Ray Robson. So we know about the little trick with the pawn on A5 and getting this situation. So now from this position, the move C4. Let's get busy. Let's open up this position. Let's prove that White's pieces are better. Well, bishop takes F3, check. G takes F3, and now D6. Get that knight out of here. Just leave. Just back up, please.
No, I'm not backing up.
I'm not backing up. I'm sacking. And they just said,
no, you're
what are you doing? Sacking a piece? Yes, indeed. Let me take that. No, the bishop on the long diagonal, a cluster of pawns in the position, and now queen back to C8. By the way, the engine is giving this a question mark, not because it loses or makes your position much worse. It's only because it leads to triple zeros.
Oh.
And White had an edge from before. So queen now to C6 and knight to H5. A blunder alert, allowing the move bishop to A7 in the position. Enterprising play, by the way. This is the point. You sack stuff, you start making your opponent get confused, befuddled, and absolutely flustered. And this is what's happened here. Again, bishop check, bishop A7, clip this off. This mass of pawns is dangerous. And talk about a bad night. What happened on the other side? I saw some action over here. When you could have gone over here, he didn't even want the rook. Instead, he went after, or at least to somehow attack. Bishop A7, I guess rook B7.
There's B6.
B6.
Dang.
Trying to fix this rook here.
The idea was bishop E6.
That would have been interesting. Bishop E. Okay, all kinds of stuff could have happened. But bishop G7 is not engine approved. King takes now, and then bishop. He's still playing against his piece.
Yeah.
He sacrificed, and this knight is that same knight in that corner that none of us liked. And it's Fabi definitely sitting there wondering about his knight. That's on A1. This knight on A8 not having much say, but at least up a piece for the moment is black for 2 pawns. Am I counting right? We got a couple of doubled pawns over here. Definitely a completely wild position. Very difficult to evaluate exactly what's going on, despite the fact that the engine's giving almost triple zeros in this one. It is a barn burner for sure.
Thank you, Maurice. Also in the game between Levon and Leinier, 2 Olympic teammates going at each other. After the move B7, B6, Levon said, what are you doing? I'm dropping in, knight C6, give me your rook on B8. Leinier said, well, I'm sacrificing an exchange. And Levon said, why?
Where's the compensation?
Where's the compensation? Knight to D4. This is the compensation, said Leinier. I want to take your knight with a check. No, you don't.
Goes
knight
back to
C6.
C6.
Queen takes C5. We've got a trade. And all black has is a pawn.
2 bishops, but...
I'm seeing this knight on C6. Yeah. I'm seeing this rook drop in on B7. This looks winning. To my eyes.
First win for Levon.
That bishop.
Yes.
Yeah. That bishop you pointed out on G7, Nazi.
Is not.
How you feel about it now?
It's
not
thrilling the world.
Yeah.
It's not a happy piece.
Didn't win the Oscar. Most.
Let's go back to Hikaru's game.
Yes. By the way, we got a blunder alert
blundered
in Hikaru's game.
Double question.
Double question mark. Queen d6, Hikaru, it was an even-ish position. Garry had navigated the dangerous waters, but Hikaru decided here to play the move d4, and that move concedes a gigantic square on e4, and now the move knight to e4 would be majestic, unleashing the bishop along the square as well, threatening knight d2, knight c3. What a knight. Oh, man.
He's played knight g4.
yes.
Oh, he went the other direction, unfortunately. I'm not sure. Yeah, and the engine doesn't like that one. Gave him a break. This knight, what does it threaten?
I love centralized.
It only threatened this. It only threatens bishop take. Okay, knight e3, but that's not a real threat. It only threatens this. That's one threat. This knight over here, though, would have threatened juiciness and would have had to be removed. So a big missed opportunity for Garry in this position. Knight e4 would have been a world of a move to play. I'm surprised, actually, that he played knight g4.
I'm shocked.
Right? Like, this is so sweet. Anybody takes, you're happy.
Yeah.
And
d4 is hanging with
and
check.
d4 is hanging with, and your threat. I mean, it's just
forks galore.
Yeah, he definitely missed a big one there.
Well, as I've always said, knights love centralized outposts, and the knights are stronger as they're more defended. Knight is defended by the pawn on d5 as well as the pawn on f5. Big miss, king f2. So, but still, isn't it easier to play Garry's position?
Are we noticing that the tournament leaders are playing a little shaky in round 6?
Yeah, there's some wobble going on here in this round. The last round of the day, by the way. I mean, in a sense, the pawn on c6.
Position,
yes. Yeah, the pawn on c6 is less vulnerable, I want to say, than
this
the pawn on...
looks defendable for white, while if you played knight e4, it looked much worse for white.
Exactly. Let me jump to the Fabiano versus Sam Sevian game again. Sam is the defending champion of Fischer 9LX, and look what... Oh my gosh, Fabi played rook g8. Fabi's
rook g1.
King. Rook g1. Fabi's king. Ugh. Hate what's going on.
You're worried about the king. I'm looking at the pieces. He has
all bad.
All of them. Well, now, I was about to say there are 3 of them on the second rank. Now the knight has gone, at least it's gotten out of the corner on A1. It's not been relegated over to the E1 square. He has only 2 pieces out off the back rank, and one is on A2 and one is on F2.
Terrible. I'm playing rook A8. Rooks love open files. Take the open file.
He's going to take and probably play bishop g2. That's his only hope.
Exactly.
To get rid of that fantastic bishop on d5.
Okay, let's take a look. We'll start with rook A8. You mentioned captures. Captures. Bishop g2. Now, I like the fact that you're going to be developing my knight to d5.
Oof.
This looks ugly.
Oh, no.
Sin.
I don't like this.
I insist that you continue.
Right. You're not allowed to resign. You must keep playing.
I still remember when Almira said, "No, you can't resign. You don't even know why you're resigning."
No. Yes, that was terrible. No, this looks
funny,
awful for Fabi. If he isn't Sam Sevian on 3 points?
Yes.
Yes.
So if he loses, even if Naka draws
behind,
what?
No, he'll be if Sam beats Fabi, who's a point and a half ahead.
Yes.
He'll be a half a point behind Fabi, as you'll see. He will have 4 points. Fabi will have 4.5.
And Naka will have to try to draw
with Garry.
But if Garry wins, then we have a cluster.
Tie for second.
Tie for second with Fabi having tasted his own blood and only a half a point ahead. This is indeed a big moment in this tournament.
Absolutely. Well, rook A8 is self-evident. What else do you think he could be considering?
Don't see
Rook
anything
A8.
for white.
No, rook A8 is self.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, that's what he's considering. The move is so clear. It's like,
by the way, you want to see?
Go take the file.
You want to see a funny idea? Rook A8, rook takes A8. There's been a couple of games where I remember it was a Wonder Liang versus Leinier Dominguez from the U.S. Championship, where a Wonder had the chance to play G4, G5, shut down the position. It's a 2-result game. He allowed his opponent to play G4, G5, and Leinier went on to win. Imagine you played E4 here. I mean, you know, your pieces are just kind of stuck.
True.
Giving him that D4 square, though, looks a little annoying.
Bishop.
Okay, so you didn't like them apples, huh?
But okay, so
Why would you even ask?
Okay, because I was going to go here. You're going to have to take with the knight. I'm going to go here. At least I can... unless knight takes F.
So
this might win.
Queen of... Let's...
Queen, this... no, I don't like anything
Rook A2,
that I'm
Queen
doing.
A4?
No, I don't
probably
look...
winning the knight, right?
Yeah, I don't look like anything what I'm doing here.
Yeah, this is terrible.
Check and bishop h4.
But Sam is thinking he hasn't played Rook A8 still.
That's remarkable. Terrible position for Fabiano. How's Garry Kasparov doing?
Doing well.
Doing well.
Doing well. Not winning, though.
Not winning. Definitely
Definitely defending is Nakamura, and the big problem for Garry.
Time.
440, while Nakamura has 12:58. Garry has to catch a rhythm, and he hasn't done so yet.
Rook A8, by the way.
Rook A8.
He's looking at Rook A2. He's got ideas. Where do you go back with the queen?
B3?
Rook A3.
Oh.
Well, you're going to have to go back with the queen some more, right? Queen D1, Rook A2 check. And then I've got the open A file, much like Sam Sevian has against Fabi.
What you want is easy moves.
Yes,
That's
you
what
do.
you want. You want to catch flow. When you're under 5 minutes, it's blitz time. And he has to get in that blitz mode. He cannot keep thinking, considering, pondering, wondering whether or not this move is better than that move. He's got to just use those sterling instincts that made him into one of the greatest players of all time. Magnus Carlsen has actually goated him as the greatest player of all time. And just play moves, pick him up, put him down, and trust your instincts. If he keeps calculating, he's going to be under 2 minutes, and then he's going to blunder.
Yeah.
So you can't afford it. Just get into some flow. And Nakamura is just trying to make sure that he gives him tricky things to think about. That Queen B3 move is very sneaky. Is it good to play Rook A3 or not? Because obviously it looks...
You have to sacrifice your queen.
Okay, so now that's what he's done. He's put the queen on B3 and said, well, go ahead, Rook A3. I might play Queen D1 against Rook A3, no?
Or Queen C2.
What?
I can play
Or
Queen
Queen
C2.
Or Queen
Then
C2.
Rook A8. You still can't take the rook because there's knight.
Okay, but Queen D1.
Yeah, and then rook check and knight B2.
But my point,
yes.
Why is he letting me play Rook A3? Maybe he's going to sack his queen.
Yeah.
Now I have to stop and think for a minute. And that's what he's doing. He's checking to see whether or not that's correct. That's such a sneaky move. If he had played Queen D1, Rook A2 would have landed on the board.
Instantly.
Boom, instantly. But Queen B3, go ahead. Stop and think for a second, even though you should just play it. And now Garry's thinking, if he plays Rook A3, he's now at 3:49. He's already spent a minute, and he's opted out. And it was not the best thing to do. Was to play Rook A3 was better. He opted out of it, and that's what I'm saying. Very sneaky defensive idea.
Hikaru's playing super fast.
And he's playing for Rook takes
Hikaru's
C4.
a great practical player.
But
he
now-
knows his advantages on the clock.
Yep.
But now Rook A3 really makes a lot of sense because the pawn on B4 will be hanging after all of those trades. Rook A3 can be played instantly now.
Okay, Queen C2.
And then I'll
Okay,
And not
Okay.
being played instantly is, where's Hikaru?
He just got up from the board.
Another little sneak tactic. Move and let him think by himself. Don't give your body language away to him. Don't have him feel your competitive presence. Let him think and ruminate for a while. Go ahead. And look at what's happening to Garry with nobody there. It's all the little tricks. Hikaru knows them. And Garry's sitting there now at 3:04, and this is what we didn't want to see happen. His time is ticking, and he's under 3 minutes before he finally plays a move that you, Yasser, had said a couple of minutes ago.
Yeah, and he kind of did that little extra twist with it too, like Rook A3.
I mean, he likes his position, but...
He does, but this
clock.
He'd like his position a lot more if he had 13 minutes. Hikaru's probably going to come back and blitzed out Queen B1. We'll keep an eye on that one. I'm going to go back to our tournament leader. By the way, it took Sam a little while, but he did.
They followed our line.
Yeah, he did start with Rook A8, takes, Bishop G2. I was thinking about E4. Takes, Knight C2.
Rook A2 with
Rook
Queen A4
A2.
coming.
with queen a4 coming. That's a nasty move. Quick question for you. If I had taken, you would take.
The G pawn?
Good for you. I am sacking a
Maybe
piece.
knight. Oh, I can't move my knight.
I want to go queen f3 check. Specifically, I'm...
Is that mate? Is it take? King
Check.
e1?
And bishop h4.
You don't need mate.
I'm trying to
Rook
get you to
F1?
play rook g3.
Rook f1?
Rook f1. How many pawns did I collect here?
Just one.
Just
yeah,
one.
maybe knight
knight to
d4 or e3 here might be enough.
Yeah. Oh.
Just
No,
might be
that's
enough.
That's why he didn't sacrifice. He played rook a2.
Oh, sorry. Okay.
So rook a2. I hate being in pins. I just feel like I'm physically constrained. And when I see queen a4, I just say, look, I'm not signing up for this. Take it away. I'm not interested.
The narrative was Fabi running away with it.
Yes.
What do we have now?
Not Fabi running. If Fabi's not running away with anything, he's in trouble.
Meantime, we do have that queen sacrifice.
We do.
Yes.
And he won the pawn on b4 as well, did Garry.
Gary's better. Gary's better with 3 minutes on his clock. Looks like he's thinking again about which move to play. Rook b8 or king f7. Some point, he's just going to have to start doing this and making moves and trusting himself. But he's thinking king f7. He did play finally, king f7. And in this position, it is very tight. Of course, Nakamura has what? Queen, two pieces.
No, rook and knight.
That's what I meant. 2 pieces, rook and knight for the queen. That's it, right? No pawn.
And a pawn for black.
That's what I'm saying. So it's queen and pawn.
Yes. That's
okay.
a lot.
So what he actually has is this structure in compensation, is what he's hoping.
Right.
That this structure, this kind of material imbalance, I've talked about it in my course, my chessable course, on material imbalances, the Dark Forest series. And this one is weird. This rook would like to sacrifice itself at some point, and this one was busted. We had seen that. Aronian beating Dominguez. They don't affect the leaderboard pretty much at all. But this kind of position, you have to look for sacrifices. Don't think you have to retain the material. Think sacrifice. You might have to sack in exchange. You might have to sack for these couple of pawns. You need breakthroughs. If you just try to build, there are walls. There's a wall actually in the position, and that's what Nakamura is counting on. And how easily will it be this queen to appear on this side? Not so easy. So this position might even require a move like g5, just to loosen up things a bit as well. So a wild position on the board, but Garry with not much time. Will his instincts favor him, though, in this kind of crazy position?
I'm thinking that, let's say a bad move for Hikaru h4. I love your idea of sacrificing a piece. Maurice, rook takes d4. Give up the rook for, this will be queen and 3 pawns.
That's
versus 2
enough.
rooks.
Yeah.
And bishops of
Yeah,
opposite
2
color.
central pawns.
Yeah, that looks pretty good. So I think rook takes d4 is on Gary's agenda, and that's why I'm even considering the move knight to
Hikaru
d3.
played bishop e2. He's allowing.
Bishop e2 allows the sacrifice.
I have knight b7. There's an
Why?
in-between move.
Rook takes?
No. Right now.
Knight b7, queen b4. This is where I show up on
Knight
your
d8
doorstep.
check, and then I take on d4.
Knight d8 check. In the immortal words of Larry Christensen, you're getting me from behind. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, this is not working.
My bad. I have missed knight d8 check. So bishop f6.
Looking maybe for g5 someday.
G5.
But also giving his king a little bit of air so that he can move it.
No knight d8 checks for you.
Yes, if you get to g7 and then play on that
You're not
goal.
a very nice person. And by the way, the bishop, if the rook had come to d4, there would have been a rook d2 check. So the bishop ended up maybe preventing those ideas. Looks good. I want to go.
The thing too, by the way, Garry knows that he's perfectly good here.
It's his clock.
So then he knows, let's just play. Let's just play quickly, because what initiative does Nakamura have?
None.
Show me a plan.
Well, there it is, right there. Rook a6 with the idea of knight d3 and taking the pawn. That's his plan.
Okay, that's a plan.
Well, I mean,
Except now, isn't the move, wait, is takes on d4 back?
takes on d4, is still possible. Oh, absolutely.
Because now you don't have knight d8 anymore.
No knight d8, that's right.
Although c6 is hanging at the end of the line.
Right. You could have, for argument's sake, a situation like this, right? Where we will take and you would take here. But here, it's about the safety of the respective kings.
Absolutely. And queens are sneaky little buggers.
Yeah, I know.
They just worm their way in. The engine is giving rook d4 as a fantastic best move.
It's
right now.
And it's winning for black?
It is +2. Or -2 for white. Rook takes d4 is
the
a
old
bone
magic
cruncher, but he's thinking. He's at 152.
You know he wants to.
Of course he wants to.
Will,
but he's just
magic.
And look at Nakamura leading back like, yeah, whatever. Whatever. You can go ahead and do it if you want to. But Garry knows this is probably good. And look at him. He's doubting himself. He's doubting himself. He's just not sure. He sees it. Of course, he saw it the moment it could appear on the board, but he is doubting himself, and he's done it. And he's done it. Go for it, Garry. That's what we want to see.
Nice.
Now he just needs to play the next several moves quickly.
What is his clock time?
1 minute and 36 seconds.
96 seconds. He's going to be getting 20 seconds.
10 seconds per
He could do this. He could play the next few moves very easily.
But these are easy moves to play. Captures on d4. And what Hikaru cannot allow rook d2 or rook back to b4.
Oh, no. That d-pawn is
the
essence of your strangulation, your containment of the black forces. So you have to make a move that takes that rook eventually.
Exactly. You can't just allow the rook to go back. Remember, the knight on c5 was protected by a pawn on d4 that's now gone.
The longer Hikaru thinks, though,
right?
The longer Hikaru thinks, the more confident Garry will become. The longer he thinks. Garry hopes Hikaru spends another minute right now, just giving it. Because you see, Gary's not moving at all. Like his body is just frozen at the moment, and he wants to breathe just a little bit, depending on what Hikaru does. And he's looking. The more he looks at it, he's thinking, wait a minute now, this guy.
So we're looking at the consequences of capturing the rook, and at the end of the day, black will have queen and pawn.
Queen and 2 pawns, unless you lose.
Queen and 2 pawns. I apologize. As compensation for the 2 rooks, but with the dark square bishop,
the attacker it favors the attacker.
Exactly.
And Garry is taking off what is not a watch. We used to always say Gary's taking off the watch, but now he's taking off whatever that thingy was on his wrist. And that means trouble for Hikaru. We know when Garry takes, I don't know if Nazi knows this, but when Garry used to take off his jacket, when he took off the watch, it meant he was down to business. When he took off his jacket, it was like, oh boy, all hell was going to break loose. If he puts it back on, you resign.
Yeah,
he's ready to go, right?
He's ready. It's like it's
time's up.
And now he's starting to feel it. Now the confidence is coming. He's going, okay, I see some lines, but this guy's thinking for a long time, and not bad. It wasn't a blunder.
Right.
It's concerned Hikaru, and Hikaru is in a deep thought right now with 6 minutes left on the clock. This would be amazing. Both leaders are busted, by the way, according to the engine.
Wow.
Both leaders are busted.
And he's taken no knight b7, by the way. No knight b7. That's even worse. That means 3 pawns, right?
He just didn't want Garry's queen to get active on e3.
I don't know. That's 3 pawns. Just a second. I'm going to play.
Still getting the c6 pawn, right?
I'm not sure. I'm going to go e6, king f6.
Do you make progress? If you move the d pawn or the bishop, then I'm getting the pawn.
It's kind of hard. That c pawn looks like it's going to go. Garry's just going to wait a little bit, put his king on a safer square. H6 will be safer still before he makes any breaks.
Wow. And again, the clock times, this has happened with
same time for Garry because he
90 seconds. 90 seconds. Okay. So I'm thinking you put the king on a safer square. I agree.
King
H6. Let's say we wait, then we put our bishop on, let's say, an Incr square, and then we go in, right? We go for it.
Okay, he's thinking too long now. Now he's taking too much time.
Okay.
He's at 111.
King H6.
He's looking for a specific way to win. Play a move.
H6. That's a surprise.
That's
a surprise.
A little bit scary.
Okay, but he has his ideas. He wants to play g5, g4.
Yeah.
Once the king is ensnared, any checks on the g1 square, for example? Ooh.
Naka understood that he had to do something.
No.
Now I can move the
Ooh.
bishop.
Now I'm going to be 3. Oh, what?
And now he's repeating once.
Still win some time.
Fine. Oh no!
A draw?
No, that confidence just left him in that moment. His clock. It was the clock.
It was the clock.
It was the clock. He saw the opportunity and bailed.
Oh boy, we're going to quickly switch. A big miss there. I don't think Garry understood the enormous advantage he had at the very end there. Wow.
That puts Naka in a tie with Fabi at the moment.
But-
Fabi with a dead lost position.
When
Fabi's
we
down a
left it,
piece.
when we left it,
is
we
it? What?
saw that the queen was going to come to a4. It did, and he had to sacrifice a piece for some breathing room. And the current situation.
No perpetuals.
Ooh, Sam, look at this.
Mhm.
Sam, I am. Checkmate. You cannot open up the second rank.
Fabi has 1 minute. Sam has 4.
But hold on, where is
Yeah,
how is
perpetual.
Sam
No,
going to
king
get out of
G7
the picture?
and- Wait.
King G7, Queen D7 check.
King F6.
Nowhere to go.
There's nowhere to go. King G7, Queen D7 check. His queen needed to be on maybe B7?
Right, Queen D7, King H8.
All right.
Thank you. That was
It's like a blind spot.
okay.
Okay, but Queen
King F7 now. No
King
more checks.
F7, no more checks. King F7, no more checks for Fabi.
That looks like the end.
Sure does.
Is it the end?
Oh, Hikaru must be so happy.
Wow. I mean, he was just given an enormous reprieve there.
Yep. A loss for Fabi right now, and
Hikaru
we have an
tied.
incredible tournament, a tie at the top, and Sevian a half a point behind. The winner from last year saying, not so fast.
Not so fast. King F7. What is Sam thinking about?
Maybe
He's
there's
making
some-
sure
some
he's got much more time on the clock. Much more time. 3:16, 3:15. You could smell the victory.
Right.
If you just play one move and the guy's to resign or panic, you got him.
King F7.
Whoa.
Knight F6.
Whoa, 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 whoa.
Why?
Whoa, whoa.
Queen H1 check. What is he thinking?
That was not a good move. That has brought Fabi back into the game from -3+ to -1 and change. That was not a good move. Now he has to re-win the entire position.
Wow.
That was.
Maybe things are changing. Both leaders
But,
saving.
but why?
It's nervous.
Why did he have to play
Nerves.
that move?
Nerves.
King F7, there were no checks.
Maybe he thought here Queen H1 was winning with Knight G4, but
Queen
King
H1,
runs
King
to
E2 to D1.
right? Yeah.
He does
Wow.
pick up the H pawn.
But
Then there's Queen
but,
7 always.
But there's not a lot of.
hold on. Let's have a look. Can we have a look here? Check. King E2. Let's take a pawn.
King D1 tempo.
Okay, let's move my rook.
There's Queen E7.
So what?
Oh, you're not afraid.
I am always afraid.
He's going for it.
But I am also
There's
very,
checkmate, yeah.
very, very brave and very courageous.
With Queen F8, Rook E5. What's happening here? Who's
Am I
checkmating
getting
who?
checkmated?
I don't know.
Please don't tell me I'm getting checkmated. I wanted to get on
Rook
my running
E5,
shoes.
King
G4.
Queen C8.
Oh boy, King F. No, King takes.
I'm a
No,
pawn grubber.
Rook E3. You
Rook
can go to
E-
the second. I think
No, but
white-
King H4, and you just ran out of moves.
No.
Yes.
Just a second. Let me show you what you might have missed. Whoa.
Oh boy.
He has gone for it.
It's what it's, he believed in his initiative. That's what it was.
Sam. Ooh, this is getting nerve-wracking here.
By the way, time is now almost equal.
By the way, the engine's giving that a draw. Everything we just did, the engine's saying
Draw.
is actually a draw.
Oh my
There's
goodness.
Queen C5 check.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, that is
have to be.
actually a draw.
Oh,
Fabi
no.
will have saved the game. If you go straight into this line, it is a draw. After King to E2, you must bring your queen back, and you don't have much of an advantage at all.
Your rook has to be on the worst square, C2.
The worst part about that,
I mean, put it on D2.
put it anywhere else. It just looks so attractive. Now we understand why he played knight f6. It looks so attractive to take over the initiative. To say, now it's my turn as I bring my queen into the game and start a series of checks, which unfortunately leads nowhere.
With the knight on d5 just a moment ago, for those of you who are just missing it, we were looking at king f7, and we thought Fabi would have to resign. There was nothing to do. But knight f6 gave him new life. Queen takes e3.
And it is Sam now, by the way, who's thinking deeply. And Sam is at 26 seconds with Fabi with a lead on the clock.
That's crazy. What a turnaround.
Insane, and he's frozen. He can't believe it.
Finally, queen takes h2, rook a2. And are we going to see the perpetual check?
And the perpetual is definitely in the game. Fabi with the great escape. Naka with the great escape.
Houdini's.
Unbelievable.
Houdini is alive. King h6 check, and this is the one. Queen c5.
Yeah.
Oh, my word. Queen c5. King has to go back. Whoop. There you go. That's the draw. Wow.
Wait.
Yeah, I was looking.
Can we look at? Oh no,
No,
I can't
it
do
doesn't
that.
work this
No, there's nothing to look at.
Mm-hmm.
What would you like to say?
No, I was trying to bring my king up, but
Yeah.
it would be bad.
It would be bad.
It would be most horrible.
Queen to c5.
Queen g5 check and rook e3 check, etc. And
Here
now Fabi just
here
needs
we
to find
go.
Queen f8. And
we
here's
go.
the killer.
He found it.
Man, these guys are good. This is one that this has just frozen Sam.
Poor Sam.
Cold shower, splashity splash, and he has to back up. And Queen f8 is just a draw. And look at Fabi. I got the draw. Do I
Let me just double check.
I mean, gangsters.
I tell you, I do see that you got a checkmate on me.
Exactly. He's not rushing. He's not rushing. He's just, let me see for a second.
Right.
I got it in my pocket. Do I have
I play?
a bada boom, bada bing?
No.
He said, nope, I don't. And again, he's looking.
To make sure rookie.
Can I play rookie 5? Does that one work?
No, it doesn't.
What a save. Unbelievable.
I know.
Remember that horrible night on A1? And then he had to sack to get this lost position? And then he still manages to draw? What does it take to beat these guys?
Exactly.
Incredible.
Incredible
Now
indeed.
Sam needs to not go to g4.
Don't go up the board. That rook is just waiting to win, to skewer your queen.
Any up the board moves, you walk right into the skewer.
Incredible.
And with this draw, remarkably, as it sounds, Fabi will be keeping his lead going.
Slim, by the way.
Slim lead.
Teeny tiny half a point, and there we go. Going to repeat. Bam.
Wow.
Incredible save.
What an escape.
Let's go to Wesley So's game because
Let's do it.
looks like he is losing. Well, he's down material, but
Wesley and Grigoriy, right?
Yes.
There's also Sam Shank. Ooh.
Only 7 seconds for Grigoriy.
Once again.
Well, here he goes.
We saw him getting into time trouble move after move against Ray Robson.
Is this the last game?
No, I think we've got Sam Shankland and
Shankland's playing still.
Are still playing. But no, I didn't realize that Grigoriy also was a time trouble fiend.
Because
he
we haven't seen him play
that much.
a lot yet.
Right.
Also, he is kind of playing against higher rated players.
You think?
Every game, yeah.
Give him a break. Every single game he's got to fight monsters.
Right.
You would take your time too.
Just double checking everything. Now, having said this, he's an exchange to the good. Obviously, this pawn is the compensation. But in Grigori's mind, after rook takes h2, knight comes to d6, the bishop will move. He's going to give up the bishop.
Oh, yeah.
And then he's going to bank.
Look at
Bank
this.
on h4.
Leslie's saying, I'm actually playing for the win. I want to take.
Whoa.
I want to take on d7 is what he wants to do.
Rook to d2.
Knight d6?
Rook to d2, knight to d6 as expected.
Wait, is Wesley actually trying now?
No. Wesley is trying.
No.
What do you mean no?
No.
What are you doing?
No, it's all.
Oh, rook d6, there you go.
Rook
Now
takes
it'll be a
d6
draw.
is. I've always got a bailout.
He bailed.
What?
He quickly bailed.
Yeah, he did.
He bailed instantly. Yeah.
But is this pawn dangerous or not?
Bishop d1, bishop g4, or bishop c2, bishop f5.
Why did he give up the exchange so...
The agent says it's equal now.
Bishop to d1, h4, bishop to e...
If you want to switch, it's a very interesting endgame.
For sure.
In Shankland.
So
Robson game.
we're now expecting a draw, crazy enough, in this one?
Yeah, it looks pretty solid.
Yeah.
Amazing. Okay, which game shall I go to? Sam Shankland?
Yes.
Okay.
He's still down a piece. Remember, he sacrificed on move 10 or something?
For the 2 pawns?
Oh, yes, with the knight on a8.
Well, guess what? I mean,
that knight has not moved the entire game.
That is brutal. But it defends a very important pawn. The pawn on c7 is well protected.
Who's playing for a win?
White.
No, I would assume it's white because we can play.
Coming out.
Yeah, we could play b6 whenever we want, right? So check. We scurry backwards.
King e5. Stay near that. Oh, is he thinking king e3? That would be dangerous.
Yeah, I would think you just want to hang around these guys.
The point is that b6 now doesn't work because we're captured twice.
And the rook is left hanging.
If I go to rook d1, I want to check
I'm assuming king e6, opening up an avenue of rook a5.
Rook e1 check, king f7, and then I still can't go b6. You have rook h5.
Exactly, that's what I want to do.
Very
He's done it.
annoying.
And the king will be chased.
Just don't play king f5.
Right? Don't allow rook to the 7.
Your king doesn't have shelter. It's a concept that we learned very early on.
Yes.
And it applies in so many situations. This white king cannot be sheltered. If somehow you could block with something, you'd be okay. And b6 would be winning. And so he's trying to build a little bridge, as they also call it, with this rook e4, which is just like a fake bridge.
It's kind of funny in the sense that it's almost study-like. Like, what a stupid knight. But it has one purpose. It defends c7.
And here it is. If you could just move your rook and play b6. It's all at once.
Right.
Just move the rook and play b6. And then you'd be winning. But when you move the rook, the king is going to leave f5. And how do you trick your opponent here? You don't.
What a setup for a draw.
Very strange. Okay, I got a tricky idea. Whoop.
Okay, king e6.
Rook b4, king e6, b6. Let's go.
Check on h5.
Let's go.
I see. Nice trick.
No, it's not.
No,
bad.
just
It's
take
not
twice.
good. It's not.
It doesn't work.
It's
Just
boring.
nice to
Take twice and move your king over.
Boring. Sorry. Let me refresh and okay, we're expecting king e6 again. King e6 followed by, rook check.
No.
Yeah.
Yeah, sure.
It's not allowing.
If only we could play rook c7 and win in study-like fashion. Instead, we lose in boring fashion.
we lose like a pathetic lemming.
Nope.
Rook c7. Don't even think about it.
Okay, rook d5.
Yeah, rook d5. What do you do?
Panic.
If you go rook h1, rook d8.
Panic. That's not good.
That's interesting.
Rook
Only
d5. He's done it. By the way, I'm just going to put
Apparently
this
Wesley's
guy.
losing.
Whoa, 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 whoa.
Whoa, let's take a look.
What?
Wesley overplayed his hand. He is a pawn down, and that is a dangerous.
Look how many pawns Wesley's holding in his hand.
That is a dangerous h4 pawn. So we have bishop e6, followed by king.
Seems pretty simple.
Oh my goodness.
Just
Looks
go
very straightforward, doesn't it?
Wow.
He's going to lose. He can win the h pawn, but he has to give up the d pawn to do it.
Yeah. Wow.
And that looks
Terrible.
pretty bad.
Yeah, actually, really bad. Ooh.
Didn't Oparin just play a monster million-plus moves game?
Against Ray Robson that we saw.
This ending is also a draw. The other one, I mean.
Who's down on the clock in this one?
Wesley.
Wesley.
This seems very easy now.
King
You can't even make a mistake.
Never fear. It's always possible to make a mistake.
He has to go back and win the H-pawn. That's the only chance.
Yeah.
That D6 pawn is gone.
By the way, think of what a great relief it is for Grigoriy to take this pawn on D6 that has been like the bane of his existence.
Okay, he's considering something else.
Bishop D5 for whatever reasons.
No reason.
You can
Bishop
do
D5,
that
Bishop
later,
H3.
right?
Why would you do? Look at that.
What?
Is he still winning?
Apparently, he's going after the F pawn.
What?
Wow.
Wow. So,
And he happens to still, he's going to have the inside king position.
right? So he
Oh,
wants
king
to
F3,
play
king
king
G3.
F3 and king G3.
That's
So-
actually a very good technique.
Very good.
Okay, that's got to go.
But now king takes F4. In the words of Mark Dvoretsky, you're blocking the king, right?
Shouldering, right?
Shouldering. King.
Yeah, just king E5 or E3 should both be winning.
Agreed.
Wow.
I like king F3, just king E5, going after the pawn too. Yeah?
How is king takes D6 not just winning?
Agreed. King takes D6, simple chess.
Because even if you get one pawn back, it's still lost.
Right.
You can have a pawn back. Like king D5, king D4. I mean, just.
And he's done it.
King D5.
He's done it.
It's time to resign.
Yeah, king D4 is and
King D4. If you play king E3, king E5, and push him, baby.
yeah, baby. That's right.
No, this is resignable now.
Indeed. We're calling this game, but we're going to go back to that game of Sam Shankland and Ray
also
Robson.
That one's a
Over.
That one's a draw.
Oh,
Sam
that's a
did
draw.
win the knight on A8 finally, but
Did he?
But not good
Yeah.
enough.
now it's a draw rook ending.
Gotcha. In fact,
Just one pawn. Actually, it's Ray with an extra pawn.
No, that's meaningless now. That's just a draw. Let's
Right.
get away from this one. As Wesley So is going to be resigning in short order.
We'll go back to
as
it.
he's trying to figure out some weird trick that will do the job.
Maybe there was Bishop C8 pinning the
For
pawn.
making it harder to push.
Right. No,
But
no,
king
no.
D4, you cannot touch the F pawn. That king and pawn ending is dead lost.
Easy.
So now it's just a matter of time before
The
he
king
starts pushing. And look at Wesley, desperate.
to put the bishop away. Bishop C8.
I don't know what Wesley's score is right now, but a loss now, I'm sure.
He had 3 points,
Simply-
so if he won, he would have caught up with everyone. in
So
second place.
this will likely cause all his chances to possibly win this tournament evaporate
Right.
in one game.
D5.
D5.
By the way, all the favorites, Wesley So going down. Fabi should have gone down.
Should have lost.
Naka should have gone down. This round was horrible on the best players.
You bet.
Yet they survived. Some of them.
Well, 2 of them did. If he survives this,
No.
no way.
No way.
Just don't play king B2 or king D2 or something. 'Cause
Right.
then I can take the pawn.
Exactly.
But D5,
Bishop A2.
king B2 then. Oh,
Bishop
bishop D5.
D5.
Oh no, yeah. Can't,
Bishop
can't
C8. The Daniel Naroditsky move.
Uh-oh.
No.
He's making it kind of a little tricky-dicky right now.
Well, no. He's still got the escort. It's
Of course he does, but he's just
King F4 and then D.
trying to annoy him a little bit.
For sure. Be annoying. Always be annoying. Now you get to play D5. Oh.
So no
Send a
rush.
little.
Gain some time.
Ideally, this bishop should be on an anchor square. Ideally, the light squared bishop should be on E4.
May I point out that Grigoriy has played 200 moves in the last 2 games?
Yeah.
He's at 7.
And
he's currently
only played the moves because he's been forced to by the clock.
he's played 74 moves. What was the last game? 139?
Yeah.
And now he's played 74. Could somebody tell him that we want to go home?
A draw.
this game.
Surprise.
Yeah, we knew that was going to be a draw.
Okay, so Wesley's sitting there going, I'll just move my bishop. I'll be annoying, and I'll move my bishop back and forth. King C5. I have no choice. I have to play king E5.
D4.
And bishop B1.
King C4?
Yeah, and I'm going for.
Okay. testing.
I mean, just go.
Yeah.
Just go. That's
Push
it.
him, baby.
Bishop D3, King B4.
King B4, King
Yeah.
C3. This is just
Yeah.
child's play.
Yep.
And 8 seconds of the clock, ticking down. King back, waiting to see if there's some kind of trick.
Here's where I would have jumped, like with both feet, Bishop C6 to Bishop E4.
You might do it on the next move.
For sure,
Everything is
because the
winning.
bishop really does belong on an anchored square.
D3 is winning, King C3, Bishop C6.
I agree. They're all.
What's not winning is the real question right now.
Bishop A4.
Completely-
Only move.
Bishop A4. That would definitely do it. You gotta. And he's about to play. Nope. No can do. Bishop E4 is coming now.
Exactly.
And that will seal the deal.
Yeah, you want the bishop on an anchored square, protected square.
Wesley does not want to lose this game, of course.
Might
He's
flop.
playing the lowest rated player in the competition.
Mm-hmm.
And he's not going to resign until you push the pawn to the queening square, it looks like. What are you supposed to do here?
Not much to be done.
In fact, King D2, King E1, D3, push, just absolutely unstoppable as a sequence.
Exactly. He has played King E5.
Okay, now I won't play King D2.
But
D3, King D3 even.
D3.
King D3, King D3 looks good too.
Oh, he likes your idea. King to D3 on the board.
Okay, let's play King D2.
Or E2 is also good. Yeah.
E2.
This is over.
Now the king is super well positioned to.
Grigoriy wins his first game.
Wow, very eventful round 6. Very lucky Fabiano. He was our tournament leader
Very
going.
lucky Hikaru also.
Wow, very, very lucky Hikaru. From the engine's perspective, the very final position of the Garry Kasparov game, I thought this was going to be a +2, maybe even a +3 position for Garry. Garry just looked at his clock, said, I don't want to play this position against Hikaru.
Yes, it's -2.
-2.
No, the last.
Sorry, I'm not in the last position.
Yeah,
I'm here.
Yes.
Oh, that was a repetition.
Without H6.
Yeah,
Sorry,
and that's -3 here.
-3. So if put the pawn back on H6, if you don't mind for a moment.
Even here, though, it's
-3.
No, I want.
But you want to be here.
King, yeah, I wanted the king to be on a safe square, King H6.
Not as good as what
Garry did.
Garry did. One, now Bishop G. Well, there is a check
Wait,
he has to
Rook
calculate.
G6?
But he's already losing. No, but this is already completely lost.
But this is why
Now you have to
my
play Bishop
pawn on
G2.
H7, my king on H6, so you didn't even have any counter.
You're just losing a piece.
Okay.
There's no counter.
I agree.
It's made here. It's made here. It's a piece here. There's no play. It's just over.
Made here.
Like, how do you stop this?
Right.
Yeah.
It's
King
made.
H4.
First, how do you stop this?
Yeah.
You can't move your rook because that's mate.
That's made.
So that's just like straightforward. You're being threatened. The attack on the dark squares is just unstoppable.
Yeah.
And combined with the queen. So it was completely over, and he, because of his clock, decided to press pause. He's going to go back and look at it, and he's going to go,
why didn't I?
could have just beaten the guy.
You're right.
Taking a draw in a winning position.
After 6 eventful rounds, Nasi, tell us about the standings. We're going to get some interviews lined up with Begim, but first, the standings after 2 days.
Things could have been so different after this last round. But we still have Fabio leading the event with 5 points, half point behind only Hikaru Nakamura, and then 2 players sharing third. That's Garry Kasparov and Sam Sevian.
Those players tied for third are thinking to themselves, what might have been? Sam was completely winning against Fabi. Garry at the very end had a huge advantage.
But we do have Begim interviewing Hikaru Nakamura.
Okay.
We have Hikaru Nakamura with us here, who had a great day. He scored 2.5 points out of 3. Hikaru, tell us about your day and overall tournament experience so far.
Yeah, I mean, it's been pretty smooth, I think, with the exception of the third game yesterday against Fabiano. I think I've pretty much played within myself. This last game, just like yesterday's last game, was not particularly great for me against Garry. We both missed a couple of tactics, I think, in the middle game. But, you know, all's well that ends well. And I think the main thing is just trying to play chess. And yesterday against Fabiano specifically, I didn't play chess. I tried to do something very, very creative, and it backfired pretty spectacularly. So, yeah, I just try to play chess and keep loose.
Are you enjoying playing here with Garry Kasparov, and you just finished a game with him? In general, I saw you streaming before the start of the round as well. How do you keep yourself motivated? Like, what's your secret?
Well, I mean, I think the main thing is that there are a lot of fans who have come to expect me to stream on Tuesdays very specifically. And really, I don't think it detracts from playing in Fischer Random or 9LX specifically, because we just start from fresh at the beginning of the game. So if anything, it's a good warm-up. And today I played against Magnus and Alireza, so, you know, they're kind of a little bit scarier than everyone here except for Fabiano. So, I mean, I think the main thing is that it doesn't really take that much out of me. It's pretty much become effortless on one hand. So that's why I was able to do it. Now, in terms of Garry playing, it's obviously it's an honor to play in an event with him. The fact that he analyzed with me is quite special, of course. So it's great. But on the other hand, I think that if you look at my games against Garry, probably in the last decade or so, I actually find it very hard to play against him. And I don't tend to play very well. And I think the main thing is, you know, I just have so much respect, and it's a little bit of a different generation. So yeah, I haven't played great against him, but overall, I mean, I think having that opportunity is fantastic, because he is one of the greatest players of all time. And, you know, I think when you look back in history, there are a couple of world champions I would have liked to have played against. But, you know, I have played against Karpov. I did play against Garry. I mean, unfortunately, I never played against Bobby, but it's still fun to play against the GOATs.
Mm-hmm. Also, do you believe that Chess 9LX Fischer Random can be future of chess? Because some of the players mentioned that they think it is, but what's your feeling about that?
Yeah, so I think people like it that I'm pretty blunt and honest and to the point with what I say. My simple answer to that would be that I think a lot of the players who are playing here, they're getting a little bit older. They're not at their peaks anymore, and it's always great to be lazy and just show up and play chess versus having to prepare. You know, and the reason that I bring that up specifically is because when I look at some of these Indian juniors, very specifically Arjun, I see him playing every opening under the sun with white, with black. I mean, something that's good, something that's considered bad. He just plays every opening. And my general attitude is that if these kids can study 12 hours a day and play very creative chess, then, I mean, why can't the old guys do the same thing? So I don't actually see it replacing chess. I think it's more that, you know, as we get older, it's nice to be lazy. And that's great on one hand, but I still think that regular chess is going to dominate for a long time to come.
I hope so too. Thank you so much for your interview.
Sure, no problem.
Hey, speaking as one of the old, lazy old fogies, you know, wait a minute. I agree with you, Hikaru. You made a really, really good point. You know, like, I don't want to study 12 hours a day and compete with these Indian prodigies. Those guys are killers. Come on, Maurice. I mean, you know, no preparation works for me.
The guy's pretty blunt. You just said it. Bunch of old fogies in there. Of course they enjoy this.
Yeah, in the event. And by the way, Levon, also representing a generation, he's competing with the young guys today. I mean,
he's kind of sliding a little bit from his peak. I don't know.
And actually, speaking of Levon, he is with Begim.
Mm-hmm.
We have Levon Aronian with us, who won his game against Leinier Dominguez just now. Levon, tell us about your tournament. Did you miss regular chess already?
No, I love Chess 960. I adore the game, but I think I didn't get enough rest after the US Championship, so I am blundering pieces all over the board.
It was a very long tournament. I asked Fabian, and he also mentioned that he really didn't have time to rest, honestly. And how are you keeping your energy and motivation to, keep playing? And you also mentioned you have another tournament after this.
Yes. Well, that's the thing. I'm trying to pace myself. I thought, okay, I have a classical tournament coming that starts on the 5th. So I arrived there on the 2nd. So I thought, okay, I have to take this tournament kind of easy and not spend too much energy, but we're chess players.
It doesn't work out that way, right? Once you start a tournament, you just want to win.
Then you start losing. And
that's not the best part.
No.
And Does it make a difference for you to play a regular chess and Fischer Random and regular again? Do you think it will affect your results or it will affect your approach?
I think the biggest problem for why I can explain I wasn't playing my best, I think, is because of the time control. I think I'm not spending my time correctly because we switched to rapid.
Oh, from long classical?
Yes. So. Yeah. But it's okay. There's still one day. I'm enjoying the tournament immensely. I don't care if I lose or win because the games are very interesting.
Is there any player you're looking forward to play with because it's Fischer Random, no openings?
Oh yeah, well, I get to play against Garry. You know, I never played Garry in a classical game, but the Fischer Random, I see that he's very passionate about the game. So I want to play him in something where he's passionate, of course.
Thank you so much for your interview and good luck tomorrow.
Thanks.
Thank you, Begim. Well, no laziness in that conversation there as Levon, he had a nice day today, didn't he?
And he wants to play Garry. He gets him tomorrow morning, or well, tomorrow first round.
First round. Well, let's talk about round 7. Nasi, do the honors.
All right, so we have Sevian playing Wesley So.
Matchup.
Leinier Dominguez, who seems to be on the last place, playing the tournament leader, Fabiano Caruana. Maybe he can bring a big upset. Right. Garry Kasparov will be playing Levon Aronian.
The game we just mentioned.
Robson against Hikaru Nakamura, and Oparin against Shankland.
And for Grigoriy, by the way, I mean, he came back. That Robson game, you know, it took a lot out of us. I mean, but he beat Wesley So.
That's impressive.
130 round marathon. How about pairings for round 8? Remember, we get 3 games tomorrow. 3 rounds tomorrow.
Let's take a look at the leaders. So Fabiano will be playing Garry in round 8.
Ooh.
Hikaru will be playing Oparin.
Nice.
Wesley against Shankland, Levon Ray, and Sam against Leinier.
And then finally, the last game to be played, the last round to be played tomorrow.
Well, Fabio will be with black pieces against Robson. Hikaru with the black piece against Sam Shankland. Those two will probably still be playing for the first place.
Right.
And Garry with the white pieces against Sam Sevian.
Looks like
very
exciting.
Tough game.
Yeah. Lots of tough games there ahead. When we came in, Fabio was running away with this tournament. It's 3-0. He looked regal.
It was the first day.
It was the first day.
He had it smooth. He was sliding. He was gliding. He was
cool.
But on the way to the coronation party, a few things happened, and he could have been worse. It could have been disastrous. And instead, we see that players didn't do what they were supposed to do, especially this last round.
Sam Sevian.
Sam Sevian had him
just let him go.
Done. Cooked. And that would have really changed the tournament. Sam would have vaulted up right behind him. Hikaru also managed to survive. So it's just too many stories. There's too many days. You can't say you win the first 3 rounds and then you're just going to win the next 6 or the tournament's over. There's no way in the world.
Point out that Fabio's getting the champion's luck, like Rook A8 from Wesley. That was a gift.
That was huge.
And then the last round surviving that.
That was crazy.
2 gifts.
2 gifts. King F7 for Sam Sevian. Oh. And it's a totally different event.
It just seems so nice to get your queen in the game. Move my knight out the way. My queen enters. It's over until you look and you go, it's not over?
Right.
Queen C5, the nice find by Fabi to draw that position.
Yeah.
Definitely a big miss. You know, I'm going to just be straight. Fabi is my guy.
Right.
I want to see him win the tournament.
Right.
But I want drama too.
Yeah.
And I wouldn't have minded at all if he had lost that game. Then he manages to win the tournament anyway. But that would have just been nice to call instead of them now separating themselves by so much. It's just 2-horse race. If we had brought more flavor into it, that's what a commentator wants.
Effortless. That was the word that stood out for me in that Hikaru Nakamura interview. Hikaru says, Title Tuesday, I play Magnus, I play Ali Reza. I don't feel that it takes anything out of me. It's rather effortless. You play Magnus Carlsen and you don't feel its impact? That's extraordinary.
He is extraordinary. But I'll say it again, he's extraordinary. What he does to play Title Tuesday, to stream, to spend hours the way he did, even just building his streaming empire, and then play chess at the number 3 level in the world.
That's crazy.
I mean, the guy could go 6-7 hours at a time on a stream and then come and like,
yeah, it's kind of.
Yeah, you're right. Over the board game. Yeah, I'm going back to streaming, by the way.
Yeah, I've got my job.
Incredible. Absolutely incredible.
Really.
And let's not forget, he called a lot of the players oldies. He's also one of them, and he still has the energy to manage to do streaming, Title Tuesdays, regular chess, 9LX. Incredible.
I think he gave a Red Bull as well, so I don't know how he's doing it. How's he pulling this off?
Remarkable. And as we wait for Begim to get one more interview in before we call our broadcast, let's remind everybody, Fabi, with these 3 games coming up, he's going to play Leinier, Garry Kasparov, who's lurking, and then finally,
Shankland
I believe it was Sam Shankland will have white.
He needs at least 2 points tomorrow, 2.5 for the clear first.
And Hikaru is going to be beastly. Hikaru is going to be thinking, like, I've got to just mangle everybody who's in my path, including Garry Kasparov.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
This is definitely a 2-horse race right now. It could have been different if this round had gone differently, but now it's a 2-horse race. And of course, if they each lose, then it changes and shakes up the standings. But Fabi knows there's nothing comfortable at this moment. And the fact that Sam had him by the throat, I mean, really, he was in that position where it's like, just play the right move, I'm gone. And he would be tied for first right now. But he escaped. He's not feeling very comfortable.
He was lost after move like 10.
Oh, yeah.
That's insane. That knight on A1, couldn't get in the game.
It was brutal. For those of you who are joining us late, it was just this exact moment in the game between Fabi and Sam. Sam has played wonderfully. As you can see, this rook on the second rank lurking. This queen wants to go to G2 with a checkmate. So all he had to do was play the move King F7. There's no checks.
Fabi can't take on E3 with the queen, just like what happened in the game. He has to take with the pawn, but that's the checkmate.
That's a direct checkmate coming.
Or H1.
Yeah, or H1. Instead, a very attractive looking move, knight F6. And you're thinking to yourself, okay, I'm ready to play rook takes D2. I'm ready to play queen H1 or queen D2 checkmate. Not so fast. Suddenly, slip sliding away is the white king with a tempo.
By the way, can we go back? I'm wondering if he overlooked something.
What was that?
Let's go back, because I haven't resolved it either.
After King F7?
King F7.
King F7.
Yes. We're threatening
taking on D2 is just going to be... No, I'm thinking F5.
F5.
Maybe he thought he didn't want to be bothered by this move because of a queen E6 check kind of thing. But the pawn actually blocks the queen from going to H3. So if you take now on D2, maybe even with a pawn, but if you take on D2...
Still just 2 checks. And then I hide on H6.
Yeah, so go ahead, let's do it.
Rook takes D2.
And now queen check.
Yep.
King over.
Yep.
There is an F6 little
knight F6.
Small annoyance, but now we can play knight F6 and then you get nothing. So
queen D7 check.
So queen D7 check.
King
and before this check was a problem, but now there's just king move.
You told me about King H8. We're going to interrupt ourselves
H8.
as Begim is with Grigoriy. Over to you, Begim.
We're here with Grigoriy Oparin, who is a newcomer to the tournament. Grigoriy, can you share with us about your experience? How's it going so far?
It's going all right. I mean, I'm enjoying it a lot. It's like extremely fun to play. Basically, I'm on -1, I think, currently. I had great positions pretty much in all my games. But somehow in time travel, I missed so many points. But I'm happy to finally win a game. I didn't have a single win in the US Champs, and I didn't win a single game in the first 5 rounds here, so extremely happy to finally win a game.
And it was just not a game. You beat Wesley, who's a very creative player, and I can see you're enjoying a lot. You also played Garry Kasparov. How does it feel? Did you play Garry Kasparov before?
No, it was my first game against him. It's a great experience to play against Garry. It's a little bit sad that I couldn't convert my winning advantage, but he defended quite resourcefully in time trouble, so I mean, should have played better myself.
As it's your first experience playing Chess 9LX in person, do you feel the difference between a regular chess and 9LX, and how is it affecting your preparation or the way you play?
I mean, there's not much preparation, so first of all, that's a huge difference. But I mean, I've played quite a lot of Chess 960 online, also over the board, played some friendly games with Fabiano and my other teammates, so I'm learning. It's an interesting experience because like every position is new, and I'm actually like very curious if any positions have repeated throughout the years. So Chess 960 was part of the tournaments at St. Louis, because probably like even there were the same positions no one remembers. So.
Yeah, and I do believe that we always choose like different positions. It's 960, so I don't think it repeated, but it's a good question. I hope we will find the answer. Maybe Yasser knows. So let's get back to the studio and let's hear from Yasser.
Maybe Yasser knows. Yasser doesn't know. Let me make this absolutely clear. 2 days of great chess. Final thoughts, Maurice, as we wrap up today.
Day one, all about Fabi.
Right.
Looked like the runaway train, playing great chess, demolished Nakamura in style. Day two, all about the wobbles. Wobble, baby, wobble, baby, wobble, baby. Yes, indeed. Right. So that shows that there is some uncertainty in the tournament. That's what we like as commentators. That's what we like as fans. Who knows what's going to happen tomorrow? Nobody. You don't know. I don't know. Not Nazi. Nobody knows. It's going to be exciting to see what transpires in the next 3 rounds.
My money's on Nazi. Thank you, everyone, for watching. Tell your friends where you've been hanging out. We'll see you all tomorrow.
Have a good night.
This has been a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Any reproduction or distribution of this content without the express written consent of the St. Louis Chess Club is prohibited.